This is Audible.
Black Widow by Christopher Brookmeyer. Narrated by Angus King and Scarlett Mack. Part 1. Voices off. There was a low background hiss as the courtroom awaited the playback. The volume on the speakers jacked up so much that Parlabane was bracing himself, expecting the sound file to be booming and distorted. Instead, it was surprisingly clear, particularly at the police end. He could hear the dispatcher's fag-ravaged breathing during pauses, the rattle of a keyboard in the background. Nobody knows where to look when they're listening to a recording. Parlabane glanced around to see how people were responding. Most were looking at the floor, the walls, or any fixed point that didn't have a face on it. Others were more pruriently taking the opportunity to look at the accused. Diana Yeager had her gaze locked, staring into a future only she could see. The jury mostly had their heads bowed, like they were in church, or as though they were afraid they'd get into trouble with the judge if they were caught paying less than maximum attention. They were filtering out distraction, concentrating only on the words booming out around the court, anxious not to miss a crucial detail. They couldn't know it yet, but they were listening out for the wrong thing. "I think I've just seen an accident." "Are you injured, madam?" "No, but I think a car might have gone off the road." "Can you tell me your name, madam?" "Yes, it's Sheena Matheson, Mrs. "And are you in your own vehicle now? Is it off the carriageway?" "No. Yes, I'm out of my car. It's parked. I'm trying to see where he went." "Where are you, Mrs. Matheson?" "I'm not sure. Maybe a couple of miles west of Ordskirk. I'm on the Kingsborough Road." "And can you describe what happened? Is someone injured?" "I don't know. The car was coming round the bend towards me as I approached it. It was going way too fast. I think it was a BMW. It swerved onto my side of the road because of the curve, then swerved back again when I thought it was going to hit me. I jumped on the brakes because I got such a fright, and I looked in my rear view. It swerved again like he was trying to get it back under control, but then it disappeared. I think it went off the road altogether." "The Kingsborough Road, you said?" "That's right." "I'm going to see if I can get some officers out there as soon as possible. You've parked your car, that's good. If you can wait beside it but not in it." "No, that's the thing. I can't stay here. I've a 10-year-old at home alone. She woke up with a temperature and we had run out of Calpol. I told her I'd nip out to the garage for some. I said I'd only be away half an hour. My husband's on nights." "OK. Can you give me a wee bit more detail about where you are then?" "Sure, but I need to warn you. The battery's almost dead on this thing." "Tell us whatever you can. Anything you might have passed that our drivers could look out for." "There's a signpost right here. It says Uedu Viewpoint and Picnic Area half a mile. The car disappeared just past the sign. I'm crossing the road now, in case I can see anything over the other side." "Please be careful, Mrs. Matheson." "There are skid marks on the tarmac. I think I can see tyre tracks in the grass. It slopes away after that, and it's too dark to see down the slope." "No. Stay back from the edge. Our officers will look into it." "I can't see any lights. I'm worried I might have gone into the river."
Her Day in Court. 1. My trial has barely begun, and no testimony heard, but already I know that in the eyes of this court, I am an abomination. As I gaze from the dock and take in all the faces gazing back, I think of the opinions they have formed, the hateful things they have written and said. I think of how once it stung, but my skin has grown thicker over time, and I have worse things to endure now than mere words. They have to be respectful in their conduct within these walls, no shouting and barracking like when the van with its blacked-out windows pulled up outside the prisoner's entrance, a desperate photographer extending a hopeful arm and firing blind with a flash gun as he pressed himself perilously close against the moving steel. One of these days, the vehicle's going to run over one of those reckless idiots' feet. Several tons of G4S hardware degloving the flesh from crushed and shattered bones as it rolls across his instep. All in the service of striving for, at best, a blurry, low-contrast image of some scared and wretched prisoner cowering inside. It would be a valuable illustration of the risk-benefit equation pour encourager les autres. To them, I am someone who ought to have been grateful for all that life apparently gifted me, not asked for more. I should have settled for what I was dealt, as it was generous enough in other people's estimation. The actions I took in pursuit of my desires, to better my lot, and to extricate myself from an intolerable situation, these were unforgivable, depraved. Society's judgment is always harsher upon a woman who has done grave deeds to get what she wants, a woman who has challenged their values, violated the accepted order of things. It's a crime against society, a transgression of unwritten rules that are far more precious than those inscribed in law. With this thought, I glance across the room, and to my surprise, feel a sorority, even with the woman I came to regard as my enemy. The woman who laid me low, brought my deeds to light. In our own ways, we both acted for the purest of reasons. Her, I respect. Everyone else is merely white noise to me now. I do not expect anyone's sympathy. I do not seek forgiveness from people who have never been tested like I was. I may be guilty, and I may be sentenced, but I will not be condemned. Not by those who cannot understand. Nobody here can judge me until they know the whole truth. Until then, their opinions are no more than impotent, angry words, and my, haven't those been in spate since this business first came to light. Just think how they were exercised by the revelation that this bitch murdered her husband. The tone was one of boiling anger, and at the heart of it all was one single rhetorical question. How dare she? How dare she? There's a thought. Nobody ever asks, how dare he, when a man kills his wife? The coverage is coloured by sombre tones, its language muted and respectful. It's like they're reporting on a death from disease or calamitous mishap. It's dreadful, but it happens, poor thing, so tragic, it seems to say. And like disease or disaster, the follow-up is about asking whether more could have been done. What signs were missed? What can we learn? By contrast, there's a conspicuous shortage of victim blaming when it's a husband who lies slain. Why didn't he leave her? He must have known what she might be capable of. There must have been indications that she was dangerous. I'm not condoning it, but surely he was aware of her triggers. There's no excusing what she did, but it wouldn't have happened unless he did something to provoke her. Said nobody, ever. See? That's what chills them. They can just about handle a crime of passion, a moment of madness. But a clever, calculating woman who can plan something elaborate and deceitful is a far more galling prospect. I glanced at the reporters in the gallery, poised to take their notes. I think about what it looked like from their perspective. They saw a woman who found love when she was beginning to think it was too late. She had given the best of herself to her career, and had come to sorely doubt whether it was worth the price she paid. But then, out of nowhere, she met her Mr. Right, and suddenly everything seemed possible. Suddenly, she got to have it all. A whirlwind romance, Two ostensibly mismatched, but surprisingly complementary personalities who found each other at just the right time. It was the stuff of rom-coms and chick lit. So much good fortune came her way, so much goodwill, and after that, so much sympathy. The rom-com turned out to be a weepy. The Singleton surgeon, who found love late, was left heartbroken after her husband of only 6 months lost his life when his car shot off the road and plunged into a freezing river. Let me tell you, once they've doled out tragedy points, you'd really better conform to their expectations, because the widow pedestal is a high one to fall from. She denied them first a happy ever after, and then a poignant end to a tale of doomed romance. She desecrated their church, and so she had to face their judgment. What else would they see? What else could they see? Only one person looked closer, and he was my undoing. I know I'm not the first person to curse the day I heard the name Jack Parlabane, and I sincerely doubt I'll be the last. In my case, I don't simply regret what he did to me. I regret what I did to him too. I know that in the eyes of this court, I am an abomination, but I am not the monster I will be painted. I regard the police officer standing next to me. There are no cuffs on my wrists, but I can still feel the cold steel, like I can still feel the sting of humiliation that comes with wearing them. It clings to me every second I remain in the dock. There is a burning coal of moral opprobrium in the black pupil of every eye focused on me. As the trial proceeds, the court will hear how a driven woman acted out of the oldest and sincerest of motives, to be with the man she was destined for. My crime and my actions will seem cold and heinous to everyone else, because they can never know what I felt. I think of all the anger and hate I have gone through since my arrest. It has taken time, but I have come to realize I must make my peace with what I've done. I need to take ownership of it. I need to forgive myself, because nobody else's forgiveness matters. In the end, regardless of how my actions are judged, I know that this is all about love. Role models. A handsome, loving husband and a minimum of 2 apple-cheeked children of your own. That's what you're supposed to want first and foremost in life, isn't it? That's the paradigm you're offered as a little girl, the playtime template that's intended to shape your aspirations for future happiness. Sometimes the paradigm doesn't take, however. Sometimes the template is damaged. Such was the case for me, Diana Yeager. I had a doll's house when I was a child. I think it came from a relative because it was old and wooden and hand-painted. Nothing like the mass-produced moulded plastic ones I saw in the big, thick mail-order catalogue, with its treasured and much-thumbed toy pages at the back. It had ivy picked out in oil on the outside, climbing the walls to the steeply pitched roof. It didn't look like any house in my neighbourhood, but seemed to belong to an older, grander world, one that belonged in my parents' past rather than my own future. The front swung open on hinges, revealing 3 stories of also hand-painted rooms. It didn't come with furniture, but my parents bought me a set intended for one of the aforementioned plastic affairs. It always looked wrong. That wasn't the real problem, though. There was a scale mismatch. None of my dolls would fit inside it. They were all too big. Not that a better size compatibility would have made it ideal for playing happy families. Because, here's the thing. Who was going to be the husband? All the dolls I owned were girls or babies, and all the dolls I ever saw in my friends' bedrooms, notably the ones that matched those modern plastic houses, were girls or babies. This reflected the reality of my home. It was Mummy and the babies who were round the house most of the time. Daddy was out having a career, and what little girl needs a doll to represent that? My doll's house was never a home. Why would I want a toy version of a home? I already had a full-size one. I didn't get the mini figure set that went with the plastic furniture. Didn't ask for it. Instead, I asked for a hospital play set. So that's what my doll's house became, most of the time. Sometimes it was a school, sometimes it was a museum, but mainly it was a hospital. My playset comprised 10 figurines. 2 of them were doctors, 6 of them were nurses, and 2 of them were patients. Both of the doctors were men. All of the nurses were women. I tried making a little green tabard out of crepe paper to drape over one of the nurses so that she could be a doctor too. A surgeon, like my father. It looked rubbish, and it kept tearing and crumpling, so eventually I gave up and made the female patient the surgeon, and put both of the male doctors in beds. I remember one day asking my mother why women couldn't be doctors too. I must have been about 6. That was when she told me that she was a doctor. Let me warn you now that this was not the inspirational epiphany you might be anticipating. My parents met at university, where they were both studying medicine. Early in their final year, they decided to get married, arranging to have the ceremony a couple of weeks before graduation. Sounds quite romantic, you might think. Tying the knot before striking out together on this path they had both aspired towards. The shared ambitions they had studied so hard to realize. But here's the thing. Somewhere along the path of that final year, they decided that my father would pursue his medical career, and my mother would be a housewife. She wasn't up the duff, by the way. I could at least have got my head around that. I didn't come along for a couple of years yet. My mother strove to get the A-levels she needed in order to get accepted for medicine, studied a further 5 pitiless years, passed her exams, graduated, then never practiced one day as a doctor. Not one single day. It never made any sense to me. She didn't seem cumulatively frustrated by this as the years went on. I mean, I could have related to it all better had she been hitting the gin by mid-afternoon in her late 30s, as her kids needed her less, and she wondered where her life had drained away to. Not that she seemed particularly contented either. She was just there. Smiling but not cheery, caring but not warm, dependable but not inspiring. I didn't see it for a long time because I grew up with it, and because it was a hard thing to accept, but at some time around my late teens, I realized that my mother had almost no personality. As I matured into adulthood, what increasingly bothered me about this, and about the choice she had made in final year, was the question of whether my father had subjugated her, turning a bright young woman into a compliant drone, or whether he had, in fact, recognized that compliance, that lack of personality, and identified it as precisely what he was looking for in a life partner. For my mother's part, I wondered, was she happy to surrender her autonomy, to be annexed like some colonial dependency? Or had her natural timidity made her vulnerable to the manipulations of someone who turned out to be more domineering than she had initially apprehended? I didn't even know which explanation I would prefer to be true. There certainly weren't any clues on display in what I witnessed of their relationship. As a child, I thought they were everything a married couple should be. My father would come home to find my mother in the kitchen, calmly preparing dinner, and would peck her on the cheek and call her "dearest darling," which was sometimes abbreviated to "Dee Dee." There never seemed to be any strife. No raised voices, no unspoken words, no simmering tension, no passion, no hunger, no chemistry, no spark. "Dinner was beautiful, dearest darling, thank you." "My pleasure, always." Even as a child, something about their exchanges chimed wrong, though I was too young to identify what and why. It was only as I got older that I came to understand what my instincts were telling me was off about this. It was like a phoned-in performance, a cargo cult imitation of intimacy by two people who had seen this behaviour elsewhere and sought to replicate it as a form of civil convention. Even once I had grasped this much, I still simply assumed that all married couples were like this with each other, that every husband and every wife behaved in a polite, friendly way they didn't really mean, as we do in so many other areas of our lives. I was the apple of his eye. You should note the capitals. This noun was proper. It was not how he saw me, but what he called me. "How's the apple of my eye this evening?" Or, when he was feeling solicitous, merely apple. "What's wrong, apple? Aren't you feeling hungry this evening?" My younger brothers were proudly addressed as "number 1 son" and "number 2 son," except when they were in trouble. I always knew that there was mischief afoot and a spike in the domestic temperature if I heard my father address them directly as Julian or Piers. As a little girl, I thought this meant my daddy was jokey, a man who had funny nicknames for everybody. This informality, proof of how close we were to his heart. Later on, I came to realize that this language of apparent intimacy was actually a way of creating distance. If we were Diana, Julian, and Piers, then we had agency. We were autonomous entities with foibles that he had to negotiate, personalities that he had to get to know. But if we were the apple of his eye, sons number 1 and 2, then his children were adjuncts to him, defined only in terms of how he regarded us. Thus, our primary role was to reflect well upon him, and we generally made a good job of it when we were young. After that, not so much. Parents can pretend to themselves that their children suddenly change when they hit their teens, that the pubescent transformation caused their offspring to stop communicating with them the way they used to. The truth is that in such cases, they never really communicated with them. It's simply easier to project idealized versions onto your children when they are very young, before they start having opinions and making decisions for themselves. However, it was when we became adults that we seriously disappointed him, each in our different ways. The boys, because they didn't have the careers he wanted them to. Me, because I did have the career he wanted them to. I was the apple of his eye, his first child, his only daughter, but it was his sons who were supposed to be surgeons. I'm not sure what I was supposed to be, other than born later. It is said that every time a friend succeeds, a small part of you dies. I've seen it in the expressions of colleagues as they learned of someone else's achievement, and I saw it on my father's face whenever I told him of my latest progress. For a while, I thought I was imagining it, but then it became impossible to miss. I could see it in his eyes that didn't twinkle to match the awkward smile with which he greeted my news. Everything I achieved, every step I took up the ladder, hurt just a little more because it was supposed to be his son's. So was this hollow imitation of marriage and parenthood the perfect environment in which to nurture a clever psychopath? I guess that's for you to judge. But this much I know for sure. It was what made me determined that I wouldn't be seeking fulfillment in life from being somebody's wife or mother.
The caring profession. The young doctor identified himself to the court, his voice catching in his throat and prompting the fiscal to ask him to repeat. "Callum Weatherson," he said. "And you first started working with Diana Yeager how long ago?" "A year and... no, 16. I think 16 months, maybe a wee bit less." He'd got his name right. Even if it had taken 2 attempts to get it out there, that was a good start. Harder than it looks. Now the nerves were really showing as the enormity hit home. As well as everything else that was at stake, he was acting like he was scared he was also going to get done for perjury if it turned out his estimate of how long he'd been at Inverness Royal Infirmary turned out to be a fortnight out. Jack Parlabane felt for him. He had seen a lot of court cases in his capacity as a journalist, and sometimes as a consequence of exceeding his capacity as a journalist. He could tell it was young Mr. Weatherson's first time on the stand. There was a tremulous note in his voice, his hands slightly shaky too, and his eyes kept straying beyond his interlocutor, searching the gallery for someone whose approving look would tell him he was doing okay. Parlabane recalled being the friendly face among an indifferent crowd as a show of moral support when his wife Sarah was on the stand. She had been called several times as a medical witness, which could be an upsettingly adversarial experience when, for instance, the defence counsel decided that the best strategy was to imply that a murder victim may have died due to negligence on the part of an anaesthetist, rather than the 14 hatchet blows rained down by his client a couple of hours earlier. Such grillings were a breeze, however, compared to the cross-examination to which she was humiliatingly subject during a case brought by witnesses of the Jehovah's variety. On that occasion, his presence in the gallery had begun as a show of solidarity, but ended up undermining Sarah's cause when the court heard a typically intemperate newspaper column her husband had written on the subject of the serial doorsteppers and their bafflingly stupid objection to blood transfusion. It wasn't the first time his professional conduct had the unforeseen consequence of raining shit down upon their marriage, and nor was it the last, which went a long way towards explaining why they weren't married anymore. That said, the Diana Yeager case had given him a whole new perspective on quite how badly a marriage could end. "And can you tell the court what your respective positions were in January of last year?" "I had recently started as that is, I was already a registrar, but I had not long taken up the post after transferring from another hospital." Weatherson's voice faltered again. His mouth sounded dry. The fiscal urged him to take a drink of water. He would relax into his narrative in time, Parlabane knew, but those early moments were the most intimidating, especially as the stakes were so high. What Parlabane also knew, to his cost, was that it was when you were relaxed enough to become expansive that the sneaky bastards tended to ambush you. He had been on the witness stand plenty himself, one time ignominiously as the accused. He vividly recalled the feelings of isolation, vulnerability, and impotence as he faced the court, and not merely because on that occasion he was guilty as sin. For all that the process of justice was supposed to be lucid, open and transparent, once a trial got underway, it could seem as though your destiny was in the capricious hands of top-level initiates in some arcane secret order. You could walk in thinking that the evidence all but guaranteed a certain outcome. Then the high priest got into it. Meanings became plastic, traps were sprung, and all sense of reality melted into something fluid that they could mold into any shape they liked. It was almost enough to make him feel sorry for the accused. Almost, that was, until he remembered what the woman in the dock had done. How sociopathically callous and brutally calculating her scheme. In particular, how she had even manipulated Parlabane as a crucial plank in her strategy, and how chillingly close she and her secret co-conspirator had come to fooling everybody and getting away with it. This last was what truly tempered any sympathy he might have now that she was being put on display for the public's revulsion. Put simply, it wasn't over. For the reasons he had just considered, he endured a nagging worry that this might not be the slam dunk everyone assumed. Above all, he remained wary that she may yet have one killer trick left to play. Mr. Weatherson, can you describe your state of mind on the morning that you first worked with Dr. Yeager? The Fiscal asked this in an encouraging, reassuring tone of which Parlabane couldn't help but be suspicious. He had learned the hard way that if a prosecutor asks you what time it is, the question you should be asking internally is, where are you going with this? Weatherson remained nervy, talking too fast, tripping over his sentences. I was apprehensive. I was new to the department. I'd been a registrar for 6 months, but I had only been in this post for a couple of weeks. And when you're working with a new consultant, when you're working for the first time with a particular consultant, not a new consultant, you start off keen to impress, but then you sort of downshift your goals to simply hoping you don't screw up, which can be surprisingly hard to avoid. Consultants tend to have very individual ideas about how they like things done. You have to tread lightly until you find out everyone's likes and dislikes, not to mention their triggers. And was the prospect of working with Dr. Yeager in particular making you apprehensive? Or was it merely the general anxiety you just described with regard to any new senior colleague? It would be fair to say I was anxious about working with her in particular. And to calibrate, what constitutes such anxiety? Were you as anxious as you first appeared here on the witness stand? Weatherson stole a nervy glance at the object of their discussion. Yeager gazed back impassively, as if nothing he could say would make any difference. Bring it on, she seemed to reply, silently. As I said, consultants have their idiosyncrasies, and surgeons in particular can sometimes be a little... He considered it a moment, choosing his description with care. He took another sip of water, giving himself time. Combustible, he decided. You mean explosive? Sometimes, yes. The hairdryer treatment. The operating theatre can be a tense environment, which shouldn't be a surprise given what is often at stake, so it's not uncommon for surgeons to vent when things aren't going as smoothly as they'd like. Delicately put, Parlabane thought, if not outright apologism. What Weatherson was alluding to was that if you ever thought ex-Bullingdon Club cabinet ministers were among the most pompously self-important wankers on the face of the earth, then you'd clearly not been around many surgeons. Parlabane's ex-wife was an anaesthetist, and had regularly regaled him with eye-popping accounts of their rampant inner toddler behaviour, the most shocking aspect of which was how widely it was tolerated. Sarah had seen surgeons eyeball to eyeball with theatre staff, spittle flying, and their throats going rapidly hoarse, as they bellowed their lungs out in fury at some perceived failing or transgression. She had described how instruments were thrown violently at walls or to the floor, equipment smashed and staff reduced to tears by the screaming harangues of individuals who had lost their self-control to such an extent that under any other circumstances they might be sedated, arrested, or sent to bed without their supper. The most commonly cited explanation for indulging this misbehaviour had just been illustrated on the witness stand. that the stakes were high, and thus fits of rage were inevitable when such brilliant individuals had to cope with the limitations of working with ordinary mortals. Weatherson was only a surgical registrar, but was already becoming inured to the point where he had ceased to question whether these ridiculous tantrums were perhaps a teensy bit unacceptable. Weatherson proceeded to avail the court of a few examples of the combustible behaviour he had been at pains to avoid. He demonstrated, unquestionably, that he had served a few tours before reaching Inverness, and had been inside the blast radius a couple of times already in his new post. Given all of which, you'd have to be asking yourself what made Diana Yeager a far scarier prospect than anything the young registrar had faced before. "And how did your first encounter with Dr. Yeager work out?" asked the Fiscal. Weatherson cleared his throat. "I suppose it didn't get off to the best possible start. I had gone in early to do some final pre-op checks on the first patient on the list, and to confer with the anaesthetist in case she had any concerns. It was a bariatric case. The patient was in for a sleeve gastrectomy." "What is that?" "It's a kind of drastic weight loss procedure. The very big patients can be tricky for a general anaesthetic. Anyway, that was when I first saw Dr. Yeager in the flesh. She was heading into the ward as I was about to leave. I felt a degree of relief that I had gotten there first, as it wouldn't have looked good to be coming in behind her." The relief was reprised in his current expression. He seemed to relax a little now that he realised he wasn't going to be asked anything he didn't know the answer to. "How would you describe her manner?" "Fizzing would have to be my description. It was 8 in the morning, but she looked like 10 people had already annoyed her. I was concerned about what might happen to the 11th. "And was there an 11th? "Unfortunately, yes. But to my relief, it wasn't me. She had come from surgical HDU. That is, the surgical high-dependency unit, and discovered that they had no beds, despite management having assured her otherwise the day before. It meant the first patient was going to have to be cancelled. At first, I thought I was about to get both barrels for not having been the one who went to HDU and found this out first, but equally, I reckoned that if I had been the one breaking it to her, she'd have shot the messenger too." "But as you intimated, you weren't the immediate target of Dr. Yeager's ire." "No. She had actually come to the ward to inform the patient that his procedure was cancelled, which she proceeded to do. Very politely, I should add, though she didn't apologise, as it wasn't her fault." "And how did the patient respond?" "He said he wanted a second opinion. She tried to explain that it wasn't a matter of medical opinion, but he was insistent." Weatherson took a breath, like an emotion memory response, recalling how he must have winced at the time. "He said that what he meant was, he wanted to talk to her boss. He was looking at me." "Oofed," thought Parlabane. I was mortified and made a flailing effort at correcting his misapprehension, but Dr. Yeager intervened and made it clear who was in charge. The patient then accepted that his procedure was indeed cancelled, which was clear from the fact that he began to complain about it, bitterly and at length. I could tell Dr. Yeager was keen to leave, but he was on a rant, most of which seemed to be to do with his having fasted for the operation. He considered this a major sacrifice, and clearly didn't fancy having to repeat it. At that point, Dr. Yeager suggested he ought to take a more optimistic perspective. Again, the remembered wince. "How so?" "She said that he had taken the first step, and if he fasted another 2,000 days, he wouldn't need the procedure at all." Oofed again. Understandably, he didn't take this too well, and later issued a formal complaint, To be fair, I could tell Dr. Yeager immediately regretted what she had said. She had clearly been at the end of her tether, but she was furious with herself. I still felt awkward about the patient having assumed I was her boss, and I tried to suggest it might have been to do with the beard I had at that time. I don't know why I thought that would make her feel better, but I felt I ought to say something.
And how did Dr. Yeager respond to your suggestion?
It would be fair to say she disagreed. She said my beard merely made me look like hipster Jesus, and that the principal physical attribute affecting the patient's misunderstanding was my penis.
And was this the first time you had been party to such a prejudiced assumption on the part of a patient?
Not at all. Patients over a certain age often assume anyone female is a nurse, even if it states their title on their name badge. I've even seen male doctors peg female consultants as juniors because they look young.
So, it is a common, if regrettable, occurrence. And yet from your response, we can tell you are utterly aghast that Dr. Yeager in particular should be assumed to be your junior colleague. One might even say disproportionately horrified. Would that be fair?
It would be an understatement.
And yet, you had never worked with Dr. Yeager before. Why then were you so treading on eggshells?
Her reputation preceded my arrival in the post. In fact, I had no idea she worked there before I transferred to Inverness, so when I discovered she was in the same department, I was apprehensive. Yes. Parlabane nodded to himself, as the fiscal's intentions began to come into focus. The journey had been like the corporation bus. It had taken a bafflingly circuitous route, but it was finally getting to its destination.
Where did you transfer from?
I was in Liverpool. My wife...
Liverpool? So it would be accurate to say that in medical circles there were things widely known about Dr. Yeager far beyond the environs of Inverness Royal Infirmary.
Yes, very widely. One thing in particular.
And what was that, Mr. Weatherson?
The young registrar spoke with coy self-consciousness, like a kid in a primary school classroom who'd been told by the teacher that in the interest of getting to the truth, it's okay to repeat the rude word he overheard. She was Blade Bitch.
Compassion fatigue. It was an inauspicious day for destiny to come calling, though it is not in the nature of fate to give notice. The occasions that we think of as life-changing are seldom precipitate. Rather, they tend to be mere milestones and markers, events long in the planning, diligently worked towards and keenly anticipated. Births, christenings, exams, graduations, job interviews, career commencement, weddings. We recognize the truly significant events, the moments when fate genuinely turns, only in retrospect. This is probably just as well. If you were told in advance that you were about to meet the man who would become the love of your life, then the pressure would be so enormous that most of us would undoubtedly blow it. It would be like a variant of the Heisenberg principle, whereby the act of observation alters that which is being observed. The state you're in during a fateful encounter may be crucial to the outcome, though it is not exactly heartwarming to look back and see that my own chances of finding love may have hinged upon being an exhausted, angry, and overwrought mess. And yet I now realize that it was only because my guard was down and finding a life partner was the furthest thing from my mind that he slipped through the barricades. I wouldn't say I'd completely given up on the idea of meeting the right man, but I was moving ever closer to accepting the notion. That's not the same as saying I'd made my peace with it, more a matter of managing expectations. I'd had a few relationships, but the longest of them only lasted a few months, and the last one was 4 years before the time we're talking about. Well, strictly speaking, no, I am not going to start defining one-night stands as relationships. They were only about sex, about getting someone to make me feel a certain way. I'm talking about the last time there was someone I felt something for. So yes, 4 years. The fact that it had been so long actually snuck up on me that morning, one of the many things that conspired to make the circumstances seem so unpromising on the day I would meet the man who changed my life forever. I was passing the fish counter when I caught a glimpse of some squat lobsters, which I hadn't seen there in ages. It sparked a memory of buying them the first time I cooked for Dan, a radiologist I started seeing when I first moved to Inverness. I really thought it was going somewhere, that it would last. Taking up the post at IRI was supposed to be a kind of banishment from the prestigious world of the big teaching hospitals, but it felt like a new beginning after everything that had happened. I'm not sure whether meeting Dan contributed to that feeling, or whether I felt so optimistic about Dan because of how I felt about everything else. But either way, I had high hopes. Then he found out about Blade Bitch. That was the beginning of the end. It seemed so stupid, so unnecessary. I hadn't changed, but suddenly I could tell he saw me differently. Whatever he had previously projected onto me had been switched off, and replaced with a new projection he was entirely less comfortable with. Shortly afterwards, Dan started seeing someone else. Someone less complicated. Someone who more readily conformed to his ideals of what a woman, what a wife, ought to be. Her name was Donna, a bubbly but vacuous nurse manager who favoured push-up bras and giddy helplessness as her mating displays. Dan and Donna were married within a year of us breaking up, and they've already got 2 kids. That was why it suddenly hit me so hard as I stood there at the fish counter. I realised how long it had been since then, how far on his life had moved, and how little mine had changed. It had been 4 years since I had anyone I could call a boyfriend, and I was at a stage in life where nobody I considered a friend ought to be describable as a boy. I'm not saying I thought for sure that Dan was the one, by the way. It's simply that back then I hadn't reached the stage where I was worrying about whether I'd find the one, or even allowing embarrassing phrases like the one to actually form in my head. I was still young, I thought. There would be time. But then one day you wake up and it doesn't feel like there's time. Being with Jan was the last occasion I could remember contemplating a guy as date material without wondering if he might be my last chance. That mindset has subsequently killed a few things before they even got started. Flirtings that might have gone further, conversations that might have led to something else if I wasn't already anticipating the reasons a relationship wouldn't work in the long run. That's what I mean about being off my guard. If I'd been thinking straight that day, he would never have got in under my radar. But I was a long way from thinking straight that day. I couldn't remember feeling so low. I told myself it was just fatigue. I'd had a very demanding and frustrating schedule in theatre the day before, but despite my exhaustion, I was too wired to sleep properly. After a few fitful hours, I found myself lying awake at about 4:30, which was when I decided to cut my losses and get up. A short while later, I was pushing my mini trolley around a 24-hour supermarket, struggling to fill it with enough items to justify having anything bigger than a basket. Walking the aisles, it was like I was navigating a living, walking, and trundling theatre list, one that would never end. All around me were future cases, meat-wrapped parcels of symptoms filling their trolleys with precisely the items they needed to exacerbate their conditions. It was too early in the day for the shop to sell drink, but the guzzling of it was marked indelibly on many of the faces that passed me. Their cheeks, yellow-tinged, and their noses florid with broken capillaries. Everywhere I turned, I saw, heard, and smelled the symptoms and the causes of disease and decay. The place was dotted with overweight and conspicuously unhealthy people, loading up on fat, salt, and sugar, filling their trays with the very pathogens that were poisoning them. It hit me that I could no longer see human beings. I could see only pathology. I was resentful of the choices they were making, willfully creating a mess that it would be my problem to clear up. This happens sometimes. I suddenly see myself as though from the outside, looking down, and I'm someone else, someone I don't like. She's cruel and callous, and I have no control over her. Unfortunately, I can't say she's someone I don't recognize, because I had been seeing more and more of her back then. Let me tell you, there are few things more pitiful than having an epiphany in Tesco at 5:30 a.m., and one of them is standing in Tesco at 5:30 a.m. and being in denial about what the epiphany is telling you. Yes, I was tired. I just wasn't accepting what I was tired of. I had spent so long railing against exclusion in my profession that it had never occurred to me to consider the value of what I was so determined to be included in. When I reached the fish counter and began thinking about Dan, one of the things that struck me was that I had spent the last 10 minutes getting angry about other people's shopping. That's got to be a pretty big indication that I'd bottomed out. But you're seldom so low that you can't fall further. And so it proved when I made it into work. Well, you've taken the first step. Another 2,000 days and you won't need the procedure at all. The second the words were out there, it was like I was looking down upon the scene from above, then suddenly had to pilot my body once more. I felt so ashamed. What was happening to me? What was I turning into? My very purpose, the thing that got me up in the morning, was to help patients like this one. There was little I didn't know about what life was like for this man, and for all the bariatric patients I had operated on before him. Their conditions were a result of the most intractable psychological complexity, their lives miserable and depressed. By the time they had reached me, it was because the procedure I could carry out was their last hope. It sounded like someone else talking, or at least the someone who lurks inside but is never permitted to surface in hospital. I am used to biting my tongue in these situations, because sometimes dealing with their denial and self-delusion is as much a part of helping them as the operation itself. When you ask them about their diet, it's like asking an alcoholic about how much they drink. You know they're lying to you. But more importantly, they're lying to themselves. So you have to handle it subtly. They describe a modest intake of food, so I respond by suggesting that this procedure isn't the right one for them, as it will only help people who grossly overconsume. They usually fess up to a few more Mars bars after that. I have been outraged by colleagues who have spoken indiscreetly about such patients, never mind to their faces, such as the anaesthetist, who once expressed his incredulity that a woman with a BMI of 60 was a vegetarian. "What does she eat?" he asked. "Fucking trees." I laid into him for his lack of professionalism and for his insensitivity. And yet here I was, saying possibly the worst thing I could as the person who was going to operate on this man. I might as well have called him a greedy bastard. It was inexcusable. There were mitigating circumstances, but I didn't think having an existential crisis was something I should include in my written response to the inevitable formal complaint. It was the culmination of a lot of things. My sleep-deprived and brittle state of mind was not improved when I first got to my office that morning and discovered I had been locked out of the hospital intranet. This meant I would have to get in touch with our utterly hopeless IT department and be patronised over the phone for 10 minutes, or, worse, that it would require an on-site visit, and I'd have to endure being patronised in person by creepy Craig. That was how things stood at 7:35, before I had gone to surgical high dependency and learned that they no longer had a bed for the first patient on my list, despite my securing a guarantee of this last thing before leaving yesterday evening. It was fair to say I was ready to blow, and I used up the last of my restraint in not responding when the patient voiced his assumption, despite me having spoken to him several times before, that I was not the consultant and that hipster Jesus was my boss. Everybody's got their limits, an endurance of frustration beyond which their composure cracks. But I was doubly angry about what I said to that patient because as a woman in this job, you're judged more harshly if you lose your cool. Women are too emotional, see? Fragile temperament. When a chap cuts a strip off of someone, it's because he doesn't suffer fools, and it's a sign of strength. When a woman does the same, it's interpreted as a sign of weakness. So I was in a personal hell of self-flagellation as I worked through the list that day, and just to put a cherry on top, I had a techie visit to look forward to. I had quickly called the IT department to report the problem while the anaesthetist was prepping my next patient, and been given the bad news that it wasn't something they could sort from their end. For reasons I'm sure you're familiar with, hospital IT personnel were not my favourite people in the world at this point. Obviously the ones at IRI hadn't done anything as utterly loathsome as I'd endured in the past, but nor were they doing much to improve the low regard in which I held their fraternity. What normally happened was that Creepy Craig would show up, at least 20 minutes later than stated, then proceed to walk me through a sequence of steps intended to determine whether the problem was down to stupidity at my end. He never assumed any knowledge. It was like his brain didn't accept cookies, so he had no recollection of the level of proficiency he could expect in assessing my dealings with the system, or with computers in general. That's my more charitable explanation anyway. The alternative interpretation is that this part of the procedure, with him leaning over my left shoulder, and always my left shoulder, afforded him a sustained opportunity to peek through the gaps in my blouse. Once Craig had determined that the issue was not going to resolve itself merely as a result of a man using the computer properly, he would usually proceed to get out his laptop or log into the restricted layers of the system from my machine. After a further quarter of an hour of stinking up my office with BO and halitosis, he would declare the problem solved, or else sigh a lot and blame issues further up the chain. That was what I had to look forward to at the end of this particular day. A little turd garnish on top of a gigantic shit sandwich, served with a side of sick. My list ended early, due to another cancellation resultant of the HDU bottleneck. I longed to go home, but instead I had to wait in my office. Otherwise I'd still be locked out of the system come Monday morning, when I had a ton of admin to get through. At around 5:10, I heard a knock and felt a shudder run through me. I glanced down at my blouse and wished I had a cardie. The problem was, I never thought to bring in such a thing, as it was always cloyingly hot in the hospital, apart from in maternity theatre, where a cadre of menopausal midwives fiercely guarded a thermostat set at 20 degrees. I was contemplating my mistake in getting changed out of my theatre blues when I called out to Craig to enter. The door swung open slightly, and a head appeared around it. Tentative to the point of apologetic. "You're not Craig?" "No, I'm Peter."
Mightier than the scalpel. Blade Bitch, as she became known, was the then anonymous author of the now infamous Sexism in Surgery blog, which was already causing controversy among medical professionals before it went explosively, some might even say violently, viral about 5 years back. Parlabane first had it drawn to his attention by his then-wife Sarah, whose poring over the postings was equally likely to be accompanied by snorts of indignant outrage or cackles of approval, as well as the occasional disbelieving gasp. These last were not to indicate incredulity at the content, rather more, "Oh my God, I can't believe she went there." She called herself Scalpel Girl, but it was the corrupted version that passed into public notice when scandal struck, meaning her chosen moniker became largely forgotten, except among the blog's original readership, and eventually even they had to refer to Blade Bitch if they wanted people to know what they were talking about. Scalpel Girl was part agony aunt and part firebrand polemicist. She collated tales of misogyny that had been sent to her by female surgeons from across the UK, passing on their shocking details and responding with sometimes equally shocking invective. As the blog grew in popularity, the stories started to come flooding into the comments section by themselves, with Scalpel Girl's overview articles sparking off areas of discussion or editorializing over a particular theme that had emerged. There were copious examples of comments that female doctors had to listen to, which Scalpel Girl characterized as low-level harassment, constantly reminding readers that the very constancy of this background hum is both its greatest indictment and its greatest threat. The danger is that we'll become so used to it that people will cease to notice how wrong it is. Parlabane recalled Sarah delightedly sharing one particular column on this subject with her peers on social media. It was entitled, "Are you too cute to be a surgeon?" and began by citing a number of quotes from recently posted accounts, including the one that had given the article its title. Looking too nice, too sexy, too homely, and too dainty were all apparently contraindicated for a career in surgery, according to male colleagues. This laid the groundwork for male prescriptions upon a more specific area of the surgical female's form. "I could take her more seriously if those tits weren't so big," one correspondent had heard said of a colleague. A number of similar remarks were cited, before being contrasted with quotes suggesting that a display of cleavage, or a generous bust, had played a part in career preferment. "Clearly, there are profound anthropomorphic implications here," Scalpel Girl had written. "We have to ask ourselves, what precisely is the optimal breast size for a woman pursuing a career in surgery? Why are there no papers on it? This is one of the scientific controversies of our age, and yet nobody is publishing. According to some sources, we need big tits to get on. And yet, according to others, big tits are an impediment to being taken seriously as professionals. The Royal College of Surgeons' ideal standard career tit has to be empirically defined and ought to be offered by breast surgeons as a template for reduction or enhancement. Parlabane didn't find it as daring or hilarious as Sarah evidently did, but the levels of decorum expected of medical professionals apparently set the bar pretty low for what could be considered risque. That wasn't what had her punching the air, however. Sarah and her peers loved it, because here was a female voice that was saying all the things that same decorum prevented them from saying themselves. It was also possible that he judged it harshly because he was a tad jealous. It used to be journalists like him whose pithy comments were being quoted and shared, though, as it was often by shouting across an office to recommend the piece to others who owned copies of the same paper, the process wasn't quite so immediate or dynamic. The blog's principal thrust was concerned with themes it considered more substantial than this background hum, or even with the frequently busy topic of unwanted touching in the workplace. These were the overarching issues of career advancement and work-life balance. Dressing for the big interview was one of the early articles that first put the blog on people's radars. It started off ostensibly as a discussion of how much more vexed a question this was for women than for male candidates, who knew the answer was simply a shirt and tie. Wearing a dress could make you look insubstantial, it had been suggested. Even a skirt could seem sexualized, apparently, by making a statement of gender. Why are women supposed to be sexually neutral in their interview dress code? She asked. Nobody is suggesting men dress in a way that somehow de-emphasizes their gender. Perhaps it's to comfort the crusty old golf club bores on the interview panel. You know, the ones who have never gotten over the fact that they no longer work in an all-male profession. So if we all put on a pair of trousers, then if they squint hard enough, they can at least pretend that they do. She then asked more broadly why women were asked to defeminize themselves in order to practice surgery, why feminine traits were typified as weaknesses, and masculine traits lionized. We're always told we need to toughen up. Why do we have to be tough? Scar tissue is tough. It is not sensitive. It feels less. To feel less is not a good thing in a caring profession. Sensitivity is feminine. Compassion is feminine. The irony is that it is this overemphasis on the value of masculine attributes that tends to make so many of our male colleagues accurately describable as cunts. Yet, he had to admit that one was always going to startle the horses. Parlabane thought she came across as too snidey and acidic sometimes, but seeing Sarah's reaction and hearing her colleagues talk about the blog, it was clear that women in medicine loved Scalpel Girl because it felt like she had their back. They took pleasure in her takedowns, and they applauded her acerbic tone because you kind of want a badass on your side. That's what she was to them, an anti-hero. Emboldened by Scalpel Girl's forthright style and the discussion she was encouraging, the blog became a touchstone and support base for female whistleblowers in the profession. For instance, interviewers for surgical positions were no longer allowed to ask whether the candidate had or was planning to have children, and the blog allowed women to highlight the more subtle ways in which it remained the conspicuous subtext of their questioning. What do you see as your life goals? They might ask. Not career goals, Scalpel Girl noted. Life goals. It was subtle. But once you knew what they were looking for, it was hard to miss. As a result, regardless of their wardrobe choices, she had a suggestion as to the most important thing female candidates could present in order to make the right impression. Bring along a uterus in a jar. Your local university anatomical museum will have one, so ask if you can borrow it for the day. What you need to do is slap it down on the table and tell him you've had it removed. That particular rant brought forth a torrent of stories from women who had experienced these subtle probings at interview, but had previously been afraid to put a name on what was really going on. This in turn led to articles in doctors' publications and a call for the Royal Colleges to toughen up their guidelines, or at least think about actually enforcing the ones they already had. But while it was officially not permitted at interview, the subject of women's childbearing intentions was constantly arrogated elsewhere as fair game for discussion, opinion, and unsolicited advice. A woman can be a good wife and mother, or she can be a good surgeon. She can't be both. One correspondent had been told by a cardiac consultant she was training under. If you want children, become a GP or a dermatologist. Other specialties were frequently assessed by senior male colleagues for their apparent belief of foundation year trainees, with the out-of-hours commitments and other demands of each discipline weighed up against the practical implications of motherhood. These helpful, impromptu careers advice pep talks, Scalpel Girl noted, never cited any implications for fatherhood, nor did anyone ever ask how surgery or other specialties might be altered. Dear God, we mustn't say improved in order to better accommodate motherhood. To illustrate what she called the blindness of entrenched privilege, Scalpel Girl quoted at length from an email she had received, recounting the regular pontifications of a particularly outspoken colleague.
You'd think doctors of all people would understand human biology, he said. You can't change it, so why are they in denial about it? They can say it's unfair, but it's a bare fact that it's women who have to be pregnant if a couple want babies, and it's women who have to breastfeed them and nurture them. That's not some archaic sexist convention. It's the inescapable reality. It is unavoidably going to cause them to interrupt their careers, and it is unavoidably going to distract them in other ways. Sleepless nights, worrying about their welfare, organising the school run and what have you. They should accept that and commit to a decision. It's not fair on their children and their husbands, and it's not fair on their colleagues and the patients if they're trying to have it both ways.
The kicker in all of this, Scalpel Girl revealed, was that the surgeon quoted was a father of 4. He got to have it both ways. He never had to commit to a decision. Scalpel Girl could not disclose who had sent the email or where she worked, in order to conceal the identity of her correspondent. Unfortunately, this necessary discretion also conferred protection upon the identity of the surgeon quoted. She did, however, reveal that his colleagues secretly called him Leatherface, because he leaves his theatre looking like the scene of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He featured regularly on the blog, partly through ongoing correspondence updates, and more significantly, when Scalpel Girl established the Leatherface Award for the worst instance of family man hypocrisy, sent in each month. There was also a Golden Bow Tie Award for boorishly chauvinistic old-school pomposity, and more controversially, the Girl-on-Girl Action Award for the worst instance of a female surgeon deemed to have stabbed her sisters in the back. The inaugural recipient of this emerged from another early rant that helped grow the blog's readership, highlighting attitudes on behalf of female surgeons that Scalpel Girl's piece eponymously damned as our own worst enemies. Again, she was able to illustrate the issue by showcasing the account of another anonymous correspondent to the site, who encountered a less than sympathetic response to a pregnancy and subsequent motherhood from a senior female consultant. The young registrar had been put on a run of nights when she was 35 weeks pregnant, and then, upon her return after 6 months maternity leave, had been stuck back on nights again. These rota assignments were the work of a female consultant, whose unsupportive attitude seemed all the more disappointing when it was revealed that she was a mother of 2 herself. But her perspective on work-life balance turned out to be most revealing. If you're committed to this career, you need to prove that, she had said. I always tell women to stop whining about sexism because it becomes a built-in excuse for failure. I was back at work within a fortnight after my first child, and within 72 hours after my second. Scalpel Girl suggested that if this self-styled superwoman had a third, she could book to have it delivered by C-section in the morning and then be free to undertake a half-day list in the afternoon. Superwoman is our enemy, Scalpel Girl had written. I'm not criticising her choices. There's enough men happy to do that without us joining in. But don't dare tell us that it's normal. Don't dare tell the rest of us we should be aspiring towards it. Superwoman isn't pushing the boundaries for women in surgery. She's pulling up the ladder. She's a sellout, making it harder for the rest of us. And she's legion. The piece sparked a wave of highly polarised online debates on doctors' forums, leading to a lot more hits on the blog and inevitable speculation as to the carefully protected identity of its author. As its reach grew, though, the website's title remained the same. The contribution saw its remit expand first to cover sexism across medicine, and then sexism in hospitals generally. This, although indirectly, was what led to its downfall. Scalpel Girl authored what she probably regarded as one of her less contentious pieces, which began as an account of lecherous attitudes from hospital IT techs, before broadening into an unfocused rant about the incompetence of hospital IT staff in general. It was, in Parlabane's opinion, not her finest work, with its low point being her assertion that, considering that IT consultancy remains the most unjustifiably over-remunerated profession of the age, given what the NHS pays, you've got to be the worst of the worst if this is the only gig you can get. Nonetheless, something in it proved cathartic to her readers, and set the tone for the torrent of Me Too outrage that followed below. Word of this dog pile somehow found its way to hospital IT personnel, and from there spread rapidly to the kinds of forum frequented by guys who demonstrate the internet adage that the response to any article on feminism proves a need for it. It was actually some of the postings in the unmoderated comment section that had caused the most outrage, describing IT guys as socially inept geeks, virgins, neckbeards, basement dwellers, the full bullshit bingo card on tech-head stereotyping. However, it was Scalpel Girl whose name was at the top. So, as is the way of these things, the Chinese whisper's reductionist perspective meant that these remarks soon became indelibly misattributed to her. Suddenly, she was a target, though the death and rape threats we have come to expect from such scenarios were not immediately unleashed. The guys who send that stuff prefer a name and a face before they can really saddle up. But nobody knew who the newly christened Blade Bitch was, or what she looked like. Unfortunately, she had pissed off precisely the constituency most adept at finding out those things. Local knowledge. Sheena Matheson's call was logged as being connected to the first contact at precisely 2:41, and a request to investigate went out from dispatch shortly after, graded S for significant priority. PC Ali Kazmi was the responding officer, on routine vehicle patrol accompanied by PC Ruben Rodriguez. It had been a quiet shift, a northerly breeze bringing the wind chill factor down to -10 and keeping the pavements relatively clear. People didn't hang about outside the chippies and kebab shops when it was cold like that, though the serious drinkers always had their liquid insulation to keep them warm. Only heavy rain kept those buggers off the streets. It had been an opportunity to break the new guy in gently, give him the guided tour. She had found him standing at the back door, glancing back and forth between the building and the carpool like he had lost his mummy. However, his problem was that it wasn't a woman he was looking for. She had watched him for a few moments, waiting until she was sure he was starting to feel the cold before she pulled up and slid down the patrol car's passenger side window. "You're PC Rodriguez, aren't you?" Can I help at all?" "Yeah, I'm supposed to be going out with PC Ali Kazmi," he replied. His accent was English, home counties, generic. "Have you seen him?" "Every time I look in the mirror." Ali watched his eyes close in brief self-reproach. Some of them acted like it was her fault she hadn't met their assumptions. She decided he looked just about contrite enough. "Sorry," he said, climbing in. "It's short for Alison, but round here, when most folk hear it, they think Ali is an Alistair." "No, I'd seen it written down. I was forgetting that there's no WPC up here. And in conjunction with your surname, I assumed... Never mind. I'll quit digging." Ali pulled away and commenced her first circuit of the one-way system. "Are you partly Spanish?" "My dad is. I was brought up in Wimbledon." "You've transferred here, from the Met?" She couldn't keep a note of amusement from her voice. It was a career move so unusual as to seem absurd. "Well, after 2 of my colleagues were gunned down right in front of me, the PTSD counsellor suggested a change of scene as an alternative to giving up the job completely." Ali felt her stomach heave. "Oh, God, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to." Then she noticed he was grinning. "You're a fucking liar." "You've got to have your fun. I'm giving some back." "Fair dues. What did bring you here?" "Something only marginally less traumatic. Bad breakup." "It must have been. Made to Highland. Though, if you come here thinking it's like Hamish Macbeth..." "Your gender aside, I've not made any assumptions. I'm in your hands." She stole a look while they were stopped at lights, and his attention was fixed on the entrance to the railway station on Academy Street. His father had been generous with his genes. Hazel eyes, thick black hair and olive skin. Stick a conquistador's helmet on him, and he could have stepped out of a painting. The brief moment it took to assess that, on a physical level anyway, she fancied him, was also enough to bring her mind back around to the things she had managed not to think about for half an hour. Maybe he only looked so good to her because she was contemplating a possibility that would rule out dating altogether for the foreseeable future. Don't be hysterical, she told herself. There were always options. Difficult options, certainly. Adult options. A decision that would be difficult to live with. But not as difficult to live with as the alternative. It was 20 past midnight when dispatch relayed that there had been reports of a drunk causing a disturbance on Union Street. "Dispatch, this is Romeo Victor 4. We are 1 minute away. We'll deal." "Romeo Victor 4 from dispatch. Is that yourself, Ali?" "Roger, Cathy. Go ahead." She gave Rodriguez a knowing look, imagining how this exchange must sound to someone used to the legions of call handlers at Central Communications Command. "Aye, well, seeing as it's you, it's worth mentioning that, by the sound of it, we're talking Red Dougal here." "Understood. Thanks, Cathy." Ali swung the car across Academy Street to execute a U-turn, though it turned into a 3-point turn instead due to cars parked on the other side. Not that it was a blue light job. "Red Dougal," said Rodriguez. "Is that a local code?" "No, it's a local nutter. Mostly harmless. Just need to handle him right. Let me take the lead." "You got it." Ali drove slowly along Union Street and brought the car to a stop roughly 10 yards from where a grizzled old man with a beard like an upturned afro was sitting on top of a bin, kicking his heels against it. As they climbed out, they could hear that he was singing to himself, thumping his heels in time to the song, though there was an aggression to his cadence. This could go either way. Ali knew him of old, knew him when most of the beard was still ginger, in fact, rather than grey. They approached slowly. Rodriguez was tensed up, readying his reflexes. She patted him gently and held out her palm, signalling that he should stay behind her. "Why are you singing, Dougal?" He swung his head around to focus on her, like his eyes couldn't swivel independently. "Ali," he slurred.
Bonnie wee Ellie, will I sing for you?
Not tonight, Dougal. It's late. Folk are in their beds.
Are they? Dougal asked this like it was an astonishing revelation, and, in his mind, 2 minutes ago it had been 4 p.m.
It's after 12. You should be in your bed. We'll give you a lift home.
She didn't wait for a response, but put an arm out and helped him slide off the top of the bin. Rodriguez looked at her like she was crazy, then seemed to work out what was going on. Wrongly, she'd wager. They helped Dougal into the back, but gave up trying to put a seatbelt on him after a couple of futile attempts.
You're not going to spew in my car, are you, Dougal? Because that would upset me.
He shook his head by way of a response, in a manner that left her in doubt as to how much he had understood, or even heard the question.
Drunk tank,
Rodriguez asked quietly.
As good as?
Rodriguez looked askance as he took a left at a roundabout. He hadn't been here long, but had evidently established his bearings enough to know that both the nearest station and the regional HQ were to the right. Dougal began singing again in the back seat. Allie, 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 Bally Bee, sitting on your mammy's knee, asking for a wee bobby. It was hellish, but he was in a world of his own, and they could talk.
Are we actually driving him home?
Rodriguez asked incredulously.
Why? I wouldn't even have lifted him. He was a bit pissed, that's all.
Local knowledge?
The nightclub 50 yards away will be chucking out in half an hour. When he's drunk, Dougal sings for them on the high street. Sometimes he's after money or just attention. Sometimes he's got a wee jog of aggression in him, and he's after something else. All it takes is some young guy who's feeling a bit aggro, and you've got a mess. Especially if the young guy has mates.
So you take him out of the equation and all is calm?
On a quiet night like this, why not? We're a long way from Kansas, Toto.
They drove a couple of miles out of town and dropped Dougal in front of a cottage so ramshackle it looked in imminent danger of collapse. He made an epic journey of reaching his door, but eventually disappeared inside, and a light glowed in the front window, their cue to drive on.
Now you really are thinking you're in Hamish Macbeth.
I'm thinking, I can't believe that place has electricity.
Angus Gourley, one of the duty sergeants, has known Dougal forever, worked alongside him in the rig fabrication yards up in Nig Bay. Back in the 70s, Dougal lived in a decommissioned army pillbox in the Cromarty Firth. He's a rugged old soul. That's why you don't want him getting into any fights.
Got you.
Angus said that one time he turned up with a seal pelt he was wearing like a scarf. He had killed it for food.
Jesus.
Angus asked him what it was like, and Dougal told him, "It tastes a bit like badger."
All right, now you are making stuff up.
She wasn't, but it amused her to let him think so.
Around 2 they were both hungry, so Ali swung by a 24-hour petrol station where the coffee was passable and the microwave steak bakes hadn't poisoned her yet. Rodriguez stayed in the car to monitor the radio while she went inside for the food. He was a veggie, he advised, calling out as an afterthought as she approached the sliding doors. They were out of cheese pasties and vegetarian samosas, so she went to the fridges to grab him a sandwich. It was on the way there that she passed the toiletries section, stopping to take in the pregnancy test kits, almost mockingly positioned next to the tampons. It might have made her laugh before, to wonder why the hell were they stocking home pregnancy kits in a 24-hour garage? How could it possibly be something that couldn't wait until the shops had opened in the morning? Because not knowing was something you never wanted to prolong if you didn't need to. She understood now. Knowing was better than not knowing, as long as the answer was the one you wanted, and not the one you were afraid of. She wasn't at that stage yet, though. She was only a few days late, for God's sake. She was brushing pastry flakes off her lap and out of the open door of the car when the call went out from dispatch.
To confirm, she replied, it's a significant priority, but not an emergency. Carla couldn't say for definite what she saw. It was in her rear view, and she had been shaken up. The car might have left the road, but from the sounds of it, it might have disappeared from sight around the next bend. Isn't this one for traffic? Nobody available. Fatak on the A9 north of Carbridge an hour ago. Roger, we'll check it out. Ooey dooey, did she say? That's affirmative. A woman scorned. The woman on the witness stand now was a senior manager at Alderbrook Hospital in North London. She was confident and clearly spoken, coldly neutral in her account of her trust's most controversial former employee. Her relaxed manner was a marked contrast to the preceding testimony of Callum Weatherson, but Parlabane knew it was always a different story when you had a dog in the fight. She gave a detailed account of what had happened as a result of the Sexism in Surgery blog being hacked, though the relevance of it all was something the jury were going to have to take on faith at this stage. Parlabane remembered it well, one of those social media mini-storms that seemed so important to everyone following it at the time, but of which the outside world was blithely oblivious. The first thing the hackers did was leak Diana Yeager's name and place of work. Within seconds of these details going public, anyone who Googled her was able to discover what she looked like. That was when the rape and death threats came flooding in, from what Yeager called the legions of the angry maggot thrashers, invisible tough guys who wouldn't have the nerve to say boo to me if we were the only two people in a locked room. To the first Twitter rape threats, all of which she retweeted, she replied with a photograph of a listed knife stating, "You say you'll rape me? I say I'll cut your balls off with this. Let's meet up and see who's bluffing." The knife photo was not a stock shot. She had taken it with her phone. When Sarah showed him these exchanges, Parlabane was aghast. He remembered saying that either Yeager didn't realise garnering such a reply would be like a trophy to these bastards, or else she was psychotic. Back then, he had meant it as a figure of speech. She learned the hard way that you don't get into a pissing contest with these people. In the days that followed, the rape and death threats escalated exponentially. But it wasn't only the proliferation that made it far worse. She was fully doxed. Her home address, landline and mobile numbers were published. Then documents and personal photos stored online were posted on file-sharing sites. That was when the police got involved. Anonymous rape threats on Twitter are bad enough, but when you can be sure that they know where you live, it's a whole other thing. However, it wasn't the threats that proved the most toxic fallout from Blade Bitch being unmasked. After Diana Yeager was named, there swiftly commenced a retrospective game of join the dots, and the picture it revealed was not flattering. With the hospital where she worked widely known, it soon emerged that a male consultant surgeon nicknamed Leatherface worked there too, as did a female consultant surgeon, fond of telling colleagues how she'd returned to work after the births of her children. This unleashed a quite colossal shitstorm, as the identities of her disparaged colleagues were revealed and disseminated, with intolerable consequences for their personal and professional reputations. It wasn't only Yeager getting hate mail now. Leatherface and Superwoman, named respectively as Terence Horgan and Holly Crichton, were pilloried and humiliated, their lives picked apart in online discussion like specimens on the dissection table. The ensuing investigation threatened to get more serious still, as questions were asked as to whether patients might also be identifiable now that so much other information was in the public domain. This seemed unlikely, but the true significance of the questions was that they emerged from the Royal College of Surgeons, which had never come out well in the blog, and which presumably hadn't taken kindly to being described as institutionally sexist. The scalpels were definitely out for her, but Yeager stood firm in the teeth of the gale. No evidence emerged that patient confidentiality had been broken intentionally or by extrapolation.
And though she expressed solidarity with her colleagues for the harassment they received, she maintained that she had broken no rules and no laws. She had never named anybody in her blog, other than people who were already in the public domain, and had kept her own identity secret. The naming of Terence Horgan and Holly Crichton she described as collateral damage from an attack on herself. This was very much in keeping with what Parlabane would later learn about her. Diana is never in the wrong, he was warned. She can screw up sometimes, and she can accept responsibility for the consequences, but that's not the same thing. In her mind, Diana is never in the wrong. The distinction failed to help her on this occasion. Not having broken specific rules was not the same as being blameless, and there was little sympathy or goodwill on her side as a result of the underhand way in which she had got back at her colleagues. The charge of gross professional misconduct did not stick, and officially she was not sacked, but only because the terms of her resignation were agreed between her lawyers and those representing the hospital trust. Not only did she lose her consultant post at the prestigious Alderbrook, but the damage to her reputation ensured that no major teaching hospital was likely to employ her again. One of the conditions of the settlement was that she had to apologise in writing to Horgan and Crichton, which she did, but Parlabane had seen it, and the wording was as careful as it was revealing. She apologised for the distress caused them. She was acknowledging that it was resultant of her actions, but not accepting that it was her doing. To be fair, the rest of the apology did seem genuinely heartfelt. She did not communicate in lawyerly platitudes, instead writing understandingly, and at length, about what they must have gone through and how angry they must feel towards her. She seemed acutely conscious of the hurt they had endured, and convincingly remorseful over what they had suffered. But that was something else Parlabane would later be told about her, by someone in this courtroom who had first-hand knowledge. Just because you're a psychopath doesn't mean you can't have emotional intelligence, she had told him. And just because you have emotional intelligence doesn't mean you're feeling those emotions. Diana knows how to express the values that put people at ease. She knows how to come across as sympathetic and as empathetic. But what she tells you she's feeling and what she's actually feeling, never mind what she's actually thinking, can be two very different things. It is part of her predator's camouflage. One charge she couldn't escape was her dishonesty over the imaginary correspondence to her blog, because that one was heard in the court of public opinion. She had lied about these accounts coming from third parties in order to conceal that these early articles were little more than score settling. It was a form of what the French call l'esprit d'escalier, the things we wish we had said as we descend the stairs after an argument. Rather than argue her case directly, she had hit back in a way that was cowardly and anonymous, and a few observers noted that these were precisely the qualities she subsequently disdained in the trolls who attacked her. Sly, underhand, scheming, and ruthless. That was her MO. If you had made an enemy of her, you didn't know you were under threat until it was too late. Parlabane glanced across the courtroom to where she sat, her face impassive, but oh, so much going on behind those piercing blue eyes. He knew from experience that if you were going to go up against this woman, you'd better make sure you didn't leave her standing. She didn't forgive, and she didn't forget. A few weeks after leaving Alderbrook, she quietly slipped back into employment, finding a new start in Inverness, far from the glare and glamour of the bright lights in the big city. Despite the baggage she brought, she was too valuable a prospect for them to pass up, like a provincial football team happy to take on a flawed talent who'd fallen from grace at one of the major clubs. Parlabane didn't doubt she was grateful for the new chance, and she fairly knuckled down when she got there. But nor was there any doubt that she still had a substantial conceit of herself. A couple of years later, she gave an interview to a less contentious medical blog, in which she conveyed enduring bitterness about the position she had lost and the circumstances in which she had been forced to give it up. She had been the principal victim of a crime, she still insisted, and none of the subsequent wider damage would have happened had her computer security not been illegally compromised. She still blamed IT personnel at Alderbrook for the breach, and after the monstering she received as a consequence, it was clear she was harbouring precisely no conciliatory thoughts towards hospital IT personnel in general. This was why it came as a very big surprise to many people that she ended up marrying a hospital IT tech. And perhaps less of a surprise that 6 months later, he was dead.
A time to cry. Peter proposed marriage within a few hours of meeting me. He wasn't serious, but given how things transpired between us, it's worth dwelling upon for a moment, though I'll let you infer your own significance. "I'm in the right place?" he inquired, skittishly, remaining in the doorway. "You are Dr. Yeager, and you put in a request for IT support?" "Yes," I confirmed. "I'm locked out of the system. Have been since this morning." "Okay, sorry about that. I'll see what I can do." The first thing that struck me about him was the thought that he seemed vulnerable, and yet shouldn't. Actually, being completely honest, that was the second thing that struck me, but it was directly related to the first. Maybe it was a reaction to bracing myself for the presence of creepy Craig, but I remember finding him attractive, a rust-stuck part of my psyche still responding at a primal level to the sight of something that pleased me, if only on a superficial level. He looked early 30s, but possibly younger. My judgment on these things was not the best. I had recently got into the consoling habit of trying to convince myself that people were actually older than they appeared. It was my desperate way of making myself believe 40 was still young. Certainly, he wasn't someone striving to present an air of grown-up gravitas. His hair was down to his neck, thick and black and shiny, falling across his face when he leaned one way or the other. Though he was dressed in regulation suit and tie, I pegged him for the trendy tech geek subgenus, lesser spotted in these parts, as opposed to the basement-dwelling, pasty-skinned goblin I'd been expecting. And yet, as I say, I got this meek and fragile vibe from him, something setting off my instinctive damage sensors. It was like coming across an item on sale that may look fine on the outside, but at that bargain price you know there has to be something wrong with it. "Do you mind?" he asked, and sat on my desk. I was the one looking over his shoulder. He didn't ask me to walk through the process, but started running commands, though his expression suggested he didn't like what he saw. "Where's Craig?" I asked. I was concerned that if this guy couldn't fix it, he'd have to call in the boss, and I, thus, wouldn't be spared an encounter with him after all. Yet, at the same time, if that's what it took, I wanted it done, and quickly. I needed this sorted, otherwise I'd be back to square one first thing on a Monday morning, because nothing would get fixed over the weekend. Mainly, I wanted to go home. I was feeling so exhausted and emotionally strung out that I had reached the stage where I suspected I would cry if someone said the wrong thing to me. Losing it in front of Craig because he told me my computer access couldn't be restored until next week would be the final humiliation. And what was making me doubly anxious was that the wrong thing might not necessarily be something negative. I feared if someone was solicitous towards me, it might actually be worse. "Craig, is that who you normally get? He'll have gone by now. I was the one who drew the short straw." Something occurred to him, and he looked faintly concerned. "I don't mean as in dealing with you specifically," he clarified. "I just mean it was last thing Friday and everybody wanted to leave." He reprised the uncomfortable look, perhaps realizing he was only digging himself deeper by implying that there was a reason why I might think this was the case. "Quite," I said. My tone would have been more acidic had I not been clinging on by my fingernails and trying to neutralize my emotional responses, lest the dam burst. Why ever would I think otherwise? I guess my tone wasn't quite as neutral as I was pitching, because he picked up on it, right away. He looked anxious but good-humoured, as though trying to be tolerant of the fact that there was something going on that he couldn't possibly understand. "Look, I don't want to put my foot in anything here, but they were a bit coy back at the IT hub when I told them the job. Is there something I should know? Have you had a run-in with the hospital IT before?" There was a brightness in his eyes that I couldn't read. Either it was innocence openly appealing for a fair shake, or it was malice, disguised as the first. I was instantly reminded of walking back from one of the few football matches I ever attended, with my brothers. The pair of them draped disconsolately in their blue and white scarves. A man stopped us to ask the score, and somehow I sensed he already knew, but wanted these young boys to tell him how their team had lost. He had a nasty little smirk as he said, "Oh dear, too bad." "Are you trying to be funny?" I asked. He took his hands off the keyboard in a supplicatory gesture. "I'll interpret that as a yes," he replied. "I take it we didn't cover ourselves in glory." "You're saying you don't know?" His hands rose higher, now more like a surrender. "Don't know, happy to remain in the dark. Happy to hear your version of it, if you feel the need to vent. The latter might slow down my diagnostic efforts here, but it's your dime." I stared at him, still trying to read whether he was bluffing. I decided that if he was very good. "Does the name Blade Bitch mean anything to you?" I asked. He shook his head apologetically. "No, sounds like something out of an MMO." "What's an MMO?" I asked, momentarily derailed by his guileless sincerity. "Short for MMORPG. Massively multiplayer online role-playing game. Like Warcraft, Sacred Reign, that kind of thing." "Do you play?" "Do I look like I play?" I honestly couldn't say. Maybe if I saw you in civvies, though. Even then, it's not good form to judge on appearances. "So, who is Blade Bitch?" "It really doesn't matter. I'd rather not distract you from the task in hand. It's been a very long day, and this is the one thing preventing it from being over." "I hear you," he said, his fingers tapping away as he brought down menus and opened windows I had never seen on my system before. "This job is the last thing keeping me on tie time." "Tie time?" "The dress code. They insist." "Yeah, I was drawn to computers because I'm naturally comfortable looking like an office drone. I mean, are they afraid of what IT guys would look like if we were left to dress ourselves?" Actually, come to think of it, the dress code kinda makes sense now. I didn't laugh politely, didn't smile, but I was at least aware of suppressing the latter, though I wasn't entirely sure why. Despite my reputation, I wasn't immune to male charm, but I certainly could be resistant to it, especially from an experienced practitioner. When I got the impression someone expected women to find him charming, it was shields up. Peter baffled my defences. On a certain physical level, he looked like he ought to be boyishly cocky, and that was what initially triggered my resistance. He was not cocky, however, nor even particularly confident, but there was something affected in his manner, just not affected in the way I was on guard against. Instead, his friendly chat seemed like someone putting on a persona in order to overcome shyness. The friendliness was genuine. It was the ability to express it that seemed an effort. I felt bad about being barely civil to him. After all that had happened that day, it was almost like I needed to be nice to someone even more than I needed to rip someone's head off. I don't know. Maybe it was simply because a pathetic part of me needed someone to be nice back. Either way, I tried to be warmer. "Did you start here recently?" I asked. His accent didn't sound local. I guessed Edinburgh, but I wasn't good at judging. Middle-class Scottish was as much as I could confidently narrow it down. "Depends on how you define recently. I've been here about 3 months. I work for Cobalt Solutions, which the hospital trust now outsources its IT to. I got rotated here for the transition." "So, what's happened to Craig and his team?" I tried not to betray excitement at the possibility of him no longer being here. "Their jobs get transferred over to Cobalt, or they can take redundancy. I think Craig is opting for transfer." I'll bet, I thought, unable to imagine him getting hired anywhere else. "So, are you into, MORs?" I asked. I felt like a middle-aged auntie trying to strike up conversation with her teenage nephew. "No. I've dabbled, but there's so much commitment required to reach a level where you're any good. I struggle enough with that in real life." "I know what you mean." I had often considered how concentrating so much time and energy into one aspect of my life came at a cost to everything else. And I don't only mean family or relationships. I once blogged about it, in fact. How I had failed to take up any hobbies other than a bit of running to stay fit. "Part of the problem," I wrote, "is the surgeon's mindset, which is hyper-competitive. We don't dabble unless we think we can be brilliant at something. There seems no point in even beginning. And though I am utterly single-minded once I have decided to pursue something, time is always going to be the big stumbling block. They say that in order to master something, a language, a sport, a musical instrument, it takes 10,000 hours. Subtract work, sleep, and the basics of subsistence, and it might take me decades to accumulate that quantity of free time. I'm not sure I could commit so expressly to one pursuit. I already did that once in life, and I was starting to wonder whether it was a mistake." "I realize how boring this sounds," I acknowledged, "but I couldn't imagine pouring in hours and effort to obtain skills that I couldn't utilize in the real world." "Yeah, but all your effort has given you amazing skills in the real world. I mean, why would you want to hack and slash online when you can hack and slash for real?" "It's not as exciting as you make it sound. In fact, if it's exciting, that's usually a bad sign." "Not exciting, but still pretty amazing. I mean, what other job lets you cut people open without serious jail time?" "I must confess I've never looked at it that way," I said, trying not to sound withering. "No, I don't suppose you would. But you must still occasionally catch a glimpse of yourself from the outside and secretly think, I am awesome." I had been doing well up until then. The conversation seemed sufficiently lightweight and pointless to serve as a distraction from what had previously been building up. But then he went and said that, and something inside me gave. As I had feared, it was him being solicitous that was my downfall, and the fact that he wasn't even trying to be solicitous was what slipped through my barricades. I did frequently catch a glimpse of myself from the outside, and it had been a long time since I liked what I saw. The thought of this pleasant and gentle-spirited young man seeing something better, something impressive, suddenly overwhelmed me. There was nothing I could do to stop the tears from falling. I didn't let out a sob, but my eyes filled and overflowed with irresistible rapidity. His focus was back on the screen, but he noticed before I could reach for a tissue. Besides, there was no way of covering it up. Is everything okay? I mean, obviously it's not, but... Yes, I said, waving a hand dismissively as I dabbed at my cheeks with the other. I hate people seeing me cry, especially at work. I know I shouldn't, and I've written about how we ought not to be masking female traits because they might be perceived as weakness. But as we're a long way from winning that particular culture war, it always feels embarrassing. It could have been a lot worse, I suppose. It could have been in front of Creepy Craig, or a male member of my department. I'm sorry, I said. I'm not feeling at my most awesome right now. And you're desperate to get home. Got it. I'll be out of your hair fast as I can. Thank you. He worked swiftly and quietly, his fingers rattling the keys, boxes and panels opening and closing too fast for me to follow. After a few minutes, he called up a login screen and asked me to type in my username and password. It still came up as unrecognized. Damn. I'm really sorry. Look, just let me try one last thing, and if that doesn't work, I don't know, might have to wave a dead chicken at it. What? Nothing. Geek speak for desperation. Don't worry, I think I know what the problem is now. He worked the keyboard again, then sighed and sat back as code began scrolling in a window on the left-hand side. Just recompiling something, and if all goes well, we'll both be able to draw a line under the week. Unless you're on call tomorrow, he added hurriedly, perhaps suspecting another way he might have put his foot in it. No, I assured him. So I'm not thinking beyond going home and seeing what Friday night has to offer. More crying, I'm guessing, followed by dinner for one and falling asleep in front of the telly before Graham Norton has even flipped anybody out of the red chair. Not very awesome. Sad, in fact. Have you got plans? I added. Not that I was interested in hearing about someone else's better life, but I wanted to be polite and, more pressingly, I needed to get off the fragile subject of myself, in case I blubbed again. Yeah, I think I can actually trump you in the sad and pitiful stakes. I'm heading home to do more work on a pipe dream project that's never going to take off. Then I'll have a quick freshen up before heading out to see Blink 183 at the Ironworks. I'm not known for my encyclopedic knowledge of popular culture, but I was pretty sure this didn't sound right. Isn't it Blink 182? I asked, hoping I hadn't got this wrong and was about to look even more ancient and pitiful than I already did. Not at the Ironworks, he replied. That's why I win the SAD. I'm spending my Friday night going to see a Blink 182 tribute band. Alone, as well. I was meant to be going with a mate, but he's got man flu. I was internally debating whether it was sadder to be going solo to a gig or to stay in alone instead. Deciding factor is I've already spent money on the tickets. Anyway, I'm wittering. Should be done here any second. He closed the window that had been scrolling code, then opened up the login box again, gesturing me towards the keyboard, with a hint of a flourish. This time it let me in. "You can go home and cry now," he said, getting up. "Thank you. Enjoy Blink-182. 3, I corrected. I watched him walk out, closing the door softly behind himself. I sighed, feeling the last of the energy drain from my body now that I could finally afford to stand down. A line had been drawn under the week, as Peter had put it, and under this day in particular. This day of trials that had started more than 12 hours ago, kicking off with a squat lobster, prompting a revelation about what a sad, lonely mess I was. And now I could go home and cry. Awesome. Awesome Diana with her amazing skills. Who wouldn't want to be me? I was reaching for my jacket when there was another brief knock at the door. Then it opened to reveal Peter standing there again. He looked even less sure of himself than the first time. I wondered what he'd forgotten, and hoped to God he didn't need to do more work on my computer. "Look," he said, "I was just thinking, and I hope this doesn't seem inappropriate. Especially not harassment complaint inappropriate, because it's not a pickup, but I was wondering if you wanted to trade one sad for another. See, I've got a spare ticket for a dodgy Blink-182 tribute band, and after the day you look like you've had, maybe what you need is 3 guys from Ullapool putting on unconvincing American accents and singing about getting blowjobs from your mum. And I can't believe I just said blowjobs from your mum. That's probably sealed the harassment thing. But, you know, the offer's there." Something inside me lit up, and I was aware of feeling it before all of my rational thought processes could bustle in like disapproving relatives. It was flattering. Even though I knew I wasn't being asked on a date, merely the prospect of being out in the company of someone young, bright, attractive, and male instantly picked me off the floor. For a moment, I caught a glimpse of a different self I might be, and I needed to see myself differently right then. I don't mean I was deluding myself about how he might see me, because for all I knew he only saw some tragic older woman who he was trying to cheer up. I simply needed something to change, and I saw a new possibility for how this miserable Friday might end. "Okay," I said. He looked a little surprised, and perhaps I was imagining it, but there was a flash of something in his eyes that suggested he was genuinely pleased. Terra Incognita. 3 hours later, I was regretting my decision, cursing my emotional fragility as I waited alone on Chapel Street, feeling like there was a neon sign above my head, spelling out the words, "Stood up." I had spent much of the intervening time asking myself what the hell I thought I was doing. As I cooked and ate, showered and dressed, those glimpses of myself, out having a good time, laughing in easy company, were narrowing, like a constructed future collapsing under the weight of its own implausibility. It was as though the closer time brought me to reality, the less I could believe in the dream. I was only going to make a fool of myself, I chided. In fact, I was making a fool of myself already, merely by getting dressed and putting on some makeup. Then I resolved to get a grip. Going out on a Friday evening was not making a fool of myself. Was this how far I had fallen? That I could only perceive myself within a certain context, that of work, endeavour, seriousness, and impending lonely middle age. Nonetheless, I had to pull back 6 or 7 times from ringing his mobile to cancel. I distracted myself for a while by catching up with my friend Emily on Facebook. We traded some messages, and she told me how things were going with her job and her husband. They were both lecturers at Durham. I replied with some chat about life in the Highlands and at the IRI, but I failed to mention that I was going out with a man tonight. I didn't want to invite curiosity or innuendo. It wasn't a date, I kept reassuring myself. Why? Going on Facebook, therefore, failed to take my mind off the evening ahead, and inevitably, I ended up Googling him. He showed up on Facebook, and on the Cobalt Company site. There wasn't much to be gleaned, other than what he had already told me. He was a gamer, and a tech geek. That was when it struck me that he might be Googling me too. So, there I was, standing outside the ironworks, pulling back from ringing to ask where he had got to. I don't know why. He was late, and it was nothing to call and ask what was keeping him. This felt different, though. Like phoning up would seem needy or naggy. I didn't merely feel conspicuously stood up, though. I felt conspicuously out of place, like everybody could see I didn't belong. As a result, I was ridiculously relieved and reassured whenever I saw someone plausibly my age or older going into the club. 10 minutes ticked into 12. 6 minutes, in my estimation, is the basic margin of error, allowing for a 3-minute discrepancy either side of the right time on 2 people's watches. To that I could add bus, train, or traffic delays, falling beneath a minimum that was worth sending a text. Though maybe he had sent a text and my phone hadn't received it. That sometimes happened when I hadn't restarted it in a while. Or maybe he had got my number wrong, transposed 2 of the digits. I was actually thinking all this shit. As the time approached 15 minutes, I began to wonder whether it was an elaborate revenge setup, and that even now he was live streaming the image of me standing there to a bunch of fellow hospital IT spods. Then I saw him. Isn't it amazing how turning up late can transform people? How they become a more welcome sight than you remember? Or that, had they pitched up when they were supposed to, when finally Peter came into view, hurrying along the street in a light jog, I was so relieved to see him that all of my internal doubts as to the wisdom of being here were instantly dispelled. He was dressed in black jeans and a t-shirt, under a leatherette jacket. Somehow he looked smarter than when he'd been wearing a collar and tie. Or, if not smarter, definitely better dressed. He looked right. I was in jeans too, but I bet he hadn't gone through several changes in and out of them in preference over various trousers that seemed too starchy, too formal, too work-like, or too dressy for what I estimated to be appropriate to the venue and the occasion. I had gone through as many changes of top too, with the issue of what looked good proving only a secondary consideration. The principal areas of internal wrangling were the thornier questions of who I was dressing for, what I was trying to say by my choice, and whether I was prepared to admit either to myself. Peter's t-shirt was dominated by a logo that said Blue Sun above some Chinese characters. It was a fashion line I didn't recognize, or a pop culture reference I didn't get. Neither category would necessarily indicate great depths of arcana. "Sorry I'm late," he said. "I was coding, lost track of time. Reached what they call a flow state. Thanks for waiting. I was afraid you'd have bailed on me." He handed over the tickets at the door, the bouncer giving me the most cursory glance. Whatever he was trained to be on the lookout for, I wasn't it. We headed inside. I was anticipating darkness, but it was fairly bright, coloured lights playing around the walls, and the crew still busy making adjustments on the stage. There was music playing, but it wasn't too loud to speak. I recall being unsure whether that was a good thing. "Can I buy you a drink?" Peter asked. The place wasn't particularly busy, less than a third of capacity, I estimated. I saw two faces I recognised as we approached the bar, a casualty officer called Charlotte and a theatre nurse named Polly. I saw the confusion in their faces as they took a moment to recognise me, thrown by the context with which they normally associated my presence. I guessed that was Monday morning's gossip sorted. But, oddly, I didn't mind. I wasn't sure what had thrown them more, that I'd be at a Blink-182 tribute show, or that I was out with a man, and a younger man at that. I had taken the car, but on the spur of the moment I decided I would get a cab home and pick it up in the morning. Something told me I was going to need more than a couple of mineral waters to get through this. I was about to ask for white wine, then thought that was probably a bad idea on a number of levels. "Just a beer, thanks." "Pint." That didn't sound very me, but I could see that the staff were pouring bottled beers into plastic glasses anyway, so I decided, what the hell. I was trying not to be very me that night, wasn't I? "So, what were you coding that caused you to enter this flow state?" "It's a project I've been working on. Rather technical to explain. It's going okay, but..." He shrugged, a rather wistful smile playing across his face. "What?" Just been over this ground a few too many times. I think I'm getting somewhere, and then well, I think peters out is a particularly appropriate expression. That's why I'm in awe of the application it must take to reach where you are. It helps if you're a boring swot with a one-track mind and a pathological stubbornness. Seriously, don't underestimate it. It takes passion to have a dream, and then do what is necessary to really live it. The follow-through? That's my weakness. A lot of grand vision and enthusiasm at the inception, but my past is littered with the debris of abandoned ideas that turned out not to be as clever or as viable as they seemed. I lack your dedication. Guess that's why I can only get a gig in hospital IT. He took a sip of beer as he said this, eyeing me over the rim with a mixture of mischief and curiosity. The part of me that had recently been afraid of an elaborate revenge prank was suddenly on alert, but I didn't have the sense that there was anything malicious going on. More like a gentle dig to see how I took it. "So you knew all along?" I said neutrally. "No, not at all. I Googled you when I got home. Had to. I got the vibe that there was something you weren't telling me." I'm not going to apologise to every IT person I ever meet, and I don't need to justify myself over what I wrote, I told him, feeling myself stiffen. "So don't. I'm not going to take the huff over what you said about IT guys, any more than I'm going to feel responsible for how other IT guys behaved. I just thought I should let you know I was aware of it, because it wouldn't be right to pretend otherwise." "Okay," I said. "It had to get out there, I suppose. Curse of the age. I hate the fact that people can find out so much about me instantly. All my baggage only a search string and a mouse click away." "Yeah, but it's a blessing of the age too, if you look at it differently. It's not some buried mine waiting to be stepped on further down the line. Instead of you worrying about what I might find out, it's out there, right away, so we can both get past it instantly." "You think?" I asked, indicating my skepticism. I was trying to make him less at ease, more fearful that he had offended me. I don't know why. It was moot anyway, because it wasn't working. He held up his plastic glass, inviting mine. I let out a sigh and couldn't help but smile. I tapped my beer against his, and we both took a pull, to seal the deal. "Past it instantly," I said. "Although we now have to get married," he replied. There it is. Read into it retrospectively what you will. Why? Because it would heal the rift between our great houses. No longer would surgeons and hospital IT staff be hostages to the bitter divisions of the past. It would never work, I told him. Why not? You told me you're bad at seeing your ideas through. Then eternal war it must be. The lights went down shortly after that, and the band took the stage, removing the need for small talk. The place was busier than when I arrived, but still less than half full, and the response from the audience was a long way south of rapturous. I didn't imagine a tribute act elicited much hysteria. I had never seen one before, and I had no idea of the dynamic, of what was motivating the people in here who hadn't come along in a genuinely desperate attempt to defer a midlife crisis. The sound was discordantly trebly. At first I wasn't sure whether it was supposed to be like that, and I was simply too out of touch to dig the aesthetic, but halfway through the second number, somebody evidently noticed that a cable was unplugged, and the improvement was considerable. It sounded solid and powerful, though I wondered whether the ropey start had the same boost effect upon my perception as Peter turning up late. It would be fair to say I didn't consider myself au fait with the Blink oeuvre, and not being familiar with the songs, it was difficult to engage. My mind began to drift, though it couldn't drift that far, thrashing guitars precluding any profound contemplation. I asked myself again what I was doing here, and thought about what a waste of my time it was to be watching a tribute act to a band I had no interest in. I wasn't much for going to gigs anyway, so seeing Blink-182 live was hardly on my bucket list. Watching three guys pretend to be Blink-182 surely couldn't be of any cultural value that I could discern, so I didn't envisage any way in which this could enrich me, or what meaning I could take away from it. My inner tutor was acutely aware that this was time I could be spending reading up on the latest journal papers, or watching CME-credited online lectures. The band began singing about getting a blowjob from your mum. I turned to Peter and he gave me a look, part amused, part bashfully apologetic. The number lasted less than a minute, before the band segued into a song I actually recognised. It must have been popular when I graduated, because it took me right back to that time. Then something very unusual happened. I began to enjoy myself.
Blackwater. Ali slowed down after passing through the hamlet towards Kirk. There was frost on the ground, and the bends became sharp along the stretch as the road hugged the meandering course of the river. Rodriguez peered out of the passenger side window. The water was barely discernible as a slightly more shimmery blackness than all the other blackness surrounding it. It was fast-moving here. Rocks jutting above the surface, occasionally picked out by the patrol car's headlights as he approached a bend. "If a car went off the road and into that, we'd see it," Rodriguez predicted. "Doesn't look like it would go in deeper than the wheel arches." "Yes, but that's not where she said it happened. This is the wrong side of the waterfall." Ali pulled into a lay-by beyond the signpost Kathy had mentioned. There was a turn-off nearby, a gravel track leading to picnic benches near a viewing point for the falls. Forest trails led off from here too, marked by colour-coded signposts along the way. She engaged the run-lock system to keep the engine turning for the headlights, though there was scant danger of somebody nicking the car out here. The wind was whipping along the glen, biting into her cheeks. Above it, she could hear the white noise rumble and hiss of the waterfall. Merely the sound of it made her feel colder. The night was very dark, cloud cover obscuring the moon and stars. They were going to need all the light they could get. She went to the boot and pulled out a couple of torches, though definitely not a pair. "Why do I get the tiddly one?" he asked. "It's not tiddly. It's police issue. The surefire is my own." She played the light across the surface of the road. Frost twinkled on the tarmac, which made it easier to pick out the fresh tire marks. "Somebody slammed on the anchors pretty hard here," she said. Rodriguez pointed his own beam along the marks and beyond, trying to follow the line of where the car's momentum would have taken it. The tracks seemed to indicate that it careered on the opposite side to the river, which would have angled it into the side of a hill.
"She definitely said the car was approaching from this end?"
"Yes, but it sounded like it fishtailed. So if the skids curve right at this point, it would have veered left again further on."
"Can't find another set of fresh marks," Rodriguez observed. "Though there are plenty of older ones."
"It's an accident black spot, and a well-named one at that."
"Uid Dub?" he attempted. "How's that well named? I can't even pronounce it."
"It's Gaelic for Black Fort. But the English name is a phonetic corruption of the original. You hear that rush of water over there? Yeah? It's known as Widow Falls."
Easy kills. I can reasonably consider myself an expert on many things pertaining to the human condition, but relationships are not among them. Nonetheless, I know enough now, from personal experience, to state that anyone who says opposites attract is talking utter rot. It derives from a misunderstanding, not only of the concept of opposition, but of the very nature and purpose of gender. Male and female are not opposites. Their relationship is complementary. I can see where the confusion comes from. In a relationship, in a marriage, it's the things you have in common that bond you, but nonetheless, it's the things you don't have in common that fascinate you about one another. This, I suppose, is what people call chemistry. Maybe they should call it alchemy, because it's a far more mysterious and less logical transformative process than could be governed by any chemical equation. I know this because all of the reasons why our relationship shouldn't have worked became all of the reasons that it did. Peter turned my head. That's what a disapproving mother or a concerned pal says about a boyfriend when they don't understand why a girl is with him. It was true, though. He changed how I thought, how I looked at the world, and I did the same to him. The way I understood it, we made each other believe differently about ourselves, and that made us believe in us. I spent much of that Saturday thinking about him, or at least consciously trying not to think about him, wrestling over how I could interpret last night and castigating myself for how desperate and implausible some of those interpretations seemed. I couldn't stop it, though, no matter how I was occupied. It ruined my concentration, like I was some silly teenager with a crush. Last night, I had held back several times from calling him to counsel. That day, I had to hold back several times from calling on any number of embarrassingly flimsy pretexts, simply to hear what he might say, what clues I might infer as to what, if anything, was going on between us. Then, around 8 in the evening, he called me. Before I answered, having seen his name appear on the screen, I let out an involuntary sound. I believe it was what my young brother Julian would call a squee. I was calling on the off chance that you're free tomorrow. My friend who couldn't make Friday night is still down with man flu, so he's cancelled on me for Sunday as well. I know this makes me sound like a complete Billy No-Mates, but to be fair, I've not long moved here. Before I say whether I'm free, am I allowed to ask what you've got in mind? Or does that kind of give away the fact that I am free? A little bit. All I'll say is that you'll need a decent pair of walking boots and outdoor clothes. You can't tell me more than that? Not can't, won't. If I tell you what it is, you'll say no. But I promise, if you do it, you'll enjoy it. Like I've never heard a guy say that before, I told him, surprising myself. He spluttered. Well, fair enough. I'll be straight up. It does involve some pain, but you'll find that does play a part in the pleasure. Okay. Now I'm intrigued so much that I'll have to go along with it, just to find out. He picked me up early, 7:30. I dressed in a couple of layers of trespass gear and asked him if I'd need more, indicating the heavy jacket I was carrying. It was -2 according to my phone, though the sky was clear and there was barely a breath of wind. He said the jacket would be too much, so I slung it in the back seat, where it landed on top of a sheet of grey canvas. There was something hidden under it, but I couldn't work out what from the shape. I only hoped it wasn't fishing gear. We talked about what we'd normally be doing at that time on a Sunday. In my case, I'd be out for a run, or at the gym, if it was raining heavily. Peter admitted he'd be asleep. I had an early night because I knew I was doing this today, but ordinarily I'd be up late. Sometimes I get caught up in coding, and suddenly it's 3 a.m, though I'm as likely to be up till 3 playing games or watching TV. You know what it's like. You decide you'll watch 1 episode of something on Netflix before bed, and you end up watching 5. I didn't. I really didn't. There were shows I watched, but it was irresponsible to stay up too late if there were cases in the morning. Weekends weren't much different, in that I couldn't sit up watching TV until the small hours because I didn't want to sleep in and miss half the day. I couldn't imagine reaching Sunday night and realising I had got nothing read or written because I'd wasted hours and hours on meaningless distractions. I didn't tell him this, of course. But I didn't lie either. Instead, I nudged the subject onto what shows we each liked, and was pleasantly surprised by some of his favourites. I thought it would be all guy stuff, but he shared my enthusiasm for Orange is the New Black and Borgen. Obviously, he was into a whole lot of guy stuff as well, but there were layers to him, evidently. We had been driving for about half an hour, heading into the wilds, when I asked him to tell me where he was taking me. All will be revealed. You've come this far. Best find out for yourself. Okay. I think I will, I replied, and reached into the back, tugging at the grey canvas. No, don't, Peter commanded, but it was too late. It snagged on something, but enough came away to reveal the stock and bipod of a huge and very sophisticated-looking rifle. It didn't look like anything you could legally own. I was sure I spied a machine gun, too. A compact automatic with a curved magazine. I literally gasped, thinking, oh my God, I'm the cliched idiot victim of a serial killer. I went along despite him refusing to tell me where we were going, even as we headed into the middle of nowhere. Peter stopped the car then and there and put the handbrake on so that he could lean back and replace the canvas. Need to keep that concealed. Don't want somebody seeing it and getting the wrong idea. Last thing we want is the police sending out an armed response unit. So, what is the right idea? What is this stuff? Are we hunting? Kind of. Hunting humans. 2 hours later, I was face down in an undulation between 2 rows of regularly planted pine trees, my body flat to the ground to stay hidden. I was trying not to breathe too loudly, but I was panting from the last sprint to temporary safety, my heart thumping from the adrenaline and exertion. Peter was lying a few feet from me, his rifle held along his body out of sight, not daring to raise it right then for fear of giving away our location to the 6 or 7 enemies who were closing in from unseen positions on all sides. I was a grown woman, playing at soldiers, running through the woods firing toy guns, or airsoft weapons as they were known. They were perfect replicas that shot plastic pellets, albeit at 300 feet per second. "How are you for ammo?" he asked. I ejected the magazine from the MP5K slowly, giving it a gentle shake. We could both hear the rattle of only a handful of pellets within. Somewhere to my left, I heard the whir of a motor and the rattle of a volley against a tree trunk. It was speculative fire. These guys sprayed off rounds like popcorn, but I was almost out. Though sweat was running into my eyes, I couldn't take my mask off. The safety protocol would require me or Peter to call out, mask off," in order to suspend fire, and that would give away where we were. That would be game over, and I really wanted to win. Peter was right. I wouldn't have gone if he told me it was an airsoft site. I could think of few activities that were less me, but now that I was here, I was losing myself in it. I had initially been concerned that having too few layers would leave me cold, as well as it being more painful when I got hit. After about 40 minutes, I was so warm, I was pondering the trade-off between increasing the pain and streamlining down to a single layer. I reckoned also that the greater threat from the former would make me concentrate more keenly, take fewer risks, and think more carefully about my tactics. Peter counselled against it, warning that at 300 feet per second, the pellets could leave red marks if there was no thick or baggy material to slow them down. I didn't like the sound of that, and a further deciding factor was that my underarmour was a very non-camouflage white. "How you bearing up?" he had asked, as we made our way back to base after the second game ended. "I'm getting flashbacks to my first tour in Nam. It was hell, man." "I mean, are you handling the pace?" "Do you need a break?" "Not at all. Though I'm getting more exercise than my usual Sunday morning regime. Lugging all this metal around fairly works the cardiovascular system. I usually feel I could keep going for longer when I run, but I tend to get a bit bored. This gives a bit of structure and purpose to it, I suppose. Do you not listen to some music when you run?" "No, I tend to listen to recordings of lectures and seminars, or audio versions of textbooks." "Jeez. Do you not want to give your head a rest? Let your mind breathe for a while?" I had blogged about this once, years ago. I felt quite embarrassed recently when I happened upon it again. At the time, I sounded as smug about this multitasking as I did evangelical. These days, I was conscious of what a Zoid I'd become. Even my exercise, a supposedly recreational pursuit, had been augmented in a way that would count towards my work. Maybe I should, and maybe I should do more fun for its own sake stuff like this instead, before it's too late. "Too late for what?" he had asked, passing me a welcome bottle of water as we came in sight of the muster point, where the other players were gathering. "Too late for me to be saved from being a boring stick in the mud who nobody wants to be around." That was my growing fear. You're forced to give up so much to the job that it makes you unattractive, in non-physical ways, though your appearance can certainly suffer too. It becomes a vicious circle. The job is all you can talk about, all you can think about, because there is nobody else at home to change the subject, to occupy your time and your thoughts. Then you reason that as it's the only thing in your life, you might as well dedicate more time to it, to be as good at it as you can. Gradually you become a machine, and you can lose your humanity. You begin to lose contact with what it is to be a normal person, living a normal day-to-day life, and once that process is in motion, the prognosis is bleak. Well, you're not there yet, or I wouldn't have invited you, Peter assured me. You're only saying that because I've got a machine gun. Mine's bigger than yours, and it's all about balance, isn't it? I think I could use a bit more of what you've got. It's been said, not always with the greatest discretion, hence my awareness of it, that I'm a case of wasted potential, acting the kid too much. If you want to get ahead, you have to get serious. Don't you? Well, don't stop acting the kid quite yet, I told him, reloading my magazine with hundreds of the tiny white plastic balls. I'm just getting the hang of this. Which was why, sometime later, I was prepared to tolerate the sting of sweat in my eyes and the digging of tree roots into my ribs in order to remain concealed, even when down to my last few rounds. Peter raised himself up onto his elbows, scanning the trees. I pulled myself into a tight crouch alongside. The woods were so dense that it was dark as dusk, visibility downed to single figures, and not helped by peering through the aluminium mesh covering the mask's eye holes. Suddenly there was movement somewhere ahead, a volley of shots. They weren't aimed at us, merely where someone thought we were. Nevertheless, we reacted instantly, rolling back into our trench. I ended up on top of Peter, only for a moment. Our faces were centimetres apart. We had masks on and couldn't see into each other's eyes. But I think we both noticed I stayed there a fraction longer than natural momentum dictated. It was a last man standing game, and from the complete absence of friendly armbands we had spotted over the past 15 minutes, it looked like we were all that remained of the red team. I think we're done, he confessed. We should surrender, and then they can kick off the next game. Sod that. I'm not losing again. Don't worry about it. You're doing great. And remember, serious girl, it's just for fun. He obviously hadn't met many surgeons. Winning is fun. Okay, so how do you plan on doing that? Knife. Give me it. Peter reached down to his belt and handed over a foam plastic dagger. It had been explained at the start that if you could successfully stealth an opponent and tap them on the shoulder with one of these, they were out, and unlike when they were shot, they could not yell out "hit," as it would give away your position. You've got the big gun. Draw their attention. I'll do the rest. I grew up with two brothers, who would have loved to exclude me from their games, and doubtless would have succeeded, had I been younger and smaller, but I wasn't. I became adept at sneaking up on them, at sneaking up on anybody. I learned balance, how weight distribution affected footfalls and other sounds, and in particular, I learned to be very slow and very patient. In this game for bigger boys, I only had to be particularly stealthy once, when I was sneaking back through their slowly closing circle. Then I was behind them as they closed in on where they thought Peter was holed up, their attention concentrated exclusively upon any sound or movement that might give away his position or herald a shot from his rifle. I tapped them on the shoulder and said shh. One by one they fell, as I moved in my silent spiral until only Peter remained, and then I snuck up and tapped him. He sighed in defeat and then turned around and saw that it was me. Somewhere in the woods, a guy with a megaphone was announcing that the red team had won. "You're absolutely lethal," Peter said. "Nobody saw you coming." Nobody ever does.
Wasted. They walked slowly along the side closer to the river, scanning for indications that a car had gone over the edge and down the slope. The water ran 20 feet or so below the level of the road at this stretch, at the foot of a steep banking. "No crash barrier," Rodriguez noted. "Is that not a bit remiss if it's a known black spot? The previous casualties haven't been people going off the road. It's idiots smacking head-on to oncoming vehicles because they've misjudged the bend, or more commonly around here, they're trying to overtake in a completely inappropriate place. Wait till you've been here a while, you'll see. Some of them act as though they've got radar." Rodriguez kept crouching low to the ground, running one hand along the top of the grass, the other trailing his torch a few feet in front of him. Allie was pointing hers down towards the water. The beam picked out tufts and bushes before the flat blackness. It didn't shimmer so much here. It was slow and deep.
"Got tread marks, I think," Rodriguez announced. "The grass is flattened here."
Allie pointed her torch where he was indicating, and then a few feet along, there was a second indentation, around 6 inches wide.
"Looks parallel," she said.
They proceeded cautiously, picking out every step with care under the beams of both their flashlights. The indentations were sporadic, vanishing and then resuming again, sometimes visible on one side, sometimes the other, but always the same distance apart. Allie stopped Rodriguez a few yards from the edge. They played their torches down the rest of the slope, picking out where their progress ended. "Shit. I'm going to be popular."
"Why?"
"Because we'll need to scramble a helicopter to search along the river, and we'll have to call out a diving team as well. There's no choice. But I'm about to put a big hole in the budget for nothing. It's what, 3:15 now? That call went out at about 2:45. Anybody went into that freezing water half an hour ago and didn't come straight back out is already dead."
Kiss with a spell. You never forget the first time you kiss somebody. A tender act, somehow more intimate than when you first sleep together. Because in that moment, you are so utterly vulnerable. It feels as though so much is at stake. Like everything can change in one delicate act, one exquisite touch, no matter what happens after that. For good or bad, it is a memory that plays back, via all the senses. A point in time you can return yourself to with absolute clarity. It is a precious treasure at the heart of the growing hoard in a relationship that strengthens and endures, and it is the bittersweet remnant you cannot purge from your mind when everything has turned to ashes. Bittersweet, yes, not merely bitter, because it is the sweetness that burns. It is the feelings of joy and excitement and desire and hope that remain so painfully vivid. If I close my eyes right now, I can feel, see, hear, smell, and taste everything about that kiss. And I can become again who I was in that moment. I can see the future as it appeared to me then, and remember the two of us as the people I believed us to be. I wish I could erase all of it, but I can't. I wish I wasn't so easily taken back there by hearing a song on the radio or catching a scent of curry on damp clothes. But mostly, I wish I could delete what I said to him the instant before our lips met, because that is what truly mocks me now. I felt exhausted, but exhilarated, as Peter drove us both back to Inverness. In a day replete with me surprising myself, for an encore I realised that I couldn't wait to tell people at work what I'd been doing. In the past, I'd have been looking forward to telling colleagues about the seminar or conference I had attended over the weekend. But this prospect was so much more exciting. It was the thought of shocking them, of seeing their perceptions of me given such a shake. I even rather malevolently fantasized about phoning up and telling my father, to appall him. The boys and toys factor would have rubbed salt too. "Thank you so much for today," I said to him, as we pulled up outside my house. "And thank you for not telling me. I think I'm starting to remember what fun is." "Yeah, if you ever need a dose of enjoyable pointlessness in your life, I'm your man. Honestly, when I have kids, they'll be the ones dragging me away from the play park. That's half the reason I'd want to have them. An excuse to do silly stuff, to just play." I caught myself noting that he wanted children. I tried to pretend it was an idle thought, but I was fooling nobody. "Kids should do silly stuff," he added, looking more reflective. I had a little too much seriousness, too much properness in my childhood. That's why my inner child is a bit too close to the surface. He's finally got the keys, so he's driving half the time, and that's why I'm glad I met you. You say you're boring, but I think you're inspiring. You make me want to screw the nut and make more of myself." "Thank you." I reddened, my fingers gripping the door handle. My instinct was to feel awkward and thus to bail in a heightened moment like this, and then inevitably I'd go away and overanalyze it later. The thing was, right then I didn't feel awkward, and whatever was heightened about this moment, I wanted more of it. Actually, and I feel slightly guilty about this, but can I undo my good influence and tempt you not to screw the nut for a few more hours? Pub and a curry? You weren't going to change everything with one evening's programming anyway, were you? That's precisely the internal logic that's kept me from being a millionaire. I like your thinking. Despite being the one who had proposed an evening at the pub, I took the car into town. This was for two reasons. One was that I had a laparoscopic colectomy in the morning and needed to be sharp, but more immediately I wanted my judgment to be as keen the night before. While I was getting showered and changed, I had been struck by an unaccustomed feeling of giddiness, of which I was instinctively wary. As I took my seat opposite Peter, watching the overspill pool onto the dark wood at the bottom of his pint glass, I felt a sense of freedom. Normally on a Sunday evening, my mind would be already on the next day's work. Yet being in the pub, with its sights and smells, and the hubbub of chat, served to remind me that Sunday evening was still the weekend if I wanted it to be. Emily was often posting on Facebook about going out with colleagues and students, referring to Monday morning hangovers with what was ostensibly, old enough to know better, regret, but which I recognised as perverse pride. I could barely remember the last time I'd done this. I used to go out with friends, colleagues, but these days they all had kids or spouses. There didn't seem to be as many girls' nights as there had once been. It was only really at Christmas that the department went out together. Big gatherings, trying to show a social side to the trainees. Even then, it tended to be 1 or 2 drinks, then off to a restaurant, where they had a mass booking for about 30 people. To me it seemed to defeat the ends of socialising to go out in such a huge group, as in practice you only got to talk to the 4 or 5 people sat closest to you, and if you were unlucky, they were the 4 or 5 people you had been hoping to avoid. That said, maybe I was the one that most people didn't want to get stuck with. Certainly the younger trainees seemed rather skittish around me. But that Sunday night was like the nights out I remembered from when I was younger, when I felt like I was winning. Simply chatting, laughing, and enjoying an atmosphere that seemed all the more convivial because of the awful weather that had blown in all of a sudden. There's nothing quite like rain lashing the windows to make you feel snug, and I was feeling particularly cosy that evening. It was starting, unmistakably, to resemble a date. Apart from there being only the two of us, the conversation was venturing even deeper into getting-to-know-you territory. I talked about the whole blade bitch thing because I wanted my side of it to be out there, and because, despite our conversation of Friday night, I still felt we had to get past it. He was sympathetic, and by that I don't just mean he agreed with me or acted like he agreed with me in order to keep the atmosphere pleasant. What surprised me was that he had clearly thought about the issues behind the blog, rather than merely the business of my being hacked and exposed. Too many men dismissed the blog as a catalogue of career-specific feminist grievances. Peter understood that it was really about work-life balance. I once heard someone say that what you need in order to be happy is something you like to do and someone you like to be with. He told me. The first shouldn't prevent the second. That's all you're saying, isn't it? And the danger is that giving too much to the first makes you forget all the good things about it. From there, he got me talking about happier times in my career, and I remembered the person I used to be not so long ago, the girl who was taking on the world. For the first time in ages, I believed she might be coming back. It was bucketing down with rain when we came out of the curry house. The crisp, clear weather of earlier like a memory of a different day. We made a sprint to my car after I said I'd drive him home. He lived in town, but even at a 10-minute walk, he'd be drenched by the time he got home. He directed me to pull up outside a recently built residential development, twin compact blocks of modern apartments. I'd passed them 100 times, and always thought they seemed corporate and soulless, though they looked toasty and dry on a night like this. My own place, by contrast, looked like anyone's idea of a cosy cottage, but it was draughty from so many little nooks that it was a bugger to keep warm. There was a moment's silence between us after I put the car in neutral and pulled on the handbrake. It was as though we both still had so much to say, but were burdensomely aware that time had run out. Not only on the evening, but on a very special few days. It felt like the weekend needed a denouement. A cheerio or a see you on Monday would have seemed so deflatingly banal. I was trying to think of something appropriate to say, but really, I didn't want to talk. Peter spoke quietly, barely audible above the music playing on the car stereo. At the risk of blowing it merely by saying this, I want to kiss you, but I'm afraid if I do that, I'll break whatever magic spell is keeping you interested in me. Like the opposite of the Princess and the Frog. Suddenly I'd be changed into someone you want nothing to do with. I don't believe in fairy tales, I told him. People don't just transform into something else overnight. So kiss me.
Accidents and aftermaths. You're a lifesaver, Ali told Rodriguez, instantly regretting her choice of words. He was handing her a polystyrene cup full of steaming hot coffee. It was as welcome as it was thoughtful, but the stark reality was that nobody was saving any lives out here today. She watched the bubbles appear in sporadic fizzing bursts upon the water's surface. The scuba team had arrived about half an hour back and hit the water by the first light of dawn. When she called it in, she was told they wouldn't be able to get there for at least 2 hours, so the decision was taken to hold off until morning, as their involvement was never going to be a rescue mission. Ali had been here all night, spending much of it deafened by the sound of the helicopter as it strafed the riverbanks with its searchlight. Despite the freezing cold, she had actually broken into a sweat from shuttling up and down the slope between the river and the road, clambering over rocks and clumping through vegetation. They were combing the banks either side to see if anyone had crawled from the water and collapsed, or maybe dived from the vehicle before it hit the water. The search had been joined by as many police bodies as they could spare, which at that time was not a lot. Their numbers were further depleted when Murder Mackay lost his footing near the water's edge and fell in. They got him out in a matter of seconds, but the terror, shock and pain on his face and the deathly blue colour of his lips was a reminder of how futile this search was likely to prove. They got him out of his wet clothes and wrapped him in a heavy waterproof jacket Ali always stashed in the boot of her patrol car. Some shifts you were barely out of the vehicle, but experience had taught her there was always the possibility you could end up standing outside in the freezing cold for hours on end. It was when the ground search was declared over, and she no longer had the exercise to keep her warm, that the sweat started to cool under her uniform, and she really felt the need of that coat. Rodriguez had driven Murdo to the hospital. There were paramedics in attendance, but they had to stay at the scene in the decreasingly likely chance that a survivor was found. When he returned, he was carrying 2 coffees, one of which he handed to Ali. She hugged it like it was a miniature radiator. "You look perishing," he said. "I thought you natives were used to the cold." "Natives," he said. He got points for that. He was going by the accent rather than her appearance. "There's this young polar bear," she told him. "Goes up to his mother and asks, 'Mummy, am I a real polar bear?' Mummy replies, 'Course you are. You've got white fur, you've got claws, you live in the Arctic, and you eat fish. Why do you ask?' Young polar bear replies, 'Because I'm fucking freezing.'" Ali didn't have white fur, or indeed white skin, but she was a native born, if not bred. She couldn't imagine living anywhere else, but she never got used to the cold. "I'll take that as a warning," he said, "and I'll be investing in some thermal undies tout de suite." She couldn't help but wonder again what made someone swap a career in London for this. She certainly wouldn't do it the other way around. There was definitely something different about this one, though. Some vibe he was giving off that she couldn't quite read. He said he had shipped out for a completely new start after a bad breakup. That wasn't something guys tended to confide, especially not so soon after meeting you. A male of the species being open about his feelings and crediting her with the vision necessary to respond appropriately? Pinch me, she thought. And wouldn't it be typical if Mr. Perfect came into her life right now? She shouldn't kid herself, though. It was as likely he was the one with a vision to read her as a potential shambles, and he was laying down a marker from the off to explain how he was on the rebound, and therefore off limits. Ali had a dismal track record when it came to reading the signals. Her problem was an overdeveloped sense of optimism, combined with a bad case of confirmation bias, resulting in a tendency to imagine guys to be a lot nicer and a lot more genuine than the evidence ultimately demonstrated. Martin had seemed nice. Martin had seemed genuine. Her relationship with Martin, however, was definitely over, even though she might be pregnant by him. In fact, it was over because she might be pregnant by him. It had been over since sometime around midnight 2 Saturdays ago, when she realised he had come inside her and that he had said nothing. The condom had split or rolled off. That wasn't something you failed to notice. And yet he had said nothing. Just turned over and fallen asleep, leaving her to lie there horribly awake after she came back from the bathroom, contemplating awful possibilities. He said nothing. Got up the next morning, acting like everything was normal, apart from an unusually pressing need to get out of her flat. It was amazing how your perception of a person could change in a single crucial moment, with one glimpse of who they really were. There was a surge of bubbles upon the surface, a black shape emerging from black water. One of the divers was hauling himself up the aluminium ladder they had temporarily anchored to the riverbank. He signalled to Ali as he climbed, and she made her way across to where he stood dripping on the frost-dusted grass.
"There's a black BMW down there," he said, tugging off his mask. "No occupant. The driver's side door was partially open. I'm thinking when it hit the water, he tried to get out before it sank by opening the door, which is actually the worst thing you can do. The water floods in rapid as soon as it's unsealed, and the exterior pressure prevents you from opening it enough to get out. The window was gone, though, so he must have managed to smash it and climb through once the car was submerged."
"Did you read the plate?"
"Aye. They can do you better than that. His wallet and his phone were in his jacket. I reckon either he had slung it on the passenger seat while he was driving, or he wrestled it off to give him a better chance of making the surface."
"And what chance would you give him of doing that?" The driver grimaced and glanced back towards the river.
"It looks slow because it's steep, but believe me, the current down there is bloody strong. I was kicking flat out against it just to stay in place. Put it this way, it's strong enough to have pulled the car 10 yards downstream from where it hit the water before it fully filled up. It jammed against some rocks on the bottom, otherwise it would have drifted further."
"So, we'll have to drag for miles," Ali suggested.
"Aye. There's no guarantee that'll turn up a result. If we get lucky, the body might have snagged on something, but it could equally be underneath the Keswick Bridge by now, on its way out into the Murray Firth."
"Where's the wallet?"
He held up a damp fold of black leather. "My colleague will be up with the jacket and the phone in a wee minute. Found one of his shoes in there as well. Must have come off as he was trying to get out."
Ali took it, flipping it open to reveal a driving licence inside a plastic window. "Hamish Peter Elphinstone," she said, reading aloud. "I've heard that name recently. Can't think where."
"Elphinstone?"
The driver checked, suddenly gimlet-eyed. Clearly it was familiar to him too. "That's right. Why, does it ring a bell?"
"Maybe because his family owns half of Perthshire."
Back to the future. One of the difficulties in listening to any trial unfold was trying to maintain a sense of the chronology. Multiple accounts of various incidents would accumulate further with each new witness, potentially making it very confusing to assemble a consistent timeline. Parlabane had no difficulty recalling precisely when his involvement in this sorry business commenced, having a fairly unmissable landmark with which to orient himself. It was the day he received official notice that his divorce was finalised. He'd opened the door to the postman in a state of bleary-eyed hangover, alleviated by as much anticipation as a man in his 40s could feel over the prospect of receiving a mail-order purchase. The postman handed him the envelope, then held up a gizmo for his signature. Parlabane scrawled illegibly on the miniature screen and stared at the object in his other hand with curious disappointment. When the postie rang the bell, he had thought it was a new Jimmy Eat World album being delivered. That was about as big an event as he had to look forward to in his life. Wandering back to his desk, he ripped open the envelope with a ragged slide of his forefinger, thinking of a time when he would not have countenanced such a move for fear of razor blades or hypodermic needles sent in angry revenge for something he had written. He wasn't even annoying anybody these days. He picked up his mug of black tea from next to his laptop and shuffled towards the windows. He'd been surfing in semi-darkness, but figured he should open the blinds in order to see the letter properly. As well as signalling to the world that his flat contained a conscious and functioning inhabitant who was ready for the day, it would be a sight quicker than waiting for the energy-saving bulbs to actually fire some photons. Honestly, some mornings the sun came up quicker. Jesus. There it was, in black and white, all the more inescapably official for seeming understated. He thought the letterhead for something like this ought to resemble a metal band's logo, and the body text looked like it was printed in blood on a Caxton press in some ancient dungeon. 15 years of his life, and decades more than he had imagined in his future. This document was a line drawn under the former and through the latter. Truth was, it didn't need anything gothic about it to seem like a headstone. The death had been slow. It had taken years for his marriage to fall apart, and over that time he had experienced a lot of different feelings about what was happening. Regret, anger, helplessness, despair, sorrow. It changed from day to day, hour to hour. Right then, though, the main one was of loss, of a precious thing he once had and would never have again. But as he had learned long ago, when life kicks you in the balls, it can always knee you in the face too while you're bent over. Parlabane looked up from the letter and out of the window, his gaze taking in the newly mown lawns in the centre of Maybury Square, before lighting upon the less aesthetically delightful sight of the police station opposite. Aye, that was when he felt the unique emotional splat one experiences when fate decides to burst your nose as a follow-up to having already administered a full-blooded boot in the haw maws. He'd always known this moment was coming. Admittedly, for a while, he had almost convinced himself that he could merely acknowledge how the wheel had brought him back around, and that would be that. He'd been here a few days, after all. But this blow had been heading his way from the moment his mate Dunk offered to do him a favour. He needed somewhere to stay, the short-term lease having run out in the flat he was in. He'd taken it as an interim measure, thinking opportunities might come up that would require him to move elsewhere. Wrong again. Then Duncan McLean got in touch from New Zealand to say his tenants were moving out, so he had a flat up for grabs. Dunk had lent him it once before, shortly after purchasing the place, when it was halfway through being gutted for renovation. That accounted for the wheel coming back around part. The scalp in the dish part was that this had been the very place where he first met Sarah. The awareness of this had been lurking in a dusty corner of his mind, waiting to be unpacked like all of the boxes currently stacked out there in the hall. Looking out upon the square had suddenly broken it open, spilling its content of memories across his consciousness, and reminding him of a time when the same window had offered a view of a better future. Strictly speaking, he had first met her in the flat directly beneath, where her ex-husband had lived, and indeed died. Given that things post-Sarah had worked out even worse for Jeremy than they had for Parlabane, perhaps he should nip upstairs and warn whatever poor bastard lived on the top floor to steer clear in case she ended up going for a full house. Christ, he thought, thinking of the phrase that had always been applied to Jeremy. Sarah's ex-husband. Now that should be first ex-husband. Parlabane sipped at the black tea, realizing that the smell and flavour were playing their part in this assault by nostalgia. He'd been making do with black tea then as well. He remembered inviting Sarah into the kitchen and offering her UHT with her coffee. In those days, his excuse was that the flat didn't have a fridge. The place was looking a lot more hospitable now, it was fair to say. There was indeed a fridge, a freezer too, even carpets. So his excuse for drinking black tea this morning was that he hadn't gotten round to hitting the supermarket since moving in. But, as his fuzzy head reminded him, he had managed to bring home a 6-pack and a bottle of whiskey. Priorities, priorities. That was what happened when you didn't have a wife around to explain yourself to, or an office to show up looking respectable at, or a boss to please, or colleagues, or a proper job. He kept seeing references to himself as a disgraced journalist, a description which was almost a tautology these days. But in his case, he had to concede it was more apposite than most. He had once been an investigative reporter who made a name for himself uncovering corporate and institutional malfeasance notching up a few notable scalps along the way. But then came the Leveson inquiry, when his professional methods came to light, and it emerged that he had employed hacking, burglary, subterfuge, and all manner of inventive illegality in order to get stories. What really finished him off, though, was his subsequent desperation to get back to the top of the game. Even after Leveson, some people may have retained a sneaking admiration for him on the grounds that the ends justified his means. He hadn't been hacking dead schoolgirls' phones or sniffing out tittle-tattle on soap stars. He was going after substantial issues. He knew he was still perceived to have a certain integrity, even if nobody wanted to hire someone so otherwise tainted. But then he made an almighty arse of himself before the whole country, when he became the useful idiot who ran with a hoax story that had been deliberately planted to flush out a leak. Someone in the intelligence services used him like a barium enema in order to expose security compromises within the MOD, and any remaining credibility he might have had evaporated quite literally overnight. His marriage crashed and burned in parallel with his career, Sarah deciding her own reputation had suffered enough collateral damage from her association with him. Obviously, there was a lot more to it than that, but the bottom line was that only a few years ago he had a wife and a career, both of which he loved. And now he had neither. He sat back down at the laptop with a sigh. This wasn't just his home now. It was his workplace. The boundaries of his world shrinking all the time. He wasn't a journalist anymore. He was a content generator for various websites, churning out all manner of vapid filler one step up from lorem ipsum on everything from hotels he'd never visited, to TV shows he'd never watched, to consumer products he'd never laid hands upon. Everything was virtual and remote. His life was becoming a digitized version of Plato's cave. He was stuck here alone, describing a shadow of a reality that he couldn't touch. He missed working in a proper newspaper office, missed it more knowing how few journalists still were. Nah, upon reflection, that was bollocks. He had hated being stuck in an office as much as he hated being stuck in a flat. What he truly missed was the man he had been once upon a time, when he first stayed in this flat, when the world before him seemed boundless, and when love had been waiting outside in the close. Just then, the doorbell rang again. He shambled over to open it, and was confronted by a woman clutching a cardboard tray bearing 2 polystyrene cups. He assumed she had the wrong flat, but then she spoke. "Jack Parlabane, right?" "Yes." He was unable to keep the surprise from his voice. Her own tone was at once stern and tentative, which made him wonder if he was about to get served. "Sorry for the intrusion, but I've seen you around, so I knew you lived locally, and I wanted to talk to you face to face. Someone gave me an address, but it turned out to be your old place. They directed me here. Can I come in?" "Sure. Who are you?" "Oh, sorry. My name is Lucille Elphinstone. People call me Lucy." He placed her around mid-30s, maybe older. She was dressed in a rather sweeping black coat, open to reveal a black blouse buttoned up to a frilly collar. It seemed at once prim and somehow fetishistic, though maybe the latter was in the eye of the beholder. He hadn't been laid in a very long time. Her black hair was swept back behind an Alice band marked with Celtic symbols. Between that and the garb, she looked like the headmistress had the Tories' free school programme allowed Marilyn Manson to set up an academy. The one thing jarring against the overall impression was that she had a folded copy of the Daily Record tucked under her arm. She didn't look like the normal demographic. "I brought coffee." There was a dourness in her tone, as though she already regretted the gesture, but had to go through with it now. "Thanks. Let's grab a seat." Parlabane led her to the kitchenette, gesturing to the 2 stools at the breakfast bar looking out into the living room. The first time he lived here, The place had been literally twice the size. Edinburgh was getting almost as bad as London that way. They said you couldn't divide zero, but property developers in Hoxton had to be getting pretty close.
What can I do for you?
She had a few false starts, seemingly about to speak, and then abandoning the attempt. It was as though she was composing and deleting various drafts of the opening line of a sensitive and important email. Up close, he could see that she was a few years younger than he first estimated. She looked tired, and she looked sad, both of which had aged her. Her eyes were bloodshot, from lack of sleep or from crying or from both. Letting out a sigh of frustration, she unfolded the Daily Record and placed it on the worktop, spreading it open a few pages in. Parlabane noted that the edition was yesterday's.
This was my brother.
The headline stated, "Tragedy strikes newlyweds as husband feared dead." The story was accompanied by a picture of a smiling couple and another showing a crane hauling a car from a snow-lined stretch of river. Parlabane quickly scanned the copy. He had seen the same story online already. The Record was stretching the definition of newlywed to an outer limit of 6 months, but he couldn't argue with the tragedy part. Hopes faded for Peter Elphinston yesterday, as police called off their search for the missing computer programmer, whose car plunged into a river near Inverness in the early hours of Friday morning. Elphinston had recently married consultant surgeon Dr. Diana Yeager, who had the headlines 5 years ago over a controversial sexism in surgery blog. The pair met at Inverness Royal Infirmary, where they both worked, and were married last summer. Sources close to Diana say she is devastated. They were perfect for each other, said theatre nurse Abigail Darrach. From the moment they met, they were barely out of each other's sight. She used to talk about how she was worried she'd never find someone. So when she met Peter, it was the answer to her prayers. It was like something from a movie. She had this high-profile feud with hospital IT guys, and then fell in love with one. One friend of Peter's told us tearfully how the IT whiz worshipped his wife. He was so happy, he had everything to live for. He really couldn't believe his luck in ending up with someone like Diana. If ever two people looked like being a happy ever after, it was them. It's just so sad. Elphinston is believed to have lost control of his car at Widow Falls, a notorious accident black spot near Orsdark, close to Inverness. He is the son of Perthshire landowner Sir Hamish Elphinstone. A spokesman for Sir Hamish issued a statement asking for privacy at this difficult time.
"I'm so sorry,"
said Parlabane, cringing as he always did when a complete absence of context meant he had nothing but platitudes to offer. On this occasion, he guessed context would be eminently forthcoming.
"I came here because—"
She bit her lip, and then got up from the stool.
"I'm sorry. I don't know what I was thinking."
"Hey, just take a moment. It's okay." He spoke in a register learned from 2 decades of coaxing nervous sources who either thought they weren't going to be believed or feared he might think them crazy. Putting them at ease was a vital skill of his profession, because very occasionally neither of these things turned out to be the case.
"You might as well finish your coffee, seeing as you went to the bother."
She took a sip, nodding nervously.
"Sorry. I'm a mess at the moment."
"I can imagine. Were you and your brother close?"
"Yes, I like to think so."
Her tone indicated someone else might think otherwise.
"We weren't living in each other's pockets, but we were the first person the other called whenever one of us had news, you know?"
Parlabane nodded, thinking of the one person in his life with whom he had ever had that kind of relationship. Now there was a letter from her lawyer in his living room.
"I realise you might think that I'm not dealing with this well, that I'm looking for something that's not there because I can't accept it. And you'd most probably be right.
In fact, I'd hope you were right. But I need to talk to somebody about this, and I don't know where else to turn. Parlabane said nothing, just lifted the cup she had brought for him, a gesture of complicity. She looked suddenly apprehensive. This is completely confidential, right?
It's better than that. Nobody believes anything I say these days anyway.
She didn't smile, but she seemed reassured by the sentiment. I know you've a reputation for looking for the story that might lie beneath the mainstream narrative everybody else accepts.
That's a flattering way of putting it.
He omitted to add that a more common description in the modern parlance tended to invoke hats made of tinfoil. I came here because I don't recognize this tabloid version of my brother's marriage, but it seems disloyal or inappropriate to say that out loud to anyone who knows him and Diana. New, I should say. It wasn't unusual for people to feel insulted by the simplistic way in which the press reduced complex lives to fit large font headlines, but Parlabane didn't see what he could offer her beyond sympathy.
Nuance isn't exactly their stock in trade. What is it that you think they're missing?
She had another false start, then bought herself a moment's preparation for take 2 with a mouthful of coffee. I don't know how to say this. I'm not sure I can even give voice to this because of what it says about me, but I was worried about Peter before this happened. Peter never likes to admit he's in trouble, or that he's got himself in over his head. So he makes out nothing's wrong, or nothing's all that wrong. But something was. A lot was wrong.
Like what?
The last time I spoke to him, I could tell he was unhappy. Seriously unhappy. I've never heard him sound so stressed. I know he was under a lot of pressure to do with his work, but I'm sure the business was only part of it. She reached to her coffee cup again, but didn't drink. Instead, she turned it gently on the spot as she spoke, a few degrees at a time, like she was opening a safe. Nobody sees what's truly going on in a marriage behind closed doors. It's a partnership, and even when the marriage is failing, the one thing they'll still cooperate in is putting on a united front. You can never know the truth from the outside, but I got a few smuggled dispatches, and it was not the fairy tale everybody keeps talking about. Parlabane eyed her cautiously. He was curious as to where this might be going, and already worrying about how he was going to let a bereaved but crazy person down in a manner sufficiently diplomatic as to get her out of his flat without incident. They'd only known each other a few months before they got married. I think that increases the complicity in a united front, because they share the embarrassment of people thinking they were foolish. Add to that Peter's aforementioned reticence to admit when things are going wrong, and you'll understand why everybody else thought they were blissful. But I know him better than anybody, and he knew there was only so much he could hide from me.
What did he tell you?
Do you know anything about Diana Yeager?
A little, as it happens. My ex-wife is an anaesthetist. I know Diana was Blade Bitch from the blog.
Diana is a driven, obsessive person. That's what impressed Peter about her. He said he was inspired by her, and he was very taken that someone so driven should be so interested in him. She'd need to be driven and obsessive to do what she does, and to have achieved all that she has achieved. But I think Peter became an obsession too. She turned the cup absently again, her gaze aimed in its direction, but her focus elsewhere. Peter said she kept complaining that he had changed. If you know Peter, you'd know that's absurd. Anyone else would say Peter's problem is that he doesn't change. I think that when people marry so fast, when it sinks in that it's for keeps, they suddenly realize what they are committed to. That's when they finally see all the things they were ignoring or in denial about. I get the impression Diana had this idealized version of Peter, the perfect man who had made her dreams come true, and she was not prepared to tolerate any deviation from that. "So you're saying she was smothering him?" he suggested, hoping to hurry things along. "Is it your concern that he was feeling trapped and that he—" Parlabane paused, allowing time for his meaning to get there in advance, and thus permit his choice of words to be sensitively oblique. "Maybe did something desperate." That crossed my mind. But here's the thing. It only crossed my mind because of something Diana told me. She said a few weeks back that she was worried about Peter because they'd had an argument while he was driving, and he almost lost control of the car at Widow Falls, the exact same place his car went in the river. Parlabane sat up straighter, his story reflexes firing. Diana blamed the argument in his state of mind and his work, said it was taking over. She told me about this as if she was confiding in me. Let me tell you, Mr. Parlabane, my sister-in-law and I have never been close. She does not confide in me. She lifted both her hands, palms up, in a stop gesture. Whether she was putting the brakes on herself or signalling to him not to press her was unclear. Either way, he could tell she was concerned she had gone too far. And yet, Parlabane's instincts told him the opposite was true, that there was something more she wasn't telling him, some deeper reason she should be prepared to share these concerns with a stranger, and a journalist at that. Look, I know how all this sounds, and I hate myself for even implying, but I know I'd hate myself more if I thought something was wrong and I never acted. Christ, maybe that's it though, don't you think? I knew Peter was in a bad way and I did nothing, so now I'm projecting and transferring and God knows what. What is it you think I can do? He spoke delicately, aware that bringing things around to the practical was a good way of focusing people when they were upset like this. I thought maybe you could look into it a little deeper than the tabloids have. I realise this might be a waste of your time. In fact, with apologies, that would be the preferable outcome for me. Ideally, what I want is for you to come back and tell me there's nothing to this, and I'm simply crazed and paranoid and all messed up because I lost my brother. But if there's another story here, I want to make sure it gets told.
Different selves. While the memory of a first kiss can still be bittersweet, the thought of the sex now turns my stomach. I was seduced. Peter seduced me. I feel embarrassed saying that. I always thought women complaining that they had been seduced were self-deluding and pathetic. Oh, spare us, I would think. You're a grown woman. You abide by your decisions. You make them consciously and deliberately. I believed I was too smart, too strong, and, frankly, too cynical to be manipulated that way. But in practice, I was stupid, weak, and naive. I was easy prey. When people talk about seduction in a relationship, they usually mean sex. They're wrong. The real seduction is not about sex. It's about trust. You don't need to be seduced into sex when you are in love with someone. You give yourself willingly because it is what you both desire. But you only believe it is your desire because the seduction has already happened. It is an act of deceit, a misrepresentation of the self, and by it, Peter seduced me into something far more intimate than sex. He made me love him. How angry would you be with someone who betrayed that? We kissed for so long in that car, making out like a couple of teenagers as the rain pattered the roof and the wipers beat back and forth. It felt perfect. One of those moments when the world melted away, when the past and the future melted away. We weren't kissing as a prelude to anything else. I knew he wasn't going to ask me to stay the night. We both understood that this was all that was going to happen, and all that we wanted. Eventually we broke off, both laughing self-consciously. "I'm light-headed," I said. "Can I see you tomorrow?" he asked. "Apart from at work, you mean?" "Yeah. Oh, shit, I forgot. Cobalt need me to go down to Edinburgh for a few days to help out on another project. I'll be back on Thursday, though." "I'm on call on Thursday," I remembered with a grimace. "Friday, then?" "Friday, definitely." Peter let out a sigh, his expression regretful enough for me to wonder what was wrong. "It's going to feel like a long week," he said. It was, and it wasn't. Every day that passed added disproportionately to what seemed a very long time since we were kissing in my car on Sunday night, longer still since we had first met in my office. Yet the individual days themselves passed quicker than normal. I feared my mind might drift off on daft girly feelings of longing, but rather I achieved what Peter had referred to as a flow state in my work. I would watch my trainee finish suturing the patient and see from the clock that 3 or 4 hours had passed since I first scrubbed up. The minor and major irritations of the job didn't seem to get to me as much as usual, with only the delays between patients piquing my frustration. On a couple of the lists, I was doubled up with Callum Weatherston, or Hipster Jesus, as I had uncharitably christened him back when we first met. He had shaved off the beard since then. I wondered whether I had made him self-conscious about it, but if so, I wasn't going to censure myself for bullying. It was a massive improvement. He had a handsome face, with a ruggedness about it that was actually lessened by the face fuzz. When we got talking, I learned that it had been his wife, Megan, who had prevailed upon him to shave. It was particularly nice to be able to show him that I wasn't the scary nightmare who had pitched up and insulted a patient the day we first met. He was a good prospect, solid and safe in his work, if somewhat slow and deliberate. We chatted about books as he stitched up, and it turned out we shared a love of Neil Stevenson, though I was keener on his historical stuff, where Callum liked the SF. Peter called every night. There were no games, no strategic posturing. He wanted to talk. Late on the Tuesday night, he suggested we watch a movie together. We both queued up the same film on Netflix, Skype open in a minimised window in each of our laptop screens as we sat up in bed. We were able to share comments and see each other's reactions. I was going to say it was like a virtual date, but in fact, it was more like virtual already living together. And it felt so right. We did it again on the Wednesday, too. When the movie was over, he told me he had something for me that would make me laugh. He sent me over a file, though when I clicked on it, nothing happened. Computer genius, he chided himself. Wrong format. This is why I'm not the next Bill Gates. He tried again, and this time when I opened it, I saw a slideshow of photographs from the airsoft games on Sunday. I hadn't even been aware of a photographer, which was why the shots were so natural. There I was, toting a machine gun, yomping through the trees, prostrate under fire, crouching to take aim, walking back towards the muster point. I barely recognized myself in the ones without the mask. I looked so happy. The Thursday night was always going to be the hardest. I was there until around 3 a.m. We had just enough cases to prevent me from going home, but the gaps between them were soul-crushingly drawn out, rounded off with an emergency bowel repair coming in by ambulance, all the way from Skye. By the time Friday evening came around, it seemed like ages since we'd last spoken on Skype, and this was exacerbated by feeling as though we'd been together, if you could call it that, for a lot longer than 5 days. I'm not too proud to admit I was clock-watching in the hours running up to when Peter was due to arrive. Unable to distract myself with journals, papers, or even an episode of something on TV. It would be an understatement to say the date didn't exactly go according to plan. I had made a reservation at an intimate Italian place I'd heard good things about. Peter was going to pick me up and park at his flat. Then we'd walk to the restaurant via a bar, where he said he'd had surprisingly decent mojitos. In contrast to the previous Friday, he turned up about 15 minutes early. I was trying to think of a plausible pretext, he explained. But the truth is I just couldn't wait. I was kissing him before I even closed my front door, and we were naked on top of my duvet by the time he was originally scheduled to arrive. Between the second and third bouts, I managed to make a giggly call to the restaurant to cancel the table. Sometime around 9, we ordered in pizza. We didn't have anything resembling a sensible discussion until after breakfast the following morning, sipping coffee and nibbling croissants in bed. I'd normally be uncomfortable with the flakes of pastry crumbling all over the duvet, but every stitch of these sheets was imminently going in the washing machine anyway. He was content to listen, like no male I had ever met. He understood what it was to listen, i.e., just that, listening. No mansplaining or unsolicited advice. I realized I was dominating the conversation, or at least the subject of me was dominating it, so I got him to tell me a little about his past. I asked about his family background, but he skirted around it. He mentioned a sister, and I asked if they were close. He said yes and no, but wouldn't elaborate. I got the impression there was something painful back there, but didn't press it. Kind of like myself, he was more expansive on the subject of his job. He talked me through what he described as a non-glittering career in computers, in which he had barely succeeded in scaling the middle. I could have climbed the ladder in a couple of companies where I was consulting, but I never felt sufficiently engaged with what they were doing, or what I was doing for them. My interest would drift, and my enthusiasm would get channeled into whatever side project I had going on in my spare time. And I should stress that these side projects were not works of wayward genius that simply needed the right mentor. But you do enjoy aspects of what you do? I asked, as his manner on the previous Friday afternoon had not indicated a man who hated his job. Absolutely. There are things I enjoy on a day-to-day basis, but it's not demanding the best of me. I was never sure whether the problem was that I never found something that truly engaged all of me, or whether I lacked the application and oomph that would make me truly engage. I'm envious of you because no matter what heartaches it brings, you at least know you found the thing you're meant to do. I had never appreciated what a blessing this was. When you have a vocation from such an early age, you don't give much thought to might-have-beens, and still less to what it must be like not to know what you want to do. I like coding, tinkering, hacking, in the original sense of the word, so people might assume that working in IT is what I'm meant to do. But I've never felt I had the right outlet. Not until quite recently. I take it we're not discussing hospital IT here. No, I've come up with that rarest and most precious of things. A simple idea that meets a need. I was thinking about how you've inspired me to knuckle down, so I wondered whether it was serendipitous to have met you, now that I've got an idea I believe in. But maybe I'm harbouring this belief in an idea because of how you make me feel. Who knows? Maybe it's like the uncertainty principle, and being sure of one part of the equation means you can't know the other. I'm trying to be serious here, he insisted, though he was laughing. So, what's your big plan? He laughed again, in a kind of exasperated self-reproach. What's funny? Uncertainty. I can't tell you much about the project. Its value at this stage is very much contingent upon being first, getting it implemented before someone else has a similar idea. Can't you copyright it? It's more about how being first to market scoops the pot. Put it this way. Can you name a competitor to PayPal? I got the idea, and I must have looked impressed. Don't get excited. I'm not kidding myself, this could make me a billionaire, but I do think it's worth pursuing. I'm simply trying to explain why it's confidential at this stage. And you don't trust me yet? I teased, despite what we just did together. 6, or was it 7 times? He smiled, but he did look a tad vulnerable. Please, don't push the issue. 'Cause this stuff is so hard for me. Believe me, I am not good at keeping secrets, and I don't have a poker face. But I think I've been dealt a hell of a hand here, and so it would be the worst failure of my life if I didn't do whatever it takes to bring this off. So, you'll be spending all your spare time on it from here on in? Starting now? I suggested, putting on a pretend frown, and mock absent-mindedly tugging open the top button on my nightie. Well, maybe not all my time, and maybe not starting right this second.
Professional demeanour. Don't park inside, said Rodriguez. I need a moment. Ali pulled in short of the cottage, a picture postcard placed on the Clawdon Road. The nearest neighbour was 1/4 mile away. So if the patrol car was visible from the house through the trees, there would be no ambiguity over who they were here to visit. For that reason, a moment was all she could give him. This woman's husband hadn't come home last night, so seeing a cop car outside would be a very bad sign, and they couldn't leave her hanging. Hell of a way to end a shift, right enough. They were tired and should have been home hours ago. Ali had stayed on to see it through, and she figured Rodriguez followed suit because he was a new guy. She felt a little sorry for him, that being the case. She could easily have farmed this out to someone else and been home asleep by now, except that if she'd farmed it out to someone else, she wouldn't have been able to sleep. Sometimes it worked that way. There were incidents she dealt with that were merely process, gone from her mind as soon as her involvement was over, and others that she couldn't help but feel a personal connection to. It was searching Elphinston's name that did it. She would have been fine if she hadn't done that. She wanted to check whether the man on the driving licence was indeed relating to the landowning family the diver mentioned, because that was bound to bring down greater attention on the whole thing, and so forewarned was forearmed. The search results threw up a number of articles about his wedding, which at first she took to be confirmation of his gentrified background, but that turned out not to be the reason his marriage was considered newsworthy by several tabloids and other gossipy sites. It wasn't so much about him as about his wife. She was a surgeon who'd been a controversial blogger until running into career-damaging trouble when she was hacked, apparently as revenge for disparaging remarks about hospital IT personnel. Ali knew the story was being framed in simplistically romantic terms to make it clickbait, but there was an undeniably heartwarming element to Jaeger subsequently falling for and marrying a hospital IT guy. Making it all the more poignant, she was described as having frequently written about the clock running out on her chances of finding love due to the demands of her career. Friends and colleagues of both were quoted, saying what a miraculous whirlwind romance it had been, and how perfect they seemed for each other. They had been married less than 6 months, and now Ali had pulled up a few yards short of their fairy tale cottage with news that was going to devastate this woman. You could have said if you wanted to duck this. I don't. I need a second or two to suit up. Psychologically, that's all. Need to get my head in the right place, you know. Ali nodded, putting the car in neutral, but leaving the engine running. It was good that he had such a firm grasp of the gravity of what they were about to do. Some people could be very distant from it, whether out of self-defense or becoming inured to the whole thing. The worst you could be right now was disengaged. My mum has a friend whose wife got a really late presenting cancer diagnosis, she told him. She was only given a few months. What I'll never forget is him saying that sometimes it would temporarily slip from his mind for a few seconds, due to some distraction. Then he would remember again, and it was like being punched in the face every time. We're about to punch this woman in the face. Rodriguez gave a dry little laugh. I've been literally punched in the face on the job, and I've given the death message before too. If I had the choice of which one to go through again, I'd take the punch. So why did you volunteer? Why did you? Good answer. Ali drove the car the final few yards and stopped it in front of the cottage. The front of the plot was bordered by hedges tucked tight behind a low stone wall. At the centre, a small iron gate opened onto a garden path bisecting a tidy lawn on its way to the front door. To the left, a larger set of electronically operated gates barred a driveway leading to a substantial stone-built garage abutting the house. Ali imagined the thing drawn in coloured pencils on a primary school desk, curly loops of white smoke emerging from the chimney, curtains with tie-backs in the windows. We girls always drew those, even if their own houses had blinds. The flat she grew up in with her mum never had curtains, but blinds never looked cosy in a picture. Ali rang the doorbell with a firm press, hearing it chime somewhere deep inside. There was no response for a few seconds, no sounds emanating from anywhere within. She was about to press it again, when finally she heard footsteps. The woman who opened it was in a dressing gown. They had called the hospital when they found out where she worked, and been told she had phoned in sick. Ali recognised her from a photo posted online. She was shorter than Ali was expecting, her expression understandably more defensive and severe than in the wedding snap. Her dark hair hung down over the left side of her face, partially obscuring one eye, but from what Ali could see of her features, she looked like she hadn't slept. Dr. Yeager? Yes? Can I help you? I'm PC Ali Kazmi, and this is PC Ruben Rodriguez. Can we come inside, please? Yeager didn't ask what it was about. She stepped away from the door with a certain weary resignation, waiting to close it behind them like she didn't trust Rodriguez to remember. She gestured to a door on the right side of the hall, following them into what turned out to be her living room. It was bright and tasteful, but a wee bit Spartan to Ali's eyes. She wondered how long Dr. Yeager had lived here, as it looked like she had only recently moved in. Possibly it was a rental. When Ali first got a place of her own, the landlord was this totally anal creep whose terms barred her from so much as putting a nail in the wall to hang a picture. Yeager stood next to an armchair, her posture shyly self-conscious. Her body was turned sideways, and her head drooped, that lock of hair still draped over part of her face. Dr. Yeager, you should take a seat. We have some bad news. This was when you found out who they most cared for, or most feared for, when they asked who you were talking about. Yeager, however, still said nothing. She stepped rather awkwardly around to the front of the chair and sat down, still tilting her head. It reminded Ali of half her pals when they were about 14, but it didn't seem at all right in a successful professional woman. Your husband's car was found submerged in the river near Ordskirk a few hours ago. We believe it came off the road somewhere around 2:40 this morning. We've had divers searching the river and officers working the banks, but we haven't been able to find him. Yeager put a hand to her head, a look of confusion on her face. She rather absently brushed the hair briefly clear of her eye, long enough for Ali to notice that there was a mark and some swelling beneath it. You're saying You think he's dead? We don't know anything for certain at this stage. Just that his car was at the bottom of the river, and that his phone and wallet were inside it. We haven't given up the search, but it is looking increasingly unlikely that we will find your husband alive. Jaeger fixed Allie with a stare, as though looking right through her. For a moment, she thought she was about to be accused of lying. His car came off the road. That's right. It appears he lost control, according to the witness who called us out. Jaeger stared a moment longer. Then something in her seemed to give. Her posture slumped, and she let out a soft sigh, as though resigned that this was making sense now. This happened at Widow Falls, Jaeger said. Her tone was odd. Allie couldn't decide whether it was a statement or a question. Either way, she and Rodriguez traded looks. They hadn't told her this. How do you know that, Dr. Jaeger? Jaeger stiffened in her chair, suddenly that bit more alert. You're saying this happened at Widow Falls? Yes, Mom. How did... No, I mean... It happened before. Nearly. That's what I'm saying. Peter almost lost control of the car in the hairpin bend at Widow Falls. I spent so many times wondering about what might have happened that night. And now you're saying... She sighed again, shaking her head. Allie was reminded of a mother who's told off her kid for something and then watched him hurt himself doing it again. It was as though she hadn't quite taken in the scale of this. It wasn't a skinned knee. Nobody could kiss it better. I believe you called in sick today. You look tired. Have you been up all night waiting for him? No. I thought he was working. Working? Where? He has a company. He's working on a software project. Sometimes he likes to work late, occasionally through the night. That's where I thought he was. And are you all right physically? I'm okay. I wasn't feeling so good this morning, and when you're a surgeon you can't afford to be spreading infection around theatre. And what about... Allie touched her own cheek by way of alluding to the mark. Have you had an accident yourself? Jaeger rolled her eyes in faintly embarrassed self-reproach. Oh, this. So stupid. I hit myself in the face opening a parcel. I was tugging and tugging at this piece of packing tape when suddenly it snapped and I... Never mind. Last night it was the biggest thing I had to worry about. Jesus. Rodriguez offered to make tea. Jaeger seemed reluctant at first, but acquiesced as if she didn't have the energy to argue. Allie couldn't help but develop the impression that she just wanted them out of her house. Is there someone you can call? Allie asked, once Jaeger's barely touched tea was way past drinkable. Someone who can sit with you? Not right now. Maybe later. You shouldn't be alone. Looks like I'd better get used to it. Allie made a further attempt to insist she contact a friend or relative, but she was rebuffed again. And Jaeger didn't seem like someone who could be easily prevailed upon, even under these circumstances. They both got to their feet, Allie stating her reluctant intention to leave. Rodriguez surprised her by walking over to the window and lifting a framed photograph from the table in front of it. This is quite recent, yeah? Jaeger nodded, like she was barely paying him attention. Do you mind if we take it? We'll scan it and bring it back. It's helpful to have a picture we can give out to the press or whoever. Saves you from being pestered. Jaeger waved her hand dismissively by way of an assent. Like it couldn't be more trivial. Allie reckoned they could have asked for the telly and been given the nod if it got them out the door.
Sibling rivalry. In science, they call it the null hypothesis, the search for all the reasons you might possibly uncover that you are wrong. They tell you, never want it to be true. Instead, test the evidence to destruction, especially when you have actually found yourself asking, is this too good to be true? It applies to medicine, as it does to any other field, which makes my gullibility all the more embarrassing. My downfall was that I wanted it to be true. Though it's small consolation, I was far from the first. We do not, cannot, and perhaps should not apply scientific and empirical principles to matters of the heart, other than those matters falling within the magisterium of cardiology. Let's be realistic. Who wants to go looking for proof that they are wrong when they think they have found love? Nonetheless, there is a difference between seeking out contrary evidence and ignoring it when it is right in front of you. There must have been signs there all along, I'm sure everyone will say, employing that unfailingly accurate instrument we surgeons call the retrospectoscope. It looks very different at the time, particularly when the time is past your 40th birthday and you fear you're running out of chances. Don't judge unless you've seen it through that perspective for yourself. Even now, I can't fully comprehend the dynamic that is at work there. Do you edit things out when you find a decent prospect at this stage in life? Because you desperately want to convince yourself it will work? Or do you see the problems with your partner but simply decide that they are not deal-breakers? Do you tell yourself that perhaps these are the compromises people learn over time in successful marriages, and you are exercising the wisdom to fast forward? I still don't know, but I do know this much. One classic mistake I didn't make was telling myself that if there were things about Peter I wasn't happy with, I could change him once we were married. He made me believe I had already changed him. My folly was not in thinking that the person who proposed to me was perfect, but in believing all the apparently perfect things about him were real. They were the best days of my life. Who wouldn't want that to go on forever? I kept waiting for it to fall apart, or for it to at least show signs of strain somewhere. But they never arrived. I'm sure there were many ways in which we were on our best behaviour, anticipating the things that might cause friction. But there has to come a point when that gives way, and you either become comfortable with each other's foibles, or it's the beginning of the end. I know I was making myself more available than usual, not only emotionally, but practically. I was saying no to lucrative extra sessions and holding off on research projects that might lead to future publications. This was partly to keep my immediate time free for Peter. But if I'm being honest, I was also trying to give the impression that my future workload wouldn't be a problem for us. Peter, by contrast, was probably working more conscientiously on his external project than he might otherwise have done, in order to demonstrate to me how much more mature and industrious he was becoming. Equally, I remember when we had a reservation for a restaurant one Friday night, and we had both been looking forward to it throughout a very demanding week. When Friday evening rolled around, I was exhausted, and I wanted nothing less than to get changed and head out. But I didn't want to disappoint him or to tip him off that this might be a regular occurrence. He called to ask if I was still okay for our date, and I told him I was, but he must have read the hesitation in my voice, or maybe just the fatigue. You sound knackered. No, I'll be fine after a quick shower. You'll be fine after a long soak, a night in, and about 10 hours sleep. Why don't you run a bath, and I'll come round later with a pizza and a movie. That's what love sounds like. Two people on the phone, lying about what they want, because the main thing they want is to please each other. I had that bath. We ate pizza and watched Belle. It was bliss. We seemed to move into phase 2 so seamlessly that I couldn't tell you when it happened. Weeks piled upon weeks and turned into months, the fastest months I had ever known. Time seemed to accelerate. There would be moments when I couldn't believe I had only known him since January, and in other ways the time before I met him seemed an age ago. The sex was easy, and by that I mean it was seldom a source of pressure or tension, as it had been in previous relationships. We were relaxed with each other. Peter didn't give me grief about it when I was too tired, or when my head wasn't in the right place because of things that happened at work. And conversely, there were many times when a goodnight kiss turned into something I needed much more than the 20 minutes extra sleep it was costing me, even if I had an early start and a long day ahead. The only time we had the hint of a problem was when he suggested we film ourselves, which I was absolutely not comfortable with. I recall Peter looking apologetic. "Oh God, I forgot about you getting hacked, but I'm not talking about something that would ever be stored online, and I'd frame it so that your face is never in shot, or mine, so no chance of being identified. Only we would know." There was something oddly cosy and intimate about that notion, and I was tempted for a moment. But only for a moment. I just knew I couldn't relax, couldn't be naked in front of a camera, never mind have sex. He was fine about it, though, and never brought it up again. Equally, I reassured him that I didn't think he was weird or parvy for suggesting it. Like I said, we were easy together. What I need you to understand is that our burgeoning relationship wasn't about the spectacular or the escapist. Nights out, weekends away, surprise presents. Though all these things did happen, in a way, they weren't the highlights. It was the day-to-day, the week-to-week that made it special. It was about me enjoying all that was normal in my life. In the earliest days, the hardest part was getting through work because I was so impatient to see him. But soon the impatience wore off, and I started to really enjoy my work because I knew that I would see Peter when it was finished. Isn't that what we all want? Someone to be with, and something to do. And yes, as I said, there were times when I couldn't believe my good fortune. I confessed as much to Peter, though only because he said the same first. It was as though we were both terrified of losing what we had. Peter rationalized it, though. Maybe it's more balanced than we think. Maybe when it comes to relationships, we both had more bad luck than is average, and it skewed our sense of what is normal. Or, what's thrown us is that our good luck has been disguised as bad luck. What do you mean? Well, if we are each as adorable as the other believes, then we must have had bad luck in order to both still be single when we met each other. So our bad luck, then, is our good luck now. Amazing how bullshit circular logic seems like mystic truth when you're blinded by love. I used to hate it whenever I heard women say of their latest beau, "He totally gets me," but I soon came to understand what they meant, even if that wasn't how I would choose to express it. I'll never forget the first time he handed me a present. Feeling touched, and yet almost shaking with apprehension as I clutched what was unmistakably a soft parcel. Clothing gifts were tricky territory in a burgeoning relationship, so it felt like a far more tense moment than he might have anticipated. I unwrapped it slowly, preparing myself, afraid I was about to be confronted with inappropriate underwear, some garment that was far from my taste, or worse, something that indicated he wanted me to look different, with all that implied, for what he really thought of how I looked now. Basically, It was an unexploded, awkward bomb that had been dropped into my hands. When I pulled away the wrapping, I uncovered this gorgeous purple dress that was quite similar to one I had eyed up in a department store, and even pored over a few times on the shop's website without ever clicking buy. I liked it, but didn't think I could pull it off. I thought it was for someone more glam than me. Oh my God, that's beautiful. I teared up, my relief giving way to gratitude and delight, touched by his solicitude. Peter wasn't with me when I saw it in the store. In fact, at that stage I wouldn't have dragged him around the shops for fear of wasting a day better spent doing other things together, which made it all the more lovely that when he'd gone out looking for a present, he happened upon a similar item and, as he put it, "I pictured you in that and thought it was perfect for you. I might be way out though, so I've kept the receipt." It happened a few times. He would surprise me with gifts that were closer to the taste I aspired towards, rather than the taste my more cowardly instincts told me to settle for. Nothing inappropriate, nothing outrageous, just the kind of thing I might consider and then chicken out of. It was as though he saw this better version of me and helped me become it. I did the same for him too, though not so much in terms of wardrobe. I kept him to his good intentions with regard to working on his project, even when the selfish part of me would rather have him dedicating all his spare time and attention to me. I believed in his potential, and the exciting thing was watching him start to believe in it too. Not that everything simply clicked into place without a hitch. We were proving good for each other, but we couldn't be the solution to all of each other's problems. One of the great markers on the road to serious in any relationship is meeting the folks, but neither of us was in a hurry to introduce the other to their family. In my case, geography proved a convenient means of avoiding the issue. My parents still lived in Huntingdon, so it wasn't as though they were likely to drop by one afternoon and require an introduction to the young man whose shaving kit was sitting by my sink. Besides, they regarded what happened to me over the blog as a family disgrace, and had never once blessed me with a visit in my penitential northern gulag. Christmas aside, I rarely went home, and even then I often volunteered for on-call, so that I'd have an excuse why I couldn't come. My brothers Julian and Piers lived in Brisbane and Dunedin, respectively. Only living off-planet would have further satisfied their need for distance from our loving family hearth. So we weren't going to run into them either. This mutual reluctance was no surprise to either of us. I deduced early on that Peter didn't want to talk about his family, and I had explained a bit about mine when inevitably the issue came up, regarding why I was Dr. Yeager. Aren't surgeons usually Miss or Mrs.? Well, statistically speaking, they're usually Mr. You know what I mean. They're not usually Doctor. I told him all about my doll's house, and about my mother, who qualified but never practiced, merely married my father and became Mrs. Yeager. In fact, throughout my life, I seldom heard my father call her Veronica. I told Peter how my father addressed her directly as dearest darling, and to us in the third person as mummy. But here's the weirdest part. In front of other people, he always referred to her as Mrs. Yeager. Yes, Mrs. Yeager did enjoy our holiday. Mrs. Yeager has a head cold and won't be joining us. Sorry, I'll have to discuss that with Mrs. Yeager and get back to you. It was as though she was defined so entirely on his terms that she had even lost her given name. That was why, when I went into surgery, I insisted on remaining Dr. Diana Yeager. I spent my entire youth longing for that title and all that it signified, so I wasn't giving it up for the sake of convention. Nevertheless, despite our shared reluctance to inflict our families upon each other. I did meet Peter's sister after we had been going out for about 2 months. I didn't like her then, and given her squirrely role in all of what transpired subsequently, it would be quite the understatement to say I fucking despise her now. We were down in Edinburgh for our first Saturday night away together, when we bumped into her on Broughton Street. I noticed Peter slow down alongside me and thought he was about to look in a shop window. He glanced uncertainly at me for a moment, as though he was preparing to say something, and then I heard a voice and saw that a rather prissy-looking female had stopped right in front of us. Upon first seeing them together, I would never have guessed they were brother and sister. She seemed so buttoned up, quite literally, while Peter's appearance was always as laid back and understated as his demeanour. He had an effortlessness about how he dressed that sometimes skirted the borders of scruffy, and yet always looked right on him. His sister, by contrast, looked like she must take a lot of time and regimented effort about presenting herself. And yet the result was strangely incongruous, like an ageing goth who these days only shopped in M&S, but couldn't help resorting to certain instincts. "Peter, you didn't tell me you were going to be in town this weekend?" There was a pleasant surprise in her tone, but a hint of accusation too. I quickly inferred that she was not merely chiding him over how infrequently they spoke. They had spoken recently, and she was annoyed that he hadn't let on he would be on her turf. "Well, it was kind of a last-minute thing. A cheap hotel deal on the internet." This was a lie. We'd planned it a fortnight back, once I got my latest on-call rota and knew which coming weekend I would be free. "Lucy, this is Diana. Diana, this is my sister, Lucy." I once met a boyfriend's sister who was unsettlingly gushy, hugging me upon introduction and acting as though we were going to be instant best friends, which, paradoxically, made me instantly dislike her. I had little fear that such effusiveness was going to be reprised here, but the end result looked certain to be the same. She gave me the most thin-lipped smile and didn't offer a hand to shake. "Oh, yes. Peter's told me about you." Not "Peter's told me all about you." It's one tiny word, but in this context, it makes a very big difference. "Why don't we grab a coffee?" Peter suggested. "Give us all the chance to talk. We were only out for a wander anyway." She seemed to think about it for long enough that I believed she might be weighing up whether to fabricate an excuse. I might have been relieved if she had, except that I could already sense how keen Peter was that we should all spend some time together. "Yes. I'm not doing anything urgent." We went to a place in a basement down some steps from where we had met Lucy. I thought it would seem gloomy and claustrophobic, with its windows showing only the brick walls of the stairwell, but it was brightly lit, and the decor made it seem airy. That didn't prevent the atmosphere from becoming oppressive, but it was nothing to do with the location. It was the company. When I was able to look at them, sitting side by side at the same table, there was no mistaking the sibling resemblance, or that there was a complex family dynamic at work. I gathered that she was older by 18 months, but she seemed somehow more grown up. Her features were softer, and she might have been pretty if there wasn't a certain severity about her. With the right look, facially, she could have passed for the younger of the two, but from her demeanour, she could have been 10 years his senior. And despite the palpable awkwardness over Peter not having told her we would be in Edinburgh, now that we were in each other's company, little brother was keen to impress. He seemed almost over-anxious that she should like me. He was talking up my CV like he was my agent, and saying what a positive effect I was having on him. This vicarious immodesty was most unlike him. It was as though he was showing off, proud of how well he had done.
seeking an attaboy. It was not forthcoming. Lucy seemed quite determined to remain politely unmoved. I don't expect everyone to go, "Oh, you're a consultant surgeon." But equally I can tell when someone is making a point of not being impressed. I suspected this would still have been Lucy's response had her brother presented a Nobel Prize-winning physicist and supermodel as his girlfriend. It was all about laying down a marker of sorts, though I had to wait a while for its nature to become clear. They struck me as a brother and sister who had a close bond, but who nonetheless would rather not be in each other's company. I got my first hint as to why when Peter went to the toilet and we were left alone together. "Peter is very taken with you." She wore that thin-lipped smile again, a flimsy mask of politeness. I knew that whatever was coming next, she meant business. "I'm happy for him, but I'm concerned too. There have been women before you. They've taken advantage of his nature, and he's been hurt. He's more fragile than he'd ever let you see. He's open with people. He assumes they're being open with him. He wants to believe you are perfect, that you won't suddenly decide he's not what you're looking for and dump him like they did. So if you're not in it for the long haul, get out now and let him down gently. Because if you lead him on and then break his heart—" She stopped herself there. I thought she was letting it hang unspoken as a threat, but as I searched, flabbergasted, for a response, she recanted slightly. "I'm sorry, that was inappropriate. I don't know you, and all I've heard about you are good things, but I've only heard them all from him. And let's just say it's not the first time I've heard good things from Peter about a girlfriend. I'm only saying, I don't know, he's my little brother. I can't stop myself looking out for him." Before I had a chance to assure her of my intentions, or maybe tell her she had no right to be demanding such assurances, I saw Peter coming back from the bathroom. I put on a polite smile, both Lucy and I pretending nothing contentious had been said.
Whiff of suspicion. Alice sat behind the wheel, her fingers resting on the ignition switch, but she didn't turn it. She stared back towards the cottage, her lips pursed in what her mum always called her thinking frown. She'd been doing it since she was about 4. "Something up?" Rodriguez asked. "Not sure. Just a feeling, you know." "Regarding the good Dr. Jaeger?" "Yes. I generally like my grieving widows to have a bit more grief on them." "Strictly speaking, we don't know for sure yet that she's a widow." "Quite, but I can't help getting the notion that maybe she does." Rodriguez cast a glance towards Jaeger's house. It seemed almost incredible how a building remained unaltered when an emotional bombshell had been dropped upon it, offering no clue to the outside world of the damage that had been inflicted. In this instance, there had been scant evidence inside either. Playing doctor's advocate. If there was more to this than meets the eye, wouldn't she be hamming up her response to the news, chewing the scenery a bit? True, Ali conceded. Something just feels off, though. Her eye, for one thing. She didn't want us noticing that. Her explanation was odd, too. Not the substance of it, the way she said it. It seemed rehearsed, as though she'd run through it in her head and then delivered the lines on cue. I got that too. It could have happened like she said, though. If she was worried about what people might assume when they saw it, it's possible she'd think through how she would tell them. Yeah, fair enough, if she was just talking to work colleagues on a normal day. But we had just told her that her husband is most probably dead. It seemed bizarre to give us a story about opening a parcel. People elaborate when they're lying, because they've never sure you've given enough detail to convince you. Or when they're reeling and flustered, he countered. Like if you've just been told your husband is missing and realise that an accidental mark on your face might suddenly look rather suspicious. True. But we haven't even touched on the two things that bothered me most. I'm guessing the fact that she couldn't get us out of there fast enough piqued your curiosity? The words unseemly haste come to mind. Damn right. That's one. The other was the odour. You might not have picked it up, though. I've always had a super sensitive nose. Used to freak my mum that I could tell which of her friends had been around while I was out because I could identify their perfume hours later. I'm recovering from a cold. I got nothing. What did you smell? Ali turned the ignition, and the engine growled into life. Bleach.
The question. If I was inclined to be generous, which it goes without saying I'm not, I would have to credit Lucy with her part in turning Peter's project into a viable business vehicle, and thus, indirectly, laying the grounds for him proposing to me. It was the one instance in which her preferred role of interfering busybody had an unintended benefit. I met her again a couple of times after our chance encounter in Edinburgh, both times when she was passing through Inverness, and on each occasion we seemed to instantly resume the tension of that moment. Peter was oddly restless around her too, which always made me fear what poison she might have been dripping in his ear down the phone. "I know so little about Lucy," I said to him, the second time he told me she would be in town. "You never talk about her." We were driving back from Cromarty, where we had gone for a wander and some lunch one Sunday. "What do you want to know?" His tone wasn't exactly encouraging. I could tell by this stage when he was trying hard to be patient. "The usual things. What does she do? What's her story? Is she in a relationship?" "You mean girl things?" "As opposed to what music and TV shows she likes, yes." "I don't think she's seen anybody these days. That's not the kind of subject we talk about, to be honest. She's a big sister, so she sees her younger brother as too trivial to want to confide in about her love life. Which suits me, to be honest." "So, what do you talk about?" "Music and TV shows." "You must know what she does for a living, at least." "Vaguely. She works in finance, these days at any rate. She's had as much of a checkered career as me, though the checkers include greater instances of dynamism mixed in with the rudderless drifting. She worked for an art dealership for a long time, and she worked in a museum too, scaring children away from priceless exhibits mostly. She did a degree in art history." Peter changed the subject after that, as he always did when the conversation threatened to open a route towards my asking about his parents. He seemed no closer to telling me about them, and I had learned it was counterproductive to ask. I appreciated that he indulged me in letting off steam about my parents, but his remained a complete blank. I didn't know what they did for a living, or even where they lived, more specific than a place in the middle of nowhere out in Perthshire. Peter gave the impression that he and his sister seldom talked about anything substantial, but clearly he had gone to her for advice and assistance in setting up his company. Perhaps in the same way she might have come to him if her computer was on the fritz. Due to her multifarious connections, Lucy was able to introduce Peter to potential investors, though introductions were the extent of her involvement. I didn't need to worry about becoming jealous that she was party to more information than me, as Peter complained that she had limited comprehension of the mechanics of his plan. The only data she understood was that pertaining to development budgets and potential returns, but her command of that proved sufficient to attract solid investment from people who did grasp what Peter was hoping to pull off. As a result, he was able to form a company and give up his job with Cobalt, allowing him to work full-time on developing his breakthrough software.
He was nervous as a kitten throughout all of the contractual red tape stuff, terrified of the real and constant possibility that the opportunity opening in front of him could suddenly vanish due to any number of uncontrollable variables. So when the documents were signed and the venture became an official listed reality, honestly, I watched him grow a foot before my eyes. It seemed like a landmark moment in his life. One for which he was keen to heap credit upon me as the person who had inspired him to get serious. The only downside, ironically, was that a mutual non-disclosure agreement insisted upon by the investors meant that he still couldn't give me any specifics regarding what the software was ultimately for. There were people I had never met who knew more about this than I did, which I will admit annoyed me, but I wasn't so precious as to miss what the bigger picture was here. These people believed in Peter's idea, and in his ability to make it happen, which was why they were backing him with hard cash. "You have to give me some kind of vague hint," I pleaded, as he was showing me the sheaves of paperwork that would make the venture official. They were covering all the worktops in his flat's tiny kitchen. "It's only fair," he conceded. "You've put up with me being preoccupied over this recently, and there's only so many leaps of faith I can ask from one woman." He slipped a thick document into a plastic wallet and turned to face me. "Have you ever thought it would be handy to be able to pay for small purchases, like under £1, without clicking through PayPal or entering your credit card?" "All the time." "Well, it's a way of doing that. Loose change for the internet. And it wouldn't only be convenient for customers, it could change subscription models. For instance, you might want to see one edition of a newspaper or magazine online, and instead of paying for a month's sub, you could pay 50p for 1 day, or 10p for a single article, but without filling in details forms and signing yourself up for spam." God, that could be huge. "Exactly, but only if I'm first. Hence." He mimed locking his lips. I kissed them. When the company was launched, Peter took me away for a surprise weekend to celebrate. At least, I thought that's what we were celebrating. On the Thursday night, he told me to pack a bag for the following day. Unbeknown to me, he had spoken to the clinical director of surgery and got me swapped from a full-day list on the Friday to a morning only, meaning we could make a late afternoon flight to Bristol. "It's not a weekend in Paris," he said, "but when it comes to flights from Inverness, you take what you can get." The destination didn't matter. I was so moved that he had quietly gone to this trouble when he had so much else to deal with in the chaotic early days of setting up the firm. I had been resigned to an ordinary weekend at home, probably seeing less of Peter than I could normally look forward to due to his new commitments. And instead, he had delivered this lovely escape. He had booked us into a suite at the Hotel du Vin. It was a converted sugar warehouse, all bare red brick and black metal pillars. Our room was about twice the size of the flat I lived in when I was working in London, with a private roof terrace, a luxuriantly vast bathroom, and the most sprawling bed I have ever slept in. He seemed a little distracted on the Saturday. We took a train to Bath and wandered around the place. Peter could often be quiet that way, lost in his thoughts, but I sensed his mind was drifting somewhere specific, worrying away with the details of his great opportunity and equally great responsibility. I was completely, magnificently wrong. We were having a bath together late afternoon. The taps were in the middle, a deal-breaker for such things, and we had a bottle of champagne open. I made a crack about finally having his full attention. "I'm sorry, I guess you noticed my thoughts have been elsewhere." "It wasn't a dig. I'm trying to acknowledge how much I appreciate you doing this, taking so much time for me, for us, right now. Except I have to confess that my distractedness was nothing to do with the project. I've been anxious about something else. What? Remember when I said I wanted to kiss you, but I was afraid of breaking the spell? How could I forget? Well, that feeling has never quite gone away. I can't believe everything that has happened for me since I met you, where I am now compared to only a few months ago. So here I am again, worried that I'm about to make a misstep and lose it all. Peter, what kind of misstep could change how I feel about you? As I said it, I was conscious that he looked vulnerable and sincere, very much like he had when he first asked me out to the ironworks. Suddenly I had my answer, and I knew why he had been talking about my making a leap of faith. I don't know whether he noticed, but my eyes were already filling up before he spoke. The kind where I ask you to marry me. Full disclosure. We were lying in the afterglow, his proposal in the bath having led to us chucking towels down on the bed so that we didn't get the sheets too damp in our impatience to have sex. Neither of us had said anything for an unusually long time, certainly enough for us both to be aware the other was feeling the gravity of the moment. They say it ought to be the easiest question you ever get asked, Peter said, because you should already know the answer. I didn't need to write down my working. But they also say that the question shouldn't come as a surprise. I realise I sprung this on you, which put you under pressure, especially after me saying how worried I was about the possible consequences of asking it. As I was lying there just now, I will confess my thoughts had turned to whether this is all too fast, too soon. That's how my mind works. As a surgeon, my life has been dominated by risk-averse judgment. And yet, the moment you asked the question, I had no doubts whatsoever. None. Maybe it's all the business stuff I've been reading, but I feel like I should offer you a cooling-off period, give your risk-averse mind time to do its full due diligence. Do you need a cooling-off period? I was suddenly anxious that he was projecting here. No, I've never been so certain of anything. I realise some people might think it's too soon, but I feel like I've been waiting my whole life for this, so now that it's finally in front of us, why delay? That was how I felt too. I knew that if I looked hard enough, I would see lots of reasons to wait, but was this about reason? I knew there'd be obstacles and difficulties ahead, but marriage wasn't about finding someone with whom you would never have problems. It was about finding someone you could better tackle your problems with. You appreciate what you built in a relationship rather than what is given to you easily. Anything is possible when you both want the same thing. And I sincerely believed that we did. There was also, of course, the issue of my biological clock, which we had already wordlessly broached half an hour ago, when I pulled Peter back from getting a condom, and he came inside me for the first time. There was a significant unspoken conversation in that, about our mutual desire to be parents, and about how we wanted, and pragmatically needed, that to happen as soon as possible. We had dinner in a restaurant down at the quayside. I think I floated there. I don't remember walking. The food was divine, but I think we could have sat on the plastic benches in the nearest kebab shop and it would have been divine. I do remember Peter had a risotto with a quail parked in the middle of it. I think I had linguine. Peter sat up straighter once we'd both finished eating. In the interests of full disclosure, now that you're my fiancé, there's something I need to tell you. Full disclosure? Doesn't that describe something you should have told me before I agreed to marry you?
My tone was jocular, but Peter's expression indicated this was serious, or at least sensitive. On this occasion, it works the other way round. I needed to know you wanted to marry me before I could tell you this. I sat up straighter also, intrigued, and, it must be said, a little nervous. My real name is Hamish. Peter is my middle name. I laughed, thinking the sudden shift to seriousness had been the build-up to a joke, and this the punchline. But Peter wasn't finished. Do you know anyone else with my surname? Apart from Lucy, obviously. I gave it some thought. It was unusual, but not unique. I haven't met anyone else with your surname, but I have heard of it. I'm pretty sure there was a Professor Elphinstone who authored a physiology textbook. Oh, and come to think of it, there's that Sir Hamish Elphinstone who was in the news a couple of years back, to do with protests against wind farms on his estate. That was when it hit me. Hamish Elphinstone, with an estate in the middle of nowhere out in Perthshire. Oh my God, is this where I find out that, as well as everything else, you're secretly rich? Peter swallowed. I'm not rich. That's the crucial part. And nor am I going to be rich unless it's off my own back. My father said that Lucy and I had to learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Just like he didn't. His face briefly flashed a sneer as he said this last. Perhaps the first time I had seen bitterness etched upon it. We weren't given any financial support once we left home, and nor will we inherit anything. He told us that this was the greatest thing he could pass on to us. The irony is that he now couldn't give me his money because I wouldn't take it. I want nothing to do with him. Neither of us even uses the names he gave us. Lucy's real name is Petronella Lucille Elphinstone. He took a mouthful of his wine, like he needed it to wash away a bad taste. I had girlfriends before, women who affected not to know about my background, but who buggered off sharpish once they found out I was neither rich nor in line to become rich. Please understand, I'm not saying I didn't tell you this until now as some kind of test. Nobody chooses the life you did because they're after an easy route to riches. This is kind of the opposite. I needed to know you wanted to marry me for who I am before you found out about this baggage, because this baggage is not who I am. I reached a hand across the table to his and squeezed it. My father is not a nice man. In fact, he's a truly horrible human being. He has this utterly utilitarian view of people that comes from generations of aristocratic privilege. Anyone he perceives as beneath him exists only to be used and discarded. There are precious few people he doesn't perceive to be beneath him. You wouldn't know that if you met him. He is polite to a fault, and can be charming when it serves him. But you'd be conned if you believed that his seeming friendly meant he would lift a finger to turn on a hose if you were burning right in front of him. Not unless this action would benefit him in some way. And what about your mother? I kept my tone apologetic in anticipation of the answer. An expensively dressed, and thus elegantly disguised alcoholic. I've never been sure whether she took to drink because she couldn't stand up for us against him, or whether she would have been able to stand up for us if she hadn't been a drunk. I know what you mean. The parallels with my own upbringing were not proving hard to find. You remember you asked whether Lucy and I were close, and I answered yes and no. I nodded. This is what I meant. We are close on one level, and yet on another we crave our distance. We were allies. We grew up under the same tyranny, but being around each other reminds us of it. People assume we must have had this lovely privileged childhood. It was financially privileged by anyone's measure. but deprived in many other ways. That's why I'm still so much of a child now, and why I want my kids to have a childhood in which they are allowed to be childish. I gripped his hand tighter and offered a smile. I suppose then that we won't be needing a long lead-in to plan a big family wedding. So it was never going to be a grand traditional affair, with a marquee on the lawn, speeches and favours and catering staff offering champagne flutes from silver salvers. That was okay by me. I never had little girl dreams of my special day. I always thought that was for women prepared to settle for being worthy of notice, merely for a few isolated hours of their entire lives. Peter didn't see the occasion as an opportunity to mend relations with his parents. I made the suggestion as gently as I could, in case some part of him wanted, and needed, the nudge to offer an olive branch, but his response was unequivocal. I don't want his presence ruining this, and his presence would be all it took. He didn't mind the conspicuous imbalance of me inviting some of my family, but I didn't want some god-awful jamboree with great-aunts whose names I couldn't even remember being wheeled out of nursing homes, or second cousins' children I'd never met scoffing cake and barfing on a hotel dance floor. So it was only my parents whose collective response, i.e. that of my father, with my mother contributing meek agreement, was typically graceless. Stiffly polite congratulations were offered initially, but the suddenness of the announcement — I hadn't told them about Peter — and the short notice ahead of the event was interpreted as an indication of some further indiscreet shame I was attempting to conceal. They gave the impression that their attendance would be more of an obligation than a pleasure, but to their credit, at least they did finally make the trip to see me, and it saved me from my plan of lying to people that they were dead. I missed having my brothers there. It was too big an ask for them to come so far, especially with kids, but I must confess I harboured a secret fantasy that they would show up as a surprise. Emily was supposed to be there, but she got flu. Not man flu, but the real deal. She was in her bed for a fortnight, and later told me she lost a stone. She was skinny enough to begin with, so she must have looked like a corpse. I remember feeling a little sad when I saw how few names were on the invitation list. Not, as I have explained, because I wanted a big wedding, but because it brought home how small my life had become, how limited my circles. I had almost no friends outside the realm of medicine, and even among that constituency, the list was never going to be long. I had burned a lot of bridges over the years, I realised. I was sad, but I was also feeling emboldened. This was a new beginning in lots of ways, a chance to make new friends, to live a new kind of life. What surprised me was that Peter had so few friends on his list also. He was such an easy person to get along with, and had worked in so many places that I assumed he would have a huge network of old mates who would come out of the woodwork for a thing like this. I remarked as much to Lucy on the day. Peter is far more shy than you perhaps realise. With you he makes a special effort to seem confident and gregarious. You bring that out in him. It was the only thing she ever said to me that could be interpreted as a compliment, though she managed to make it sound like an accusation. It was a modest and intentionally unspectacular affair. A registry office ceremony, followed by a meal at a restaurant and then drinks at the adjoining bar for anyone who still wanted to hang around. Inauspicious circumstances for a thoroughly auspicious rite of passage. So began my new life. Both of our new lives. But let's be honest. Nobody's here to talk about how my marriage began. We're here to talk about how it ended.
Part 2. Storm Chaser. Parlabane watched dusty flurries of snow zip from left to right across the A9 north of Pitlochry. The sight gnawed at him, nagging like a disapproving voice as to the wisdom of pursuing this journey, and the voice wasn't only talking about the possible road conditions around the Dromochter Pass. He was chasing a flyer here, and if he was chasing it through a blizzard in a recently purchased second-hand car of unproven reliability, then desperation was edging towards suicidal recklessness. What was worse was that it wasn't the promise of a story that had set him on the road. It was the alternative. While he was undoubtedly intrigued by Lucy Elphinston's visit, in truth, he wanted a reason not to be in the flat right now. He was feeling boxed in by memories everywhere he looked. Even a trip out to the back court had got him in the gut. When he looked up at the rear of the building and saw the drain pipe he had once scaled when he fatefully locked himself out. Add to that the fact that the place was half the size it used to be, and it completed the sense that a big part of himself was missing. He knew it would pass, but for the meantime, it was best to be somewhere else, and besides, he could rattle out filler on his laptop anywhere. He'd called up and agreed to meet Lucy Elphinston for coffee around the corner on Broughton Street that morning. He told her that he wanted to talk things over more in depth, but mainly he wanted to see if she still felt the same having had 24 hours more to mull things over and deal with her grief. It was a bright, airy cafe up the hill from the Barony. The morning sun through its big windows warming the place despite the frost still sparkling where the pavement was in shade. Parlabane had waited for her close to 15 minutes after their appointed time, and was about to interpret her no-show as a change of heart when she came through the door. She had an air of flustered apology as she took a seat, explaining how an important work-related call came in just as she was about to leave the flat. She ordered a pot of Earl Grey, which she sipped black. She leaned over the cup and breathed in the fumes much as Parlabane recalled breathing menthol vapour to alleviate childhood colds. The fumes alone appeared to have a restorative effect. The flustered air dissipated, and she visibly relaxed in her seat. Parlabane felt his own tensions ease, as he was braced for a degree of amateur bereavement counselling, and it didn't look as though that would be necessary. She looked better, like she'd had a good night's sleep, perhaps for the first time in a while. Sheer exhaustion must have overcome the wakeful effects of being wired and overwrought. Before he could ask how she was doing, and whether she still wanted him to go ahead with this, she reached into her bag and produced an A4 envelope, from which she slid out a printed list. I've typed out names and contact details for everybody I could think of. People who knew Peter personally or knew him and Dan as a couple. Anyone who might be able to offer more insight than I can into what was going on. She came across as businesslike and purposeful, though he sensed that beneath this facade, she was still struggling to keep herself together. He couldn't decide whether she was sticking to her purpose, despite her turmoil, or whether having this purpose was the one thing staving off breakdown. Either way, there was more of a calmness about her, a quiet determination, rather than that slightly frantic neediness he had witnessed the previous day. He reasoned that if she had enjoyed a good night's sleep, was feeling more centred, and yet she still held these suspicions, then it was worth looking into. She nudged the list towards him across the table. His hand hesitated before picking it up, conscious of what might be inferred from this simple act. It felt as though he was not merely being handed a lead or taking a job, but somehow accepting responsibility for this woman and her emotionally fragile condition. I looked up more about you too, while I was in research mode. I read that you were married to an anaesthetist, though I gather you're not together anymore. You've recently divorced. He'd never said that out loud before, but I knew he had to get used to it. It felt easier saying it to someone who had worse shit to deal with, a matter of fact rather than some defining catastrophe. I'm sorry. I only mentioned it because I assume it means you know a few surgeons. It's just, I get the impression they're a strange bunch, and I reckoned it would help that you're familiar with them. I've always found Anna to be somewhat cold and aloof. and I'm curious as to whether she is cold and aloof because she's a surgeon, or whether she's cold and aloof for a surgeon. My wife called them clever psychopaths. The words had come out before he could consider the implications. It was a familiar term that tripped off the tongue without thought, a joke that functioned as a cultural shorthand among anaesthetists. Unfortunately, it had sounded very different spoken to a layperson, particularly in this context. Parlabane put his wipers on, but the snow hitting the windscreen wasn't melting on contact. It was like a hard, brittle dust, brushed aside by the blades, which scraped across the glass with a squeak. It wasn't snowing, he realised. The wind was whipping the top layer off what had fallen a couple of days ago and scattering it like sand. The route would be clear after all, but it was a timely reminder, after recent costly lapses in his professional judgment, to always make sure he was seeing what he thought he was seeing. He was merely looking deeper than had so far been delved in this story. There was no hypothesis in play here. The biggest reason for Lucy's suspicion was that Diana Yeager had mentioned a prior incident at Widow Falls, but the most rational interpretation for this being more than a random coincidence was simply that she had identified a risk, and that her husband had failed to learn from his near miss. She had expressed her concern over the fact that the guy drove too fast when he was stressed and angry, and had mentioned that the previous occasion had followed an argument. That both incidents should happen at the same place sounded less dramatic when you factored in that it was an accident black spot. Lucy said Peter was in a bad way mentally when she last spoke to him, so the most likely explanation was that his stress had led to a fatal accident, with a further outside possibility that it had led him to suicide. Nonetheless, he had been sure that Lucy had greater reason for her suspicion than she was prepared to let on. There was definitely something she wasn't seeing, but that wasn't the hunch that was urging Parlabane north. It was the fact that they had found the car, but not found a body. That part had triggered his suspicious bastard reflex from the first second. Tail of the tape.
Romeo Victor 4 from Dispatch, do you read?
The radio seemed unusually noisy, breaking over the comparative silence inside the car. It was mid-morning, Rodriguez at the wheel. This was the first time Ali had been out with him since that initial prolonged shift, and she was patiently navigating as the Londoner attempted to develop his sense of the local geography. The reason for the quiet was that they were slowly making their way through the labyrinthine streets of the Silverbrae housing scheme, a recently built-up market development, where there was little traffic outside of rush hour. In fact, the only other cars they had encountered were learners under instruction, and she was wondering how many they would pass before Rodriguez worked out that she was taking the piss. He earned points for how he first got behind the wheel. Rodriguez had to be 6 inches taller than her, which was not an uncommon distinction among male officers. However, they often seemed to make a big deal about adjusting the seat if she had been driving a patrol car. The preferred tactic of such colleagues was to squash themselves in behind the wheel in order to emphasise how close to the dashboard her seat needed to be. Well, woohoo! You're tall, she would think. How long did you have to practice to achieve that? Rodriguez had simply slid the seat back a few notches without fuss and slipped into position. He'd been in the Met, though. Maybe they got an awareness course.
Dispatch, this is Romeo Victor 4. Go ahead. Reported break-in at Lower Mills Industrial Estate. Can you deal? Roger. On our way.
It took less than 5 minutes to reach the address, a printing and copying business in a single-storey unit on the outskirts of the estate where it bordered a residential area. The call had come from a woman who was hanging out her washing when she saw someone climb up onto the roof and disappear inside, presumably through a skylight. They got out of the patrol car and did a quick circuit of the perimeter. There was no sign of damage, and though the premises had been in darkness when they pulled up, There was a light on by the time they made it around to the front again. Rodriguez rang the bell, and a few moments later, a squat and slightly sweaty bloke opened the door. He was flushed about the face and breathing heavily. He looked mid-50s, dressed in a grey suit and blue tie that he had loosened as though his workday had just finished rather than begun.
"We received a call about a possible break-in."
Rodriguez's tone indicated that he had already sussed the situation. The guy rolled his eyes.
"Aye, sorry. My wife's away visiting her mother in Fochabers, and she's gone off with both sets of keys."
He showed them his driving licence, identifying him as Stuart Preston. The business was called Presto Print. He showed them inside to verify all was as it should be.
"They say you only find out how secure a place really is when you lock yourself out of it. And the answer in this case is, not very. Took me about 2 minutes from realising Audrey had the keys to gain an access through the roof, and I'm not exactly Spider-Man. Just needed to roll one of the rubbish hoppers against the wall, and then pull myself up over the gutter."
"How did you get the door open for us?"
"Spare keys in the office desk."
The place was well worth breaking into. There were 4 PCs, 2 with extra-large widescreen monitors, as well as an array of laser printing machinery. Ali clocked a photo on the wall of the guy with his wife, handing over an outsized charity cheque for funds he had raised for cancer research. They were done here.
"It's reassuring you got here so fast, right enough,"
Preston said.
"PC Rodriguez knows a few shortcuts. Can offer you both a cup of tea."
"Oh, no. We wouldn't trouble you." It was her stock answer. She always felt impolite about refusing. People didn't know it wasn't permitted.
"It's just spoiled,"
he told them, indicating a kettle in the corner.
"First thing I did. Well, I needed it after hauling myself in like that."
"That's kind, but we have to get back on patrol," Rodriguez told him. The guy looked genuinely disappointed. Perhaps with his wife away, he feared being starved of company. Preston glanced down at the newspaper on top of his desk.
"Hell of a business that, was it not?"
he asked, thus confirming Ali's hypothesis. Any excuse to engage them in conversation. She looked at what he was talking about. The paper was open at a store about Peter Elphinston.
"Terrible, yes. Not long married as well. I never knew him, but his wife, she operated on me once."
He sounded quite proud of this, like it was an achievement. People over a certain age love to tell you about their operations. Ordinarily, this would have been Ali's cue to get out the door all the quicker, but curiosity got the better of her.
"What was she like?" "Bit of a cold fish, to be honest. Didn't smile much, you know. Not a lot of chat, but very good, very professional. She sorted me out grand. I had this problem in my—"
They made their way back to the car about 10 minutes later, Rodriguez giving her an admonitory look.
"Jeez. We were almost out of there, and you had to ask him a question. I now know enough about that man's colon that it could be my specialist subject and mastermind."
"Sorry?" "I suppose I'll need to get used to everybody vaguely knowing everybody else."
"What do you mean?"
"Diana Yeager doing that guy's operation."
"Yep, that's Inverness for you. Still a village. Never assume your anonymity in this place."
It was something Ali felt most keenly at times like this, after a breakup. What made it homely and reassuring could also be oppressive. Everybody knew things about you, so when you suddenly realised you couldn't rely on the discretion of someone you once trusted enough to be sexually intimate with, it could leave you feeling horribly exposed. In recent days, she had wanted to melt into the background, but she knew that it was only a matter of time before she ran into Martin again, and into people who knew him. There weren't any particular revelations he could bring to light. It was simply the unsettling knowledge that secret things they had once shared were no longer under joint ownership. Did guys feel this way too? She hoped so. Mutually assured destruction would be a reassuring threat.
"You still got questions about Dr. Yeager, then?" Rodriguez asked,
putting the car into gear and accelerating with a slow, steady foot. Only an open-minded curiosity? Ali had left Jaeger's home with a sharp, instinctive sense of suspicion, but the prospect of presenting her notion to CID showed up its paucity in an unforgivingly harsh light. She could picture that patronising git Bill Ellis smirking as she admitted that the sum of her evidence comprised a small bruise on Jaeger's cheek and Ali's personal impression that she didn't seem sad enough.
"How are things with that business?" Rodriguez asked. "It's kind of been off my radar."
"Slow and annoyingly grey. Still no body, but they've got the car out of the river, and it's being examined by our people down at the depot. I'll have to pop down there later, in fact."
"What's grey about it?"
"I don't know. Just that sense that I'll never fill in all the blanks. For instance, we haven't been able to trace the only witness."
"The woman who called it in?"
"That's right, Sheena Matheson. Her number was a prepaid mobile, so there's no details registered to it. When you dial it, it comes up as unavailable."
"And isn't she listed in the usual—"
"We found 2 Sheena Mathesons in the area, but neither of them admits to making the call. Neither of them live west of Ordskirk either."
"I suppose it's possible she only moved here recently."
"True. She said she had a 10-year-old daughter, so she would have to be enrolled in the school to register. Actually, there's this thought. Hang right at the next junction."
"Where are we going?"
"I listened to the recording of the call a couple of times. She said she was nipping out to get Calpol from the garage because her daughter had a temperature. If she was coming in from the west on that road, there's only one place she could have in mind." A few minutes later, they pulled up at the 24-hour petrol station where she and Rodriguez had stopped for a late snack the night Elphison's car went into the river. "This is where we were when the call came in. We probably drove right past her on our way to respond." Ali recognised both of the people behind the counter, an adolescent called Greg and the duty manager Brenda. She was on first-name terms with most of the staff here, as it was a regular stop for nocturnal sustenance. "Ali," said Brenda with a smile, "what can we do for you? The usual?" "Aye, 2 coffees would be great. But we're also hoping for a wee look at your CCTV tapes. I'm trying to track down somebody who was in here early hours of Friday morning." "No bother. Come on through to the back." Brenda led them to a cramped space, no bigger than a pantry, with the CCTV cameras fed into an aging PC with a compact monitor. "I can never remember how to work this thing," she confessed, tapping the keyboard uncertainly. Ali braced herself for the possibility that she would have to come back later when someone else was on shift. Nothing about this incident was proving easy or convenient to deal with. "Oh no, I tell a lie. I just need to... Here we go." Brenda hit a combination of keys, and the live image was replaced by a list of files, each denoting a date followed by start and stop times for the period it covered. They were broken into 2-hour segments. "Early hours Friday?" "Yes, about 3. Brenda selected a file running from 2 until 4, fast-forwarding under Ali's instruction. Ali kept an eye on the timestamp, telling her to slow to normal as it approached 2:45. She wanted to be absolutely sure they were looking at the right file, and confirmation came as she watched herself into the shop. "That's one of our regulars," Brenda told Rodriguez as they watched Ali on screen lifting some sandwiches from the fridge. "If she's shoplifting, we've never caught her." Ali felt disproportionately conspicuous as she watched herself stop briefly in the toiletry section. She remembered pausing to stare at the pregnancy kits. Her cheeks flushed with heat. There was no way for Brenda or Rodriguez to know what she had been looking at, but it felt as though it must be obvious. Maybe it was displaced anxiety she was feeling. It was 3 days later, and her period still hadn't come. "Okay, speed up the playback again, and slow it down whenever anyone comes in." Nobody did. The recording could have been a still image, but for minor flickering, until the door opened shortly before 4 o'clock, It was a burly male in biker leathers, his helmet under his arm. "It's like that some nights," Brenda said apologetically. "You need a good book." Ali got her to run the file backwards until reaching her own appearance again, playing at half the speed of before to make sure they hadn't missed even the briefest of visits. Still nothing.
"Maybe she changed her mind and went home," Rodriguez suggested. "The crash could have spooked her, especially knowing her kid was in the house alone."
This was true. On the tape, Matheson said she had told her daughter she would only be half an hour. Having seen the crash and stopped to make the call, had she decided she'd been away too long and turned around? But if her kid was sick enough for her to have ventured out in search of Calpol in the middle of the night, would she really go back empty-handed? It was something else that wouldn't sound like much if she was presenting it to Bill Ellis, but she couldn't help thinking the wrong notes were starting to accumulate. Old friends and new lies. Parlabane strode up the driveway of a neat red-brick modern detached house in an upmarket estate on the western outskirts of Inverness. His phone had told him the address. It had also told him it would take 5 minutes to walk from the hotel, but after a brisk 10, he checked again, and saw that he had looked at the driving time estimate by mistake. He thought the walk would clear his head, but as he approached the front door, clutching a bottle of wine, he was still feeling anxious, awkward, and slightly guilty. Lucy had given him as much information as she could collate with regard to Peter and Diana's work and social circles. The theatre nurse, quoted in a couple of press reports, was not among the names she supplied, and nor had she ever heard the woman mentioned. It was Lucy's suspicion that she was an attention-seeking busybody who had sought to insinuate herself into the story. But Parlabane had the more prosaic notion that she happened to be the one who answered the phone when a reporter called the hospital. Rather than exaggerate her own connection to Diana, it was likely she said as much as she knew, and the reporter made it sound like she was a bosom buddy. Parlabane wanted to speak to the people who genuinely knew the couple, and the briefest scan of Lucy's notes gave him his first break. The name Austin Waits leapt out at him from a list of Diana's colleagues, as he used to work alongside Sarah in Edinburgh way back when they were both registrars. Parlabane and Sarah had socialised with Austin and his partner Lucas semi-regularly in those days, and had kept in touch at Christmas card level after their respective consultant posts took them elsewhere. It had always felt like they were more Sarah's friends than his, falling into the category of people he never saw without her. Thus, he guessed that whatever they had heard about the divorce, he was unlikely to have come out of the dispatch as well. That covered the anxious and awkward aspects of how he was feeling. The guilt part derived from the fact that he had only made the effort to get in touch after all these years because he suspected they might have information. In fact, it went double because he was pretending otherwise. He had called Austin to say he was staying in Inverness for a couple of days climbing. Lie number 1. And had remembered, actually just learned, so lie number 2, that he and Lucas lived there now, so would they mind meeting up for a drink? Austin insisted he come for dinner instead, which reminded Parlabane that Lucas loved to cook. He remembered huge, noisy groups gathered around their kitchen table in Marchmont, candles jammed into wine bottles, and the lemon heads on the CD player. Lucas always squeezed in next to Parlabane as a non-medical ally in sole hope of taking the conversation elsewhere. He was a radio producer in those days, working on news and current affairs for BBC Scotland. They got on well enough, but Parlabane remembered with a further pang how he had always body-swerved Lucas's overtures towards meeting up at other times because he tended to act like a bit of a fanboy. That was a hazard he'd never need to worry about again. The front door opened before he could reach the bell, and they welcomed him inside with a warmth he felt he didn't deserve for any number of reasons. It was an indication of how bad things had got after the Levison inquiry that he was always surprised when anyone gave the impression they still liked him. As soon as he walked into the living room, he clocked the photo taking pride of place on the mantelpiece. Suits, smiles, and a blizzard of confetti. "You guys got married?" he asked. Soon as it became legal, Lucas replied, his Canadian accent still not softened by 20 years in Scotland. Congratulations. Parlabane felt an upspring of emotion that he hoped they interpreted as being all about them. It wasn't, though. It was merely another thing that brought home the scale of what was gone. Austin and Lucas had been together roughly as long as he and Sarah, but it turned out they had been beginning married life round about the time he and Sarah were ending it. Christ, he wondered. Was life fucking with him right now by tossing these things in his face? Or was it just that you inferred cruel parallels and painful significance all the more when you were feeling so raw? At least it turned out he needn't have worried about awkwardness deriving from what they had heard about his divorce, as there was far more awkwardness to be derived from them having heard nothing. Lucas was setting down their main course on the kitchen table when Austin said it. So, how's Sarah these days? She took an academic post for a while, didn't she? But last I heard she was back in the clinical side of things. If there was a positive to be gained from the ensuing confessional, it was that it provided plausible cover for him to turn the conversation towards another recently ended marriage. Still, there's always someone worse off than yourself. I gather you're a colleague of Dana Yeager's. I read about her husband. It'd be devastating. Austin nodded, finishing a glass of wine and placing a hand over the top as Lucas offered a refill. Did you know her? He asked. No. Sarah used to show me her blog. I didn't know she ended up in Inverness until I read about the accident. I've known her for about 5 years. I saw her today, in fact. It's awful. Awkward, too. Nobody knows what to say to her. Sorry for your loss? Can you say that? His body may never be found, they reckon. I don't even know how it works. Is it still 7 years before he can be declared dead? Not necessarily, Parlabane told him. If the police and the coroner conclude that death was probable. Even so, it's a horrible limbo to endure. You say she's back at work? Yeah, I guess that's how she's dealing with it. Staying busy, concentrating on something that will occupy mind and body. Kind of ironic, Parlabane thought, given that it all blew up for her over an article criticising a colleague for being back at work too soon after childbirth. He decided it would be politic not to share this, however, nor what it might indicate regarding her being not quite so devastated as people assumed. It's so terribly sad, Austin said. We were all delighted for her when she got married, you know. All the things she wrote in that blog, it was the truth. You see it all the time. Women giving the best of themselves to the profession, so they can't find someone who'd put up with what the profession demands. Parlabane wondered if he was being subtly got at here, despite the non-judgmental sentiments offered earlier. If so, these particular barbs wouldn't pierce his armour. It had never been Sarah's job that was the problem. She was the one who had issues with what his profession demanded. But given that they were issues unique to the way he chose to exercise that profession, there was still no way he was coming out of this well. I gather they hadn't known each other that long. About a year, all told. That's what makes it all the more tragic. She found someone and very quickly they both just knew. She was happy. She deserved to be happy. And then, a few months after the wedding, this comes out of the blue. Bang. Die young, stay pretty, said Lucas, earning an odd look from his husband and a more guardedly curious one from Parlabane. I don't mean Peter, he clarified. What I mean is, they say that about people. But can it be true about a marriage also? They might have grown old and died together, but equally, they could have been broken up within a year. Point is, we'll never know. Why would you say that? Parlabane asked. Ignore him, said Austin. He's winding me up.
It's a running gag ever since I once confessed in an irrational insecurity that something would break us up now that we're married, after being contentedly together for so long before.
There should be a word for the fear of ironic twists of fate, Parlabane said,
though he wasn't convinced that an affectionate dig at Austin was the whole reason for Lucas's remark.
We had Diane and Peter here for dinner, Austin said. Maybe a month after their wedding. We squeezed 10 around this table, if you can believe it. It was great to see her out like that. She wasn't always the most sociable before then, but she seemed determined to make more of an effort after Peter came along. He had a really positive effect on her.
Austin looked away and sighed, a glum but searching expression on his face.
We'll need to try and reach out to her now. Make sure she doesn't retreat into herself.
By way of drawing a line under an uncomfortable subject, Austin got up and began clearing the dishes. Parlabane ignored protestations to stay in his seat and helped ferry a few items to the kitchen.
If you're in an obliging mood, said Lucas, perhaps you could spare an hour to give a talk to my students.
Lucas had explained how he was now a senior lecturer in media studies at the University of the Highlands and Islands. Parlabane knew quite a few journalists who had moved into academia as work dried up in their own fields, many of them doing so with resignation and regret. Lucas, by contrast, seemed utterly content. Indeed, Parlabane couldn't recall seeing him so enthused in talking about his work. It fitted his long-standing fascination with Parlabane's activities back in the day, which always seemed to exercise him more than the subject of his own endeavours. Lucas, it seemed, was more comfortable as an analyst and an observer of the media than as a hands-on practitioner.
I don't know, Lucas. It's not something I could do without a bit of preparation.
Oh, no? You wouldn't need to give a lecture. Just a kind of Q&A. I would tee you up with the questions.
Parlabane felt horrible now. He was indebted to his hosts for their hospitality, but strangely uncomfortable about the prospect of what Lucas was requesting, and he couldn't tell him the truth about why. It wasn't inexperience in speaking to students, as Lucas knew Parlabane had done plenty of that during a stint as rector of a university a few years back. It was the fear that this was what awaited him. With so many doors closing all around him, it had already been in the back of his mind as a possible option, offering a regular salary, and even the chance to salvage some respectability. But it also represented a final surrender. It would be like being put out to stud, when he wanted to believe he still had races left in him.
I'm sorry. It's not a good time, you know. Between the work situation and what happened with Sarah, that's why I'm up here climbing, trying to get my head together.
That's okay. Forget about it.
But he could tell Lucas wasn't going to. There was a glint in his eye as he spoke, ostensibly of bonhomie, but somehow calculating. Parlabane's explanation hadn't cut it. Austin got to his feet and announced his intention to have an early night as he was operating the next morning. He gave Parlabane a hug, a look of sincere regret on his face as he said,
"So sorry again about you and Sarah."
Austin headed up the stairs as Lucas crouched down in front of a cupboard and produced a bottle of single malt. He poured them each a generous dram of Glenfarclas. Parlabane recalled a line in a song about clearing your conscience with Speyside. So far the Highland air hadn't done it. Might as well let the Highland spirit take a shot.
"It really is great to see you again," Lucas said, sitting down opposite. "Let's not leave it so long in future."
Absolutely. Next time I'm up this way, I'll definitely give you guys a shout.
Where was it today? The Cobbler? Angel's Peak?
The question confused Parlabane for a moment, until he remembered the false pretext he had given for getting in touch.
The Cobbler.
Lucas had that glint again. It made him uneasy.
Ranger Service was advising strongly against climbing it today due to high winds.
Lucas sat back in his chair. helping himself to a sip, all the time keeping his gaze trained on his mortified guest. "Why were you lying to us, Jack?" Parlabane couldn't bring himself to argue, as that would be to lie again.
"The usual."
Lucas nodded, thin-lipped and glowering. He let Parlabane shrink under his admonitory stare for a few seconds, then couldn't keep it up any longer.
"Sneaky son of a bitch,"
he said, with a dirty laugh.
"I goddamn knew it."
Parlabane gave a bashfully apologetic smile.
"Thanks for not calling me on it during dinner."
"Didn't want to ruin the atmosphere. But I'm calling you on it now. The price is you're singing for your supper. UHI Inverness campus. Shall we say 11 tomorrow?"
"I was serious when I said I wasn't comfortable with it, Lucas."
"Yes, but I'm offering a quid pro quo, and I know you'll go to any length to get a lead."
"I haven't told you what I'm working on."
"Come on, Jack. Inverness may officially be a city these days, but it's still a small town. How many stories could have led you to seek us out after all these years?"
"Touché. So what have you got?"
"First, do we have a deal?"
Parlabane sighed. Ordinarily, he wouldn't concede anything until he knew the likely worth of the information, but he owed Lucas what he was asking anyway.
"We have a deal, but this better be worth it."
"Oh, it's not, but it's marginally better than nothing, and I figured you're desperate. Am I taking Diana and Peter?"
"I'm listening."
Lucas took another sip of malt and set down his glass, leaning forward. He dropped his voice, too, and Parlabane was soon aware of another reason his deceit hadn't been unmasked in front of Austin. "I like Diana. Let me get it out there so we can be clear where I'm coming from. She's a bit of an acquired taste, granted, and she doesn't exactly bowl you over with her light and warmth. But ultimately, her heart's in the right place, I think. She had to put up with a lot of shit, so I can understand why Austin was so happy for her, why he wanted to believe she was happy."
"You think she wasn't?"
"I think she settled, that's all, and it was rough on her, coming to terms with that." Parlabane couldn't allow for ambiguity around Lucas's choice of words.
"Settled?"
"I mean, I think she compromised, dropped her standards, and was then in denial about it. What may have made it worse is that she was so high and mighty on the subject. Her blog was notoriously unequivocal regarding the nobility of a woman being alone, as opposed to putting up with someone unworthy simply to be in a relationship. Unfortunately, I think that's precisely what she ended up doing. It's gotta be a blow to your pride when you finally realize it, especially if you suspect other people realize it."
"What are you basing all this on?"
"Seeing them together. I met Peter a few times. He wasn't all that."
"Yeah, but it's not about what you saw in him, is it? I know plenty of people who don't get why a friend is with their particular partner. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was that particular partner in a lot of Sarah's friends' conversations."
"Never us, I swear," Lucas replied, with a deliberately coy smile. "Hey, look, I know what you're saying. It's one thing when you know a guy's punching above his weight, especially if he realizes it and ups his game accordingly. But that's not what I saw when they were around here." Parlabane sat forward. From Lucas's face, he could tell this was something that had troubled him, and yet possibly something he had found difficult to talk to Austin about. "Here's the thing. We never saw them together before they got married, so I can't compare. Nobody did, really. I remember Austin remarking on it. Whenever Diana wasn't at work, she was with Peter, together, alone, exclusive, like a cocoon. He took it to be a healthy sign. Who wouldn't? And maybe that built on my expectations, both of what he would be like and how they would be together. As Austin told you, Diana was keen to be more sociable after they were married, and we missed the wedding because we were on holiday, so we had a dinner party for them after we got back. Lucas glanced over to the dining table, like he could still see them sitting there. I was sitting opposite Diana, with Peter facing us both. He was pretty quiet at first. Struck me as naturally shy, so this was understandable in new company, and busy, loud company at that. After a few drinks, he was less reticent, but let's just say he should have stuck with shyness and letting us imagine his unspoken thoughts were profound.
Was he crass?
Parlabane asked, thinking it unlikely, but he did remember being at Austin and Lucas's place in Edinburgh once and sharing their unspoken disdain for the improbable new boyfriend who had turned up on the arm of a surgical senior house officer. They had later concluded that she was road-testing this Ranger's tattooed fuck-nugget for shock value before introducing him to her parents as an act of revenge. "No," Lucas replied. "Just conspicuously out of his depth. His frame of reference was so limited, all internet memes and sci-fi and video games. It was like talking to a 14-year-old. When we were talking politics, he kept bringing it back to Game of Thrones and even Star Trek. Seriously, the guy could quote Star Federation directives on every issue, but was considerably less up-to-date on UK or Scottish government policy."
"So what?"
Parlabane asked. "I mean, I get that you found it annoying, but maybe Diana reckoned she needed a bit of geek in her life to counterbalance all the overblown hyper-seriousness that we both know comes with a job." "It wasn't me who had a problem with it. That's what I'm telling you. It was Diana. She spent most of the evening spinning for him."
"Spinning?"
"Managing the message, interpreting for him, saying, 'I think what Peter means is that,' you know?"
"And how was he taking this?"
"He was looking at her like, 'What the fuck?' A mixture of embarrassment and confusion. He thought he was doing just fine, and here she was explaining on his behalf. Not only explaining either, she was quoting him on stuff more than he was opining himself. Like he had played his A game elsewhere, and she wanted us to see that, rather than how he was performing here tonight."
"Quoting him on what?"
"Gender issues, hacking and privacy, climate change, religious fundamentalism. When these things came up, he'd make a limited or sometimes inane contribution, and she'd be like, 'Peter, what was that great thing you said about this that time?' He seemed reluctant to quote himself, maybe from being queued up and put on the spot like that. So he'd say he didn't remember, and she would say it for him."
"And what was his A-game like?"
Sounded a lot like Diana's opinions reflected back at her after being rehashed enough that she thought she was hearing a new angle. Not exclusively, though. She was particularly keen to showcase what he had to say on things she didn't get, like hacking and cybercrime and cryptocurrency. But even on those, she didn't seem so much like his wife as like a mother who was overeager for her teenage son to impress in front of grown-up company.
"Ouch. That sounds like a pretty harsh take, Lucas."
"Just telling you what I saw, Jack. I may be biased and kind of bitter having to wait a decade and a half for the state to permit me to marry the man I love, but it gives a certain perspective upon the danger of getting married after a whirlwind romance. While you're distracted by the sex and the excitement, you can deceive yourself about your partner's limitations. After the wedding, though, there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Sooner or later, you have to face the truth."
Wives and partners. When I was 12, my parents eschewed our usual February half-term skiing trip in search of some winter sunshine in Lanzarote. I hated it. Instead of snow, there was a constant precipitation of black dust, like a cruel inversion of the holiday I would have preferred. Plus, I had not long hit puberty, so the previously unproblematic issue of sharing a room with my two younger brothers became a vortex of awkward, made all the worse by getting my period that week too. I got all kinds of grief from Mum and Dad for being grumpy and sullen and ungrateful for this unrequested privilege, particularly over my reluctance to don a bikini, or even take off my shorts and t-shirt. I recall them bemoaning what they interpreted as the first heralds of my becoming a sulky teen, thereby giving a textbook illustration of the term self-fulfilling prophecy. My one positive memory of the trip was our visit to Cueva de los Verdes, a volcanic tunnel created by a subterranean lava flow. There was no guide, so we were left to explore by ourselves, which made me all the more alarmed when we reached its dramatic central cavern, and I observed how the ground fell away in a sheer plunge only inches from the edge of the path. The drop had to be 50 feet, down to jagged rocks and thus certain death, which made me fearful for my heedless brothers, who were always wrestling and pushing and tripping each other. I was appalled that there was no barrier, not even a warning sign, and that my parents weren't cautioning us to stay away from the precipice. Then I realized that it was an illusion. What actually lay inches from the path was a shallow pool, untroubled by the movement of air and thus perfectly reflective of the cavern's carefully designed lighting. But the weird thing was, once I understood what I was looking at, I was disappointed. Now I could simultaneously see the pool and the phantom ravine, but I only wanted to see the latter. That's what is seductive about certain illusions. Even when you know the truth, you can still choose to see things that are not there. You can prefer the illusion to the reality. I was ready for that oh my God moment. I knew that things might look rather scary once the honeymoon was literally over, that we might both be inclined to inflate the significance of any emergent problems, because we were terrified of it not working, of us having made a huge mistake. But I also knew, as I had told myself when he proposed, that in a marriage you value what you build, and the dividend is in overcoming difficulties together. It's not that I was blind to Peter's faults before we were married, more that he concealed them beneath what in myth is known as a glamour, a magical disguise that prevented me from seeing who he really was. And once we were married, once the seduction was complete, he discarded it. The first thing that struck me was that we seldom ate together. Often it was because of our respective schedules, one of us coming home later than the other. 2 decades in surgery had prepared me for that, but it made it all the more disappointing on the occasions when we were both home, and yet didn't sit down to the same meal. Peter would say he wasn't hungry and slope off to his computer, or his Xbox, only to fix himself something, or even order junk food a couple of hours later. He was usually drinking too. Not to extremes, but he seldom seemed to have a dry night, and he would look at me like I was being ridiculous if I ever drew attention to it. I never said anything melodramatic, merely passed comment. Wine on a school night? That kind of thing. Jesus, Peter, we're becoming more like flatmates than a husband and wife, I complained one night, having barely got 5 minutes of his time between him coming through the front door and disappearing into his den with a can of beer and a McDonald's. I'm sorry, he replied, indignation underlining that he was the opposite of apologetic. I've got a lot on my plate at the moment, and some things I need to look over before tomorrow, because I need to finish a brief for one of the subcontractors. I've been working 14 hours straight, and I'm stressed out my box, so if your idea of being a husband and wife is to be getting on my case rather than being supportive, then flatmate sounds pretty good right now. It was an exchange we had over and over again. One time he apologized and put down the laptop, and we ended up in bed. But mostly, he made me feel guilty for being selfish.
I'm trying to build something here, Diana. I'm trying to do what I've never done before, like you encouraged me to do. And when I get home, if I don't have more work to do, I need space to unwind. I appreciate that, I replied. But before we were married, your idea of unwinding didn't involve retreating into your own company all the time. What troubled me was that we didn't talk the way we used to. And by that, I don't mean as often. I mean literally the way we used to, and in particular, the way he used to. We would talk about things that mattered, things that made us feel connected. Every conversation was an exploration of who each of us was, pregnant with plans and possibilities of who we might be in future, together. He was articulate, he was engaged, he was passionate. To give you an example, not long before we got married, I was quite upset about something that happened at work. I had a death on the table, which is fortunately very rare. And even though we had done everything, it was still a horrible thing to deal with. I went over and over the case in my head, all of the decisions I had made and actions I had taken, but could find no way I might have done things differently that would have affected the outcome for the better. It may seem odd, but somehow this only made me feel worse. Until Peter said something that made sense of it, and I felt like a burden was lifted. It is possible to commit no error and still fail, Diana, he told me. That is not a flaw, just life. It was moments like that which assured me I was making the right decision about marrying him. Where did he go? I wondered. This man who understood me, who inspired me. I recall we went to my colleague Austin's house for dinner a few weeks after the wedding, and Peter seemed so dull, like a dilute version of himself. I was so frustrated because I wanted everyone to see the real him. What was wrong with you in there? I asked him as we drove home. What do you mean? You didn't sound like you. It was like you couldn't be bothered being yourself, so you were phoning it in. I don't understand, he replied, confused and slightly exasperated. I am myself. You make it sound like you needed me to suit up and be some alter ego, like you wanted Superman but got Clark Kent. Is that why you kept speaking for me? Explaining what I meant to say, because that was bloody mortifying. Did you want me to be more impressive in front of your friends, is that it? To be somebody else because they think the guy you've married is beneath you? No, it's precisely the opposite. I wanted them to see the man I married, but he didn't show up. It was like you were afraid to be yourself. Well, maybe I was feeling intimidated about being around so many people you know and I don't. Perhaps it was just a difficult time, I told myself. Lucy had warned me Peter was more shy than I assumed, and it occurred to me that he might be experiencing the same, oh my God, anxieties about what we might have rushed into. Add to that the pressures of having given up his job and embarked on a new and daunting business venture, and it was inevitable that he would be feeling a little insecure, a little afraid. And, of course, none of this was made any easier by his mother dying shortly after our wedding. I'd come out of the shower and was walking to the bedroom to get dressed for work when I heard Peter on the phone. He was seldom awake at that time, often sleeping in after a late night in his den, and from his tone I could tell it was something serious. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yes. Okay. His voice was monotone, his eyes glazed. He seemed numb rather than shocked, sitting there gripping his mobile for a few seconds after he had ended the call. I waited for him to speak. It was my mother. His choice of words made me wrongly assume something had happened to his father, Or maybe Lucy.
What's happened?
She died last night.
Oh, Peter, I'm so sorry.
I sat down beside him, still damp in my towel. I gave him a hug, but he didn't respond. He seemed stiff and detached, not ready to lean on me physically or emotionally. I'll call the hospital. They can find somebody else, or they can cancel the list. No, you go to work. There's nothing to be done here. I'll be heading down to Perthshire once I'm dressed, and I'll probably be there a couple of days.
But I can't leave you alone when—
I'm okay, Diana.
He didn't look it.
He was sitting there in a daze, like he didn't quite know how to make sense of his feelings. I felt terrible about having to leave him and head out to work, but I had a full-day endoscopy list, and I didn't feel I could cancel all those patients at such short notice, when I knew Peter was right. There was nothing to be done, especially if he wasn't going to let me in. He drove down to the family estate that day and stayed overnight. I spoke to him on his mobile, but it was clear he didn't want to talk. I felt shut out, but I had to remind myself this wasn't about me. He would talk when he was ready, and this might help us reconnect. He wasn't much more communicative when he first returned, but he finally opened up last thing at night, after I had put the light out. Maybe it was easier that way, lying side by side in darkness, without exposing his feelings face to face. I haven't really known what to feel, he said. At first I felt numb, and then I felt guilty because I wasn't feeling more, bereaved. I wasn't expecting it, but it wasn't exactly a shock. I've been losing my mother by degrees. I've barely spoken to her in recent years. When he said this, it belatedly hit me how estranged they would need to be for a mother not to be at her son's wedding. There was more to it than that, though. None of this came out of the blue. She'd been ill for a long time.
What with? You never said.
I told you she was an alcoholic, but I never revealed how far down the drain she had reached. That's where I'm more my father's son than I'd like to admit, because I was keeping with the family strategy of concealing her condition from any and all outside observation. I think that if she had been born 100 years earlier, she would have been quietly disappeared into an asylum, like those embarrassingly incapacitated relatives of the Queen. I tried to hold him, but once again he stiffened. He told me he was tired and rolled away from me. It hurt, both to see him suffer and to have my efforts rejected, but I think I understood what he was going through. Even though he and his mother were estranged, even though he knew she was dying, maybe even because of those things, some part of him must have believed they would one day make it up. Some part of him must have always thought that, whoever she was to him once upon a time, she could yet be that person again, and that he could once more feel the connection they had enjoyed when he was a child. That's why, when a parent dies, no matter how damaged your relationship, it hurts so much because you realize you can't go home again. In Peter's case, it must have truly conveyed that there was no return from the life he had made for himself. Whatever fantasy or denial had coloured his perception of our relationship, from that moment forward, there was only this reality. I therefore took it as a positive sign when he asked if I could accompany him to the funeral, particularly given that this wish would entail overriding his long-standing reluctance for me to meet the in-laws. For all he was in a fragile state and feeling alienated, it must have been sinking in who his real family was now. As such matters were in the gift of the NHS management, to whom human suffering can only be measured in terms of how it affects waiting list times, I didn't think I had much chance of being granted compassionate leave, merely over the death of a spouse's parent. Fortunately, I was able to call in a favour from a colleague in order to get someone else to cover my clinic that day. If Peter needed me by his side,
I was going to do whatever it took to be there. We arrived almost, but not quite late. We were stuck behind a succession of lorries and caravans on the road south, but this was far from unusual for the A9, so I suspected that it had been a deliberate decision by Peter not to factor in any extra time. It was important to him to be there, but clearly he would rather be a little late than at all early. We took our seats at the back of his family's private chapel, drawing discreet looks of appraisal from curious eyes as we shuffled our way quietly inside. The chapel was connected to the house but had a separate entrance, leading directly outside, through which the coffin had presumably been carried. It was resting before the altar, a single-framed portrait photograph of Katrina Elphinstone sitting on top, amidst a spray of cards. The shot was of a woman in her late 20s at the oldest, indicating how those present were choosing to remember her. This didn't speak well of the past couple of decades, if nothing more recent had been deemed acceptable. I know it sounds shallow, but not knowing anyone and never having met the deceased, I spent much of the short service looking at people's clothes and trying to work out which of the men towards the front was Sir Hamish, Peter's father. It was my first close encounter with what would be termed old money, which manifested itself sartorially in attire that looked well-made and thus expensive, but somehow stuffy and drab too. Obviously nobody would be dressing with any flamboyance on such an occasion, but there's black and there's black. There were only 2 women who were sporting subtle gestures of personal style. One was Lucy, who was either retreating into her teen self for comfort, or conflating funereal with Gothic. The other was a lady in the front row, who held herself with a certain self-confident elegance that was a statement in itself, but not as much of a statement as her red-soled Louboutins. She was the reason I guessed wrong regarding the identity of Peter's father, as I had ruled out the gentleman whose hand she held, and whose arm she kept squeezing throughout the service. The service was followed by a burial ceremony, a short distance away at what was evidently an Elphinstone family plot, going back 2 centuries, according to the earliest of the headstones. I had expected to feel like I was an outsider tagging along, but as we trailed along at the rear of the small procession, I sensed that the feeling extended to myself and Peter as a pair. He reached for my hand as the coffin was lowered. Lucy had appeared at his other side by this point, and I noticed that he gripped hers also. Other than that, there were no great outpourings of grief on display from anyone in attendance. It was all very dignified and restrained, in a rather sterile way, a matter of observance and decorum, rather than human emotion. I knew I shouldn't be judgmental, though. Perhaps it was indicative of what had gone before, to which I had not been party. Certainly, as we gathered for a reception in one of the grand public rooms inside Elphinstone House, there was an air of relief about the proceedings, a sense of closing a painful chapter. Further, there seemed to be no hint of disapproval emanating from the deceased side of the family, regarding her husband being quite conspicuously on the arm of a new, and much younger, female companion. My impression from the chatter I overheard was of gratitude towards Sir Hamish for his sensitivity and discretion in having stood by Katrina and kept her condition from public knowledge. The unspoken alternative was that he might quite reasonably have divorced her some years back, though Peter did mutter that it doesn't have to be official for my father to effectively disown those who are no longer of value to him. I sipped on a glass of sparkling water, taking in my surroundings. It was the first time I had been in such a place without velvet rope cordoning off the furniture, and a guide keeping a close eye. It was imposing upon first impression, but the fixtures and fittings were surprisingly careworn up close. I wondered about the costs and complications of maintaining such a place. What did one do if one's carpet was 150 years old, and showing its age in places? The options were to live with the frayed edges or call up Bihar, and I didn't imagine they would be able to supply a like-for-like replacement. Even harder to imagine was the sight of 2 young kids ever running around this place. I instantly caught a glimpse of what Peter had been alluding to when he spoke mournfully about his childhood. People came up and made polite conversation, asking Peter how he was holding up. I soon understood that this was not so much solicitude as the ideal pretext for running the rule over his recent bride. The reason for their having remained unaware of our courtship and marriage until after the fact remained unspoken in these exchanges, but it was unspoken pretty loud. By my watch, we had been on the estate 3 hours, and we still hadn't spoken to Peter's father. He was on the other side of the room, by a large bay window, where an informal receiving line was in operation. It was not recognisably a queue, but people were gravitating close by and choosing their moment to take their turn at paying their respects. His new significant other was by his side, a position of unmistakable significance under such circumstances. I estimated she was around 35, younger than me, and yet in her composure and sophistication she might have seemed older. Certainly the effect was that the age gap between her and Sir Hamish seemed less striking, though this was also down to him being younger than I assumed. I put him in his early 50s, which meant he had become a husband and father relatively young. She was attractive and elegant, but steely too. She would be nobody's adornment, and nor would the phrase gold digger be crossing anybody's mind. It was obvious she had come from money. She knew her worth, and she knew her role too. Those shoes. She didn't mind being noticed, and I, rather uncharitably, reflected that the phrase, "It's not about you," hadn't crossed her mind this morning. "Her name is Cecily Gresham Ellis," said Lucy. I was uneasy, as it seemed Lucy knew where my gaze had been slyly focused. "They've been together more than a year. I can't quite believe it. The family used to come and visit here when we were teenagers." "She must be barely 2 years older than Peter," I said. "Quite. And of childbearing age," Lucy added archly, before drifting away again. The people talking to Sir Hamish looked like they were winding down the encounter, and there was only one other couple hovering nearby. I was conscious of many guests having left the room, and that staff were no longer circulating to offer refills. The reception was drawing to a close, but Peter had made no overtures towards leaving, nor had he said anything for a few moments. I deduced that he was preparing himself, and I did likewise, though he at least knew what he was preparing himself for. Sir Hamish glanced our way, the first time I had caught him looking in his son's direction. That was when I realised that Peter's choice of location to loiter had not been accidental. His father would not be able to leave without passing him. Perhaps realising this, Sir Hamish stood his ground. His body language indicated that he was inviting us into his company, though it struck me as a matter of preserving appearances rather than a genuine show of openness. Had there been nobody left to witness the encounter, I suspected we would not have benefited from such grace. "Peter," he said, his voice soft, but his face unsmiling. "This is Cecily." Sir Hamish added no further details for the benefit of either. He clearly didn't expect them to be seeing a lot of each other. "Hello," Peter replied. He hardly gave Cecily a look, averting his gaze from her so conspicuously as for it to be embarrassing. All his attention was focused on his father. Cecily, for her part, barely glanced at Peter either, perhaps a little overwhelmed by the awkward. She was in a difficult position, I supposed. prospective stepmother, and yet she looked the age of his big sister. Nonetheless, I wondered why she hadn't tried harder to make him catch her eye. They were more like two people who had known each other and fallen out than two people who hadn't met in a long time. "And this is my wife, Dr. Diana Yeager." Peter spoke to his father like he meant the words to hurt. "Yes, hello," replied Sir Hamish, with a smile so fleeting and perfunctory it made the average air hostess seem like a gushy, long-lost cousin. His eyes met mine for even less time than Peter had traded glances with Cecily. She moved in expertly to shake my hand and offer a marginally less cursory greeting. I caught a whiff of her scent and immediately recognised it as Jo Malone, Blackberry and Bay, the same fragrance I was wearing that day. Peter had bought me a bottle as a gift. I suspected it was going to be the only thing Cecily and I would have in common. Even as she spoke her few platitudinous words, Sir Hamish was already looking beyond the two of us and silently beckoning his final two waiting guests. I had seldom been made to feel less significant or more dismissed. Peter seemed to grow a couple of inches, deliberately blocking his father's view. "I said, this is my wife, father." His voice remained low, but there was anger thrumming in his tone. "I heard," Sir Hamish replied sternly. Then he turned to look at me once more, his tone sincere, but not remotely warm. "You have my best wishes, and my apologies in advance." We walked by the river, as Peter tried to calm himself following this encounter. It took a while, but the family estate would have accommodated a 6-hour hike's worth of self-composure, had he needed it. The discretion for which Sir Hamish was being quietly thanked by his late wife's relatives was partly guaranteed by a combination of geography and privilege. No reporter or photographer was getting anywhere near the house, which had to be at least half a mile from the nearest public road. "I'm sorry," he told me, when he eventually spoke. "I should have known better. I at least thought he would try to be pleasant to you." We had walked in silence for a long time, giving me ample opportunity to think of what tack to adopt. I had decided to nudge Peter towards the prospects of the future, rather than the wounds of the past. "Forget about it. If you have to keep hold of that moment, then do it only so that you can think back to it when we rock up here one day in a Lamborghini." I thought that would earn a smile at least, but he was still simmering. "You don't understand him at all. No matter what I achieve, he'll take pains to convey that he's not impressed. He'll still act disappointed and still look down on me, even though he did nothing to earn what he has, other than be squeezed out from the right cunt." When we got home to Inverness, we had sex for the first time in a while. It started as a hug, after we had got safely inside and closed the door. My desire to convey to him, physically, that this was his home, and this was where he would be loved. For the first time since his mother died, he let me hold him, and it quickly became something else. I've heard that people often make love after a funeral. It's something instinctive, clinging on to each other amidst the darkness, having been starkly reminded of their morality, maybe even a circle of life thing, the subconscious desire to procreate. This was not making love. It was not warm and tender or even hot and insistent. It was full of desperation rather than lust, fury rather than passion. I felt something cold about it, like I was being used. It took him ages to come. He pulled me to the edge of the bed and stood upright, bending my legs back, my heels against his shoulders, pounding away in a state more of frustration than desire. I felt like I was a proxy, and not for another lover, but for someone he wanted to hurt. What he was doing wasn't painful, but when I looked into his face, into his eyes, for the first time I saw something in Peter that was dark, that was turbulent, that was dangerous. I saw something in him that terrified me.
Man talk. Parlabane inched his car cautiously along the forest track, equally mindful of his axles as of getting completely stuck out here. It wasn't so much potholed as honeycombed, with a few patches of flat ground just as treacherous for being slicked with an inch of ice that looked like Jack Frost had sent his apprentice down to give it a thorough polish. There was no danger of anybody ever skidding off this road and into a river. It was impossible to drive fast enough. It was one of the few thoroughfares on mainland Britain that justified the ownership of a 4x4 wank tank. Yet here he was crawling along it in what had seemed like the only standard saloon car left in Edinburgh. According to the dashboard display, the outside temperature was precisely 0. Far from ideal conditions for an interview that would be primarily conducted outdoors, he thought. Then he remembered that he could be tucked up in a nice, cosy room, sat in front of his laptop, generating copy. At which point, he told himself to quit whining. Heading out into the wilds in an inadequate vehicle to meet a guy who might be able to tell him bugger all about a story that might add up to nothing nonetheless, made him feel more like being a reporter than anything he had done in months. One of the things he had told Lucas's students was that journalism is the art of finding something constructive to do with your time while you wait and hope for people to return your calls. Ironically, he had enjoyed an unusually high strike rate on this particular endeavour. Among the numbers Lucy had given him was that of a guy called Alan Harper, who ran an airsoft site that Peter had attended regularly for several years. He was one of the few friends Peter already had in the area when his job took him to Inverness. Lucy was under the impression that the meets only took place on a Sunday, but when Parlabane phoned, it turned out the guy worked for the Forestry Commission, and so was on site most days. It vindicated something else he had stressed in his talk, the value of making contact behind the firewall. Direct phone numbers were worth 1,000 email addresses, no matter whether they belonged to a CEO or an airsoft geek. Otherwise, you were merely someone else they could ignore, and if they had something to hide, they would ignore you fairly hard. Having someone supply a few numbers, as Lucy had done, was extremely rare, and having someone vouch for you in advance was rarer still, which is why half the job was about finding ways to bypass the invisible cordons of corporate security or personal privacy. He didn't tell the students that an awful lot of this involved lying to decent people and then lying to yourself that this was okay. Of course, they could still ignore you with some gusto, even when you had their private number, but sometimes it was simply about letting them know you were out there. Parlabane did not expect a long conversation when he called the number Lucy had supplied him for Elphiston House, and thus he had not been disappointed. It wasn't even Sir Hamish that he got to speak to, but his fiancée, Cecily. "Oh, hi, is that Cecily? I was looking to speak to Hamish," he said, trying to sound comfortably informal. Giving the impression that you expected to be put through was sometimes effective in making the person who answered believe you already had a relationship with the subject. "Hamish isn't home right now. Can you tell me who's calling?" She sounded pleasantly polite, but there was a firmness to her tone that immediately told him she was making no assumptions as to his access privileges. "My name is Jack Parlabane. I'm a freelance journalist." "What is it regarding?" The tone was stiffer now. "I realise it's a difficult time, and I'm aware there's been a great deal of rather mawkish coverage regarding the accident, which is why I'm trying to put together a more in-depth piece about who Peter really was. His sister Lucy was good enough to give me this number, and I was hoping to talk to Hamish about what kind of son Peter was, the unusual paths he chose, that kind of thing." "It is a difficult time, and so I don't imagine Sir Hamish will be particularly inclined to oblige you." Parlabane left his number anyway, and despite the edge of hostility in her voice, he was pretty sure she wrote it down. Alan Harper had been considerably more obliging when Parlabane called him, but that was because he had been considerably less honest about his intentions. He told Harper he was working on a series of articles about the alternative outdoors for a travel website, and so the prospect of a puff piece about his airsoft business had prompted him to accommodate Parlabane right away. Harper was waiting for him in a clearing off to the left of the forest track. He had evidently got there in a flatbed truck with wheels and suspension built for the underfoot conditions. Parlabane thought about how much easier it would have been had he arranged to meet in town, and then had Harper drive them both here in the Land Cruiser. But it was never a good idea to be reliant upon your subject for a ride home when you were planning to ask them awkward questions. He was a bearded bloke in his late 30s, tall and rangy, with the dark complexion of a man who spent a lot of time in the great outdoors. He wore an unzipped body warmer and fingerless gloves, sturdy boots on his feet, and shaded goggles hanging from his neck on an elasticated strap. The body warmer bore the Forestry Commission badge, but Parlabane recognised a video game logo on the t-shirt underneath. It spoke of indoor enthusiasms, as did the rows of holes in each earlobe, the rings themselves presumably left off for safety reasons. They shook hands, and Parlabane let him conduct the tour. He was cheerful and enthusiastic, but suffered from a slight stammer. Parlabane interpreted it as betraying a shy unease in dealing with strangers, which he was trying hard to overcome. It was easy to picture him content on his own working out here in the woods, and yet being in charge of an airsoft site took strength of personality. There could be as many as 100 participants in a busy day, Parlabane learned, predominantly male and sometimes fairly amped, given the nature of the game. He led Parlabane along a narrow path into the woods, explaining how he had attended airsoft events at a place called Section 8 in Lanarkshire, while staying with a cousin about a decade ago. The organisers had an arrangement with the Forestry Commission, so the first thing he did when he got back home was talk to his bosses about how they could make something similar work on their own turf. It had taken a while to grow, but now they had people travelling from all over the country for their Sunday meets. Parlabane noticed that everywhere he stepped, there were tiny white balls, or fragments of tiny white balls, underfoot.
What do your bosses make of these?
They're mostly biodegradable. The ammo we supply anyway. Can't pat folk down for what else they might be carrying, but the type of people who come here tend to have an appreciation of the outdoors, so they know where we're coming from.
I'm guessing they have an appreciation of gaming too,
Parlabane suggested, nodding at Harper's t-shirt. He was laying the groundwork for introducing the subject of Peter Elphinstone later.
You must have a lot of players who people would assume to be more comfortable in the great indoors.
Aye, it would make an interesting Venn diagram for sure. They came to a wooden hut, set back from the path. The trees had been selectively thinned out in the area around it, making it both sheltered and spacious. This is the muster point, where we organise the teams, get everybody kitted up, and give the safety briefing. Have you done airsoft yourself?
No, I did paintballing once,
he recalled with a shudder. Harper assumed it was in remembrance of the impacts. Airsoft is less painful.
So I've heard, but without visible marking, how do you know who's been hit?
We rely on people to be honest. You hold a hand up and say, hit.
Does that work?
Mostly. If you say, hit, people stop shooting you. I said it's less so than paintball, but if you've got a couple of folk unloading on you with automatic fire, it's not wise to pretend they're missing.
I see.
Plus, we have a marshal system. Me and my team know this place like nobody else. We can disappear, take position where no one realises. We see what goes on far more clearly than the players ever imagine. If somebody's cheating, we have a quiet word. Harper took out some keys and unlocked the hut. He swung one door open, revealing row upon row of weaponry. Parlabane estimated there were 50 or 60 replica machine guns lined up on wall racks, with several sniper rifles ranged in a separate stand.
"Boy Toys R Us,"
Parlabane remarked.
"Yep, that's the other thing we have over paintball. The kit is more fun. Great variety too, which has tactical implications. Most of our walk-up guests get the standard HK G36. Heckler Koch."
He wanted to establish some geek credentials and sound authentically interested. It didn't take much faking. Something about these perfect replicas being essentially toys spoke to his inner kid.
"That's right. They're sturdy, durable, collapsible, stock, ideal for the conditions out here."
Harper grabbed one from the rack and offered it to Parlabane. It was heavy, mostly metal. His host picked up a sniper rifle too and lifted a canvas bag from the floor. They walked past a makeshift fort, logs, boards, and old doors fashioned into walls and barricades. Harper explained more about the rules of the various games they offered, as well as giving him a truncated version of his standard safety briefing. As much of it was about the underfoot conditions as about the weapons. It was a very easy place to break an ankle, and a less easy place to drive an ambulance into. Parlabane pulled on a pair of safety goggles Harper produced from the canvas bag, then shouldered the HK. He flicked the safety to single shot and aimed into the trees. A light squeeze loosed a tiny white dot whose flight he was surprised to be able to follow. He fired off a couple more. They all pulled slightly to the right. He flipped the lever to fully automatic and released a volley in a short burst. It was a bit like slowed-down tracer fire, the line of dots easy to track as it arced into the darkness of the woods. He noted minor variations in their flight, even though they were only fractions of a second apart. Parlabane had a go with a sniper rifle. Harper picked out a target in the middle distance, a tree with a wooden sign pinned to it stating, "Out of bounds beyond this point." He missed by a foot with the first shot, then compensated and bullseyed the second. It was indeed more accurate, but the HK was more fun. He hefted it again and enthusiastically emptied half a clip.
"I'm guessing most people opt for spray and pray. More fun running around than camping in a sniping spot. Better exercise too." "You're not wrong. Given the weight of these things, folk end up lashed with sweat even when it's sub-zero. I brought my wife once, and she had one of those wrist monitor things, 'cause she's a gym nut. She clocked up about 1,000 calories. "You get a lot of women turning up?" He grimaced. "Not really. I wish we could. Maybe your piece will help. We shelled out for a ladies-only portaloo. Guys just have to go against the tree and hope they don't get a BB in the bobby." "You got kids?" "Aye, 2. Jim is 8 and Graham's 6. Too young for this carry-on. My wife sometimes moans that I'm doing this every Sunday because she's got them on her own, but she knows it brings in extra money. You got Waynes yourself?"
Parlabane shook his head.
"Never wanted them, or... Actually, that's none of my business. Sorry."
This was precisely what Parlabane was thinking. But he decided that being a little more vulnerable might provide a plausible route into where he wanted to take the conversation.
"I did want them. Always assumed I'd have them, in fact. But it turned out my wife and I couldn't... And then a wee while later, she wasn't my wife anymore. Oofed. Sorry, man. I mean, not just like that. It was a long and messy process. Still, didn't mean to intrude. Not at all. I've got the scars, but I'm still here. There are worse ways to lose somebody, you know."
Parlabane let it hang. He was hoping Harper would chip in with a remark about the recent tragedy. It was always helpful if you could make the other person think they were the one who brought up the subject you wanted them to talk about. Unfortunately, he didn't respond, but from his distant expression, Parlabane guessed it was what he was thinking about. He decided to push it.
"Drifting apart is prolonged and messy, but at least it doesn't come out of nowhere."
Parlabane flipped the safety on and turned to face his host.
"I mean, look what happened to Peter Elphinston. I gather you knew him."
Surprise and caution immediately registered on Harper's face. He looked edgy enough for Parlabane to fear he'd moved in too soon.
We had a mutual acquaintance,
Parlabane quickly clarified.
She told me he came here for airsoft. Said he'd known you a long time.
She?
Harper's apprehension wasn't quite of the strain Parlabane had expected. He didn't seem suspicious or defensive, but he was definitely uncomfortable. Plus, the way he had spoken suggested there was something specific he hoped Parlabane's acquaintance wasn't, and that someone was female.
Lucy, Peter's sister. That's who told me about you and how I got the idea to do a feature on your site.
Parlabane saw relief in his face, but could tell the barricades were still up.
How do you know her?
She lives near to me in Edinburgh. She was in bits the last time I saw her, to be honest. Do you know her at all?
No, we've never met.
How did you know Peter?
Harper seemed a little pressed, shifting visibly on the spot. He stammered at the start of his response.
Just through the airsoft, really. How long had he been coming here?
Harper glanced away, as though thinking about it, but when he looked back at Parlabane, it was clearly something else that had occurred to him.
You're not here to do an article about airsoft, are you? You're from the tabloids, doing a piece about the tragedy.
He sounded disappointed, rather than accusatory. He wasn't about to decry Parlabane for being a blood-sucking hack and storm off in a huff. But nobody liked being deliberately misled. Either way, the interview had about 3 seconds left to run, so there was no point in lying anymore.
Firstly, I'm not from the tabloids. I'm freelance. And the fact is, I might not be doing a piece about anything. I'm just looking a wee bit closer to see whether anything about this tragedy is quite where it appears on the surface. I'm trying to speak to people who knew Peter, and who might have had contact with him recently.
Harper eyed Parlabane with the most intense scrutiny. He looked tormented and resentful, as though he might indeed stomp off or maybe even grab the HK and start peppering Parlabane's face with it. He gazed back into the woods for a very long time, then finally spoke.
Can I be off the record?
As a journalist, these were not Parlabane's favourite words, but on this occasion they were music to his ears. This guy had something.
Absolutely. Right now, I'm only casting around for information.
Harper bit his lip and exhaled loudly through his nose.
You promise what I tell you here won't come back to me?
With this question, Parlabane understood what had been weird about his apprehension from the second Peter was mentioned. Harper had been carrying something around that he didn't know what to do with.
I never give up my sources.
Harper paused a moment more, but Parlabane was patient. He knew this guy needed to talk.
He called me the night he died. Jesus.
This was considerably more than Parlabane had been expecting.
I didn't answer. I mean, my phone was in my jacket, and I never heard it. He left a message. I'm not somebody who lives on their mobile, so I never got it until the next day, after I'd learned about the accident. Spookiest thing. Hearing somebody's voice only a few hours after they're dead.
Parlabane barely dared ask.
Do you still have it?
He shook his head.
No, I deleted it a couple of days after. Apart from the fact it was freaking me out knowing it was there, I was terrified somebody would find out about it. Why? What did he say? He sounded in a state, distressed. He said he'd done something he couldn't take back and that he was in way over his head. He didn't say what. Last thing he said was, I need to talk to somebody. But I wasn't there. Guy sounded at his wit's end. I'd never heard him like that. Why didn't you tell anybody about this? Why do you think? I didn't want the police all over me, looking for things that aren't there. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I guessed it contributed to him having his crash, or worse, that maybe he even topped himself. Either way, it was nothing to do with me, but I can't get his voice out of my head. Why did he call you, specifically? That's the thing, I really don't know. Well, what? What I mean is, Peter told me a lot of things in recent months, but I couldn't work out why. We'd had a few drinks over the years, but he started acting like I was his best friend in the world. Or maybe his only friend. What kind of things? Things that would seriously come into the category of overshares. I mean, don't get me wrong, we weren't sitting in the pub all night talking about his emotions. We were guys. Mostly we'd jaw about airsoft and games. We were both big and old-school Starfire, but a few times he got all candid. It made me uncomfortable, until I realised he wasn't looking for advice. He just wanted to unload about his marriage.
Parlabane would have considered the man before him an unlikely choice of confidant, then thought of Lucas's impression of Peter as a shy and socially awkward IT nerd, out of his depth in sophisticated company. Maybe Harper was right, and he didn't have anybody else to reach out to.
What about his marriage? Not the fairy tale everyone seemed to think. Obviously, I was only getting one side of it, but she sounded like a bunny boiler. She became really jealous and obsessive, and I don't mean asking why he was home late. I mean extreme lengths. Such as? Trivial stuff at first. Micromanaging his diet, for instance. She started off moaning about him having takeaways, and when he didn't fall in line, she started cooking all his meals in advance and presenting them on the table, all laid out for two. What a bitch. Imagine making your man's dinner for him.
Harper made a face.
Well, that was my response too. But he made out it was a lot more intense than it sounds. Very passive-aggressive. If he worked a wee bit late and brought home a pizza, he knew she'd be sitting there with dinner for two. She laid out a glass and filled it with mineral water or maybe juice, so that it was an overt act if he opened a beer. From an outside perspective, you've got what looks like domestic bliss. A wife and husband sitting down to have dinner she's cooked. But Peter said it was a psychological battleground. Or maybe he was a wee bit immature in his expectations of married life, Parlabane suggested. Women do like to knock us into shape. If I had lived alone all my days, I'd be 4 stone heavy with heart disease and a drink problem. Oh, I hear you.
Harper patted a flat stomach. He'd mentioned his wife being a gym nut.
But I think Diana was unrealistic in her expectations too. From the sound of it, she thought it was always going to be like when they were dating. Didn't realise guys are on their best behaviour when they're trying to impress a girl. You'll sit up all night talking when you first met, but that doesn't mean you're going to want to do that on a weeknight after a day's work, you know?
Parlabane nodded his agreement.
Still, none of this sounds extreme as you put it. That was just context. It got weirder, fast. Peter reckoned she was trying to track down his exes. How did he find out? Don't know. But he also found out she'd been accessing his medical records. Jesus.
Parlabane had considered the bunny boiler description excessive for someone who was maybe just curious and insecure over their spouse's past sex life. But this crossed several lines. Did he ask why she did it? Did he challenge her? I doubt it. I'd have said he was scared of her, but other times he'd talk about how lucky he was to have her. Peter was a tricky guy to get a handle on, though. How so? Harper shrugged, screwing up his face.
He could talk without ever really telling you what he thought. He would give the impression he agreed with you, but then later you'd realise he was subtly sounding you out.
Harper looked down at the HK Parlabane was holding, or rather, by this time resting with its stock on the ground, and its muzzle leaning against his thigh. You can tell a lot about people when you're a marshal. Watching them when they think nobody's looking, seeing how they play the game, what decisions they make. Peter acted like it was all fun, and to be fair, he didn't cheat, but he liked to win a lot more than he let on. We never had bother with him getting aggressive like with some players, and he was always friendly and cooperative, but... Parlabane recognised a reluctance to speak ill of the dead, but one that was overpowered by a need for catharsis. "Did you ever read Dirk Gently's Holistic Detective Agency?" Harper asked. "A long time ago. Remind me." There was a character described as one of those people who are soft and squidgy as long as they're getting what they want. Douglas Adams said that there's something very hard at the centre of those people, which is what all the soft and squidgy bits are there to protect. That was my impression of Peter. "Did you ever meet his wife?" He nodded subtly, as though carefully measuring his thoughts. "She came here about a year ago, shortly after they met, I believe." "What was she like?" "I didn't speak to her, but I didn't witness her winning a last man standing game single-handed by silently taking out 6 enemies with knife kills. It was a sight to behold, an unnerving display of stealth, positional awareness, tactical acumen, ruthlessness, and one other utterly crucial factor." "Which was what?" "She cheated." "How? Did she ignore hits?" "No. Nobody hit her because nobody saw her. She slipped in behind several of her targets by going out of bounds." "Did she know she was out of bounds?" Harper nodded towards the sign Parlabane had been hitting with a sniper rifle. "I explained about boundaries before every game. On that occasion, I'd stressed it because that particular boundary was to keep players away from a public footpath. Don't want unwary ramblers getting shot in the eye." "What did you do about it?" "Nothing. I was the only one who knew, and I decided to keep it to myself on that occasion, partly because everyone was so amused and delighted with the outcome that I didn't want to spoil it, and partly because it helps for the future to know what you're dealing with. Like I said, you can learn a lot from watching how people play." "And what did you feel you learned about Dr. Diana Yeager?" "That you would be unwise ever to turn your back to her, and that if you ever pissed her off, you should worry."
Firewall. Looking back, I can see that marriage is a lot like that silly airsoft game he took me to when we first met. There are many ways in which you can cheat, without the other side ever knowing or being able to prove it. But unless you observe the rules, then what you yourself are doing within this game becomes meaningless. Let me stress, it wasn't some ongoing state of attrition. In fact, I think it would have been easier if that were true. I would have seen what was really happening and not gotten sucked into the quicksand. But just when I found myself wondering if I had made the biggest mistake of my life, he would do something to remind me why I fell for him. And of course I was so determined to make this work, and therefore vulnerable to believing that we were merely enduring normal bumps in the road. Tensions would simmer for days, before the dam would break and I would have it out with him. Then he would say precisely the right words, and between us we would see a brighter future, immediately before or after some very intense make-up sex. I hated how I sounded, always moaning about the same things, but that was because those same things didn't change. Peter worked late most nights, and when he was home, he was often too tired or distracted to notice that I lived there too. I went to great lengths to ensure we could at least sit down to a meal together, instead of letting him flop out in front of the TV or laptop, but he seemed resentful of my efforts rather than grateful. I worried that he was drinking too much, so I tried to discourage the patterns that led to him cracking open a beer with every meal, and then staying up drinking after I'd gone to bed. Sometimes he wouldn't come to bed until after 2. Then he'd sleep in the next morning, and so I wouldn't get to have breakfast with him before I went to work. My complaints about all of this were merely the low-level background of our relationship. The major bust-ups took something else to bring them to a head, such as the time my laptop crashed, and he was absurdly reluctant to let me use his, merely to pay some bills and check a few things online. He made such a fuss, and insisted on hovering at my elbow the whole time, sighing every time I surfed to a new site. I had tried to get these things done while he was in the shower, but his laptop was password protected, with a lock screen that kicked in if he left it alone for a few minutes. Why don't you go watch TV or play a game on your Xbox? I suggested, irritated by his looming presence as I tried to answer some emails to my doctors.net account. What is it you think I'm going to do to your precious computer? Or is there something on here you don't want me to see? He responded testily, like I was being obtuse. There's things on there I can't let you see. Like what? Work stuff, what do you think? I wouldn't even know where to find it, and for God's sake, can't you trust me not to go looking? It's complicated. He sounded sheepish and yet huffy. No, Peter, it's simple. Either you trust me or you don't, and having a password-protected screensaver kick in after 2 fucking minutes tells me you don't. Of course I trust you, but whether I do or not is immaterial. This is about the NDA put in place by the investors. The conditions dictate that I am not allowed to let anyone else use this laptop, or any of my work computers unsupervised. The NDA also stipulates that any portable machine I remove from the office be password protected in sleep mode and set to sleep after a maximum of 2 minutes inactivity, even at home. But don't you see that this is our relationship right now in microcosm? It's like part of you is permanently behind a firewall and I'm not authorized to access it. You're at work all the time, and even when you do come home, either you can't talk to me because it's confidential or you won't talk to me because you just want to flop out. You're the one who told me to throw everything at this opportunity. After pissing my career up the wall half my life, I'm finally putting my shoulder to the wheel. Or would you rather have the waster I was before I met you? I'm trying to build something, Diana. And I thought we were trying to build something here. A marriage. A family. We hadn't been using any contraception since before the wedding. Neither of us had used the expression, trying for a baby, but it was tacitly understood to be our shared intention. It had been 4 cycles now, and nothing had happened. When my period last came, part of me was disappointed because I thought the prospect of a baby would focus things between us and bring us closer together. Another part of me was relieved, as I was beginning to wonder whether becoming pregnant would be the single worst way to compound a colossal mistake. If you've got no time or energy for being a proper husband, how can you possibly expect to have the time and energy for being a father? But that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to lay the groundwork and get the business running so that things will be simpler by the time a baby comes along. There's no way of staggering this. It's not like I'm painting a wall and can pick up the pace or slack it off at will. There's no prize for second in the race for bringing this idea to market. He was pacing, his hands out in front of him like his frustration was an invisible object he was trying to crush between them. I'm not the only one who works late and finds it hard to disengage, he said. That's why I thought you, of all people, would understand. I'm putting my heart and soul into this right now. I'm working harder than I've ever worked in my life. And I could use a bit of support and sympathy, rather than being guilt-tripped because I don't feel like recreating how it was 6 months ago, sitting there at the dinner table making plans for our future. This is that future. I'm executing those plans. Well, maybe if you could even talk to me about what the hell you spend your days working on, I'd feel more like they were our plans and not just yours. Peter smashed his palms together, like the invisible object's outer resistance had suddenly given. The resultant slap echoed off the walls of the former spare room that had become his man cave. I felt a wave of something cold and instinctive pass through me. I wanted to tell myself that my reflexive response was mere startlement at the sudden sound, but deep down I knew that really I was bracing myself for violence. I thought he was going to scream. His eyes flashed and a shudder ran through him. But then he was calm, as though something had diffused the bomb that had looked primed to explode. He closed his eyes for a second, then looked at me imploringly. a hint of a smile about the corners of his mouth. "I'm sorry. You're right. You're absolutely right. But that's why I'm finding this so frustrating. I want to be that husband, that father, but I don't think I can be either of those things if I fail at what I'm trying to create here. I want to become the person you made me aspire to be, but it seems the more I work towards it, the further I get from you." I was feeling so trapped right now, but then I suddenly thought, there is a way out of every box, a solution to every puzzle. It's just a matter of finding it. Things are only impossible until they're not. I melted when he said that. My fear was instantly forgotten. Retrospectively absurd, even denied. Something else flooded through me, warm and passionate. His words made me feel like I had made the right decision. They made me feel that together we could overcome anything, that he was the man I had believed him to be. I wanted him to father my children, and I wanted that process to start right that moment, up against the wall of his den. That was how it always went. We'd clear the air, and it felt like everything was better. Then after a few days, I would come to realize nothing was. All that happened was I cut him some slack, and we'd shagged a few times, but his own behaviour hadn't changed. He hadn't found a solution to any puzzle. He'd simply got me to stop bothering him for a few days. I tried to make my peace with what he said, biding my time, hoping to see signs that he had broken the back of the start-up stage, as he put it, and that our domestic arrangements would seem more like a married couple and less like flatmates with benefits. Then one night I finished late at work. Massive complications meant a case that ought to have taken 40 minutes ended up taking 3 hours, and I had a bit of an epiphany. My own working day having been arduously extended, I was feeling a sense of solidarity with Peter, and I realised that I was guilty of what used to annoy me about so many of my male colleagues. They saw their own jobs as all-important, expecting their wives to tolerate late finishes, on-call, and all the psychological effluent that went with it, but at the same time regarded their spouses' jobs as comparatively trivial. He was right. I ought to know what it was like to be in a demanding job with no option to dial down the intensity. My classically arrogant medic assumption was that surely his work wasn't so important that he couldn't slacken off if he really wanted to. I decided to surprise him at the office he had rented on my way home. I would show him that things could work differently by suggesting we go out for dinner. He could get a curry and a few beers, and I could get to sit down with him for a couple of hours. As he was effectively a workforce of one, I had initially queried why he was paying rent for an office when he had a den at home. But as well as, inevitably, the demands of the NDA, he said he needed an environment that was solely about work, away from the comforts and temptations of the house. Also, he needed a business premises for lots of other practical reasons, not least the larger computer systems he was running. He needed space for all his kit, and the energy bills alone were something that demanded to be accounted separately from any domestic tariffs. He got a cheap lease on a place in Sunflight House, an 80s-built block on the outskirts of a light industrial estate, about 10 minutes' walk from the city centre, and a 5-minute drive from the hospital. At one point, it had been the regional admin office for a travel firm, but the internet had done for them, and now it was subdivided into individual units for small businesses. It was shortly before 8 as I approached, but I could see no lights on in the building, and no cars in the car park. Typical. The night I decide to do this, he's already finished up and headed home. However, when I got back to the house, Peter's BMW was not in the driveway, and the cottage was in darkness. I called his mobile and got bounced to voicemail. He showed up around 11, with a pizza and a 6-pack, the first can of which he had opened and was supping from even as he came through the door. "Where have you been?" I tried to keep my voice as neutral as I could. I wanted to sound interested rather than accusatory. "Look, don't start tonight, please." His words were imploring, though his tone was anything but. "I had a major headache with the server, and I've been firefighting for about 9 hours straight. That's why my phone was off, and why I didn't ring back when I saw I had a missed call from you." "You've been stuck in the office all night?" "Yes, which is why I just want to eat my pizza and chill out, and I'd appreciate not being given a hard time about it after the day I've had." The room seemed to alter around me. So much had changed in one small moment. Logic dictated that I challenge him with what I knew, but I said nothing, as I was reeling too hard from the implications of what had happened. I felt my face flush, and worried that he would register my response, but there was no danger of Peter paying me enough attention to do that. Instead, I took myself off to bed, where I lay in the darkness and didn't sleep.
The height of suspicion. Peter Elphinston's black BMW 3 Series was sitting on its own inside the open-fronted workshop building at the far end of the depot, a few yards in front of a hydraulic lift. It looked like it was waiting to be worked on, but the whole point was that it hadn't to be worked on. Lynn McGee was in charge of examining it. She was waiting in the warmth of the workshop's back office when they arrived, spotting them through the grimy window. Lynn was a petrolhead who drove in forest rallies in her spare time, so Allie pitied any bloke who had tried to patronise the wee woman from forensics with advice about examining a car. Allie's role here was to be walked through the report on site before signing off on the vehicle's release. "Isn't it technically a write-off?" Allie asked.
"Well, that's between the insurance company and the owner, or in this case, the owner's wife. Theoretically, it should run okay once it's had time to dry out, though it really depends on the electrics. They might need completely replaced. Fresh water means fewer long-term concerns of the bodywork, but if it was me, I'd want nothing to do with it." "I can't see Dr. Yeager wanting to hold on to it," Allie mused. "Any indicators as to what might have happened? Dodgy treads, worn brake shoes?"
"Nope. The car had passed an MOT a few weeks ago and appears to have been well maintained. The treads indicate the rear tyres have been replaced since the vehicle was purchased. As I'd expect, a lot more wear going by the mileage on the clock. That's moot if there was black ice on the road that night, but I'm not led to believe that was the case. In fact, I'm not inclined to think that skidding was an aspect of this."
She squatted down next to the rear driver's side wheel and pointed to the outer rim of the tyre, drawing an imaginary circle all around it.
"A major skid caused by going around a bend too fast would leave damage to the tyres. Nothing huge, but visible if you know what you're looking for. And the latter momentum would put particular stress on one side. Now, I'm not seeing that."
"The witness said the car swerved onto her side of the road," Rodriguez told her, "then overcompensated and swerved again."
The witness, who also said she was going to the garage to get Calpol, Allie thought. The witness we now can't find.
Lynn made a face.
"Rear-wheel drive vehicle like this? There's a danger of fishtailing if you overcompensate in a dramatic steering correction. I'd still expect to see some evidence of skidding."
Lynn opened the driver's door, affording Allie a clearer view inside. There was a musty smell, sediment coating the floor, the seats and the material of the deflated airbags. It looked like the dashboard had been sick. Allie now understood why Lynn was in overalls. It wasn't always about protecting the evidence from contamination by the forensic tech, but sometimes the other way around.
"You couldn't take this one down the local car wash and expect a full Valley Joe for 20 quid.
Lynn said. She climbed inside and sat behind the wheel.
"As you can see, both airbags deployed upon impact with the water. The car flooded and became submerged.
The driver may have accelerated this process by opening the door in a panicked attempt to get out. What we do know is that he did get out at some point, either by opening the door once the pressure equalised or through the window, which was rolled down. In the latter case, he was lucky that the electrics didn't short out before that. But I suppose under the circumstances, lucky is not the appropriate word. Lynn talked them through some more details regarding the state of the interior. Most of these were obvious to the untrained eye. But that wasn't why Ally had stopped listening. She was looking at Lynn, tucked neatly behind the steering wheel, and was reminded of Rodriguez earlier that day, sliding the seat back to accommodate his greater height. Nobody's adjusted the seat, have they? I mean, could it have been moved as a result of the retrieval process? No. These things are designed to stay in place even in a crash. They won't move unless you release the lever. How's the position for you if you were driving? Can you reach the pedals okay? Fine, yeah. A wee bit close, if anything.
What height are you, Lynn?
I'm 5'3". Why'd you ask?
Because Peter Elphinstone was 5'9".
Mute. I tried to convince myself to let it go, that I was doing myself no favours by allowing this to grow in significance in my mind. As you're taught in medical school, when you hear hoofbeats, look for horses, not zebras. This didn't have to mean all that I was worrying it might. Besides, did I really want to admit to myself what the worst-case explanation entailed? Because the moment I did was the moment I had to start living in that reality, that version of my marriage. I couldn't bring myself to broach the subject with him, partly out of fear of what I might learn, and partly because of the arguments we already had over trust. It was eating away at me, though, so I called him on the office number the next time he was working late. "Hello?" Peter answered, sounding surprised to be disturbed this way, before the caller had even identified herself. "It's me." "Is something wrong?" No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call. I hit the wrong button on my phone." "Okay." I realised afterwards that this gambit was as futile as it was pathetic. Peter probably had the office landline set to divert to his mobile when he wasn't in anyway, so he could have been anywhere. I thought I heard music in the background. Did he play music while he worked? He didn't when he was working at home. Did that mean he was somewhere else? I came close to getting into the car and driving past the office to check he was there, but it felt too overt an act. I told myself, this isn't me. This isn't who I am, and this isn't what we are. But not all acts are so overt, or require the level of agency that makes you feel you are crossing a line. Some acts can be a matter of omission. That is where true temptation lies, when one is in a state of suspicion. And I did something unworthy, whose dividend was also its punishment. It was the following Saturday morning when the phone rang. Peter didn't hear it at first because he had headphones on, sitting in his office playing some game on the computer. He usually left the phone for me to answer anyway, as most of the calls to the landline tended to be for me. I picked it up on a headset in the kitchen and heard a confident, cultured male voice that sounded familiar and yet tantalizingly hard to place. "Oh, hello? I assume I'm speaking with Dr. Yeager." "That's right. What can I do for you?" "Well, firstly, you can very kindly forgive me for my rudeness when we were previously introduced. This is Hamish Elphinstone." "Oh, I was not at my best, given the circumstances, though that is not to make excuses." Except you just did, I thought, resisting the easeful temptation to be politely reassuring. "Relations in our family have been a trifle complicated, particularly between myself and Peter. I allowed my feelings to get the better of me that day, and for that I apologise. It was your wife's funeral. I chose my words carefully. It was as much an acceptance as he was going to get, particularly, as I noted, that he still hadn't acknowledged my status as his daughter-in-law. That's very decent of you. His reply inferred a response I hadn't actually given. That was the aristocracy for you. They assume a version of the world and then proceed as if it were true. Now, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to speak to Peter, if that's possible. I'll go and see. I deliberately left the outcome ambiguous. I had absolutely no way of knowing how Peter was going to respond. I pushed the mute button with my thumb and knocked on the door. Peter turned in his swivel chair and slipped one headphone off. It's your father on the phone. He looked surprised, confused, and then rather grim, all in the space of half a second. I'll take it here. Peter lifted the handset that sat in a charging dock next to the modem router. It was as he turned away again, rotating in his chair, that I realised what an opportunity was dangling before me. My thumb was still on the mute button in the handset I held. I'll leave you to it, I said, closing the door as I withdrew. I knew I should press the red button to disconnect, but I also knew that as long as I kept it muted, Peter wouldn't be aware that I was listening in. I justified it to myself in any number of disingenuous and morally contorted ways, but my thumping heart was proof that I knew it was wrong. It was beating hard with anticipation, and with the fear of somehow getting caught. I had kept the phone muted so that neither my breathing nor the sound of background echo gave me away. But I imagined Peter would have heard the cadence in my chest if I hadn't gone all the way to our bedroom at the far end of the hall. Initially, I feared the extension had automatically disconnected when he picked up, as I was met with silence. I'm not sure whether Peter was making Hamish wait or preparing himself to speak. Hello, Daddy? His father ignored the sarcasm. His tone was stiff and formal. He was like a cabinet minister giving a statement about an unpopular but obstinately maintained policy. There was no attempt at small talk, no query after his son's well-being, his new progress into married life. Peter, I feel it's your right to know that Cecily and I are engaged to be married. We are planning our wedding for the spring of next year. So, should I check the post for an embossed invite? His father's patient silence said they both knew the answer to this question. Why spring? Do the etiquette manuals stipulate a statutory minimum time after your first wife is cold before you can marry again without anyone's moral disapproval? I am doing you the courtesy of informing you, Peter. Hamish sounded stoic and unrattled. I am not looking for your blessing. I appreciate it. To be honest, I'm surprised you and Cecily didn't announce it at the funeral while you had everyone assembled. I'm sure all Mum's relatives were in no doubt that you were already shagging her, so they'll appreciate this concession to propriety. Your mother's relatives understood our situation a lot better than you did. Yes, no doubt it was great comfort to them knowing that you weren't alone of an evening while she wasted away down the hall. For the first time, Hamish sounded a little testy. Well, none of us gets to choose the circumstances under which we fall in love, do we? His tone remained measured, but the temperature was unmistakably hotter. I didn't think you were interested in who I fall in love with, Father. I got married, remember? I have a wife. You may recall being an utter thundercunt towards both of us when I introduced you recently. I apologised to her for that a moment ago, but it was my earlier apology that remains most pertinent. She has no idea what she's got herself into. If you had any honour, you'd... Well, That's precisely it, isn't it? If you had any honour, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You know nothing about Diana or about who I am these days. There's only 2 of us, for now, but this is what a real family looks like. We are husband and wife, and sooner or later, you'll have to face the truth of that. I felt 10 feet tall, wanting to go and hug him, but aware that I couldn't, as I'd have to confess why. Then I heard Hamish sigh. This doesn't change anything. You being with this woman. You being married. He added, with scornful distaste. It didn't work the last time, and it won't work now. The road to paranoia. When you're feeling scared and vulnerable, you go back to what you know. So once again, I immersed myself in work. I tried not to dwell on the irony. I used to worry that my job was an impediment to having a healthy and satisfying home life. Now it had become a haven where I could retreat from my home life. I realised that I was spending longer talking to certain of my colleagues than to my husband, and the conversations were more open too. I had a heart-to-heart with Callum and learned that his marriage wasn't without its complications either. His wife, Megan, was a registrar too, working in paediatric medicine down in Carlisle. It was a difficult but common arrangement among married junior doctors. Spouses often had to take training positions at different ends of the country, particularly after the implementation of the disastrous Modernising Medical Careers trainee placement system. It was a matter of toughing it out with their eyes on the long term. The crucial thing was to find consultant posts in the same city when the time came. As a consultant, it is incumbent to take an interest in the trainees' welfare. But to be honest, it was a distraction to listen to someone else's worries and preoccupations. Work was the only place where my mind was sufficiently occupied as to keep it from obsessing over the answers I needed to the questions I could not ask. Had Peter been married before? And if so, why hadn't he told me? Why hadn't anyone told me? I clung on to his defiant words to his father about acknowledging our marriage, about us being a family, but they were constantly undermined by the thought that they were no more than that. Defiant words to his father. Why was Sir Hamish so scornful of the very notion of us being married, when it was an incontestable fact? And why had he sounded so arch when he made that remark about not choosing the circumstances under which we fall in love? I was in danger of driving myself mad with this stuff. There was no way to live, and I knew I couldn't go on like this. Either I must have it out with him, or I should lay my fevered imaginings to rest, but neither of those seemed an easy or tempting prospect. I couldn't ask him about his conversation with his father, because it would be to confess to my own deceit and distrust. Yet at the same time, Peter's behaviour remained perplexingly secretive. Every time I ventured into his den, he would hurriedly pull his laptop closed, concealing the screen from view and automatically putting it into sleep mode. "You know you should really knock before you come in here," he snapped at me one time. I'd only come in to bring him a coffee, and one of the wholemeal muffins I'd gone to the trouble of baking so that he wasn't snacking on supermarket cupcakes. This was the thanks I got. "Why, Peter? In case I catch a fleeting glimpse of some impenetrable machine code? Who is even going to know? Do the investors have cameras in here? Or is there something else on that laptop you don't want me to see?" "Like what?" "I don't know, that's the point. I never see you so much as read your email or browse Facebook if you think I might be reading over your shoulder. Not everything on there can be covered by the fucking NDA. You're acting like you've got something to hide." "Maybe you should take a step back and have a look at what you're acting like, Diana. The road from legitimate suspicion to rampant paranoia is very much shorter than we think." "Well, I suppose if it's rampant paranoia to wonder why you keep hiding your computer screen, then it must have been legitimate suspicion back at the beginning of the journey when you lied to me about where you'd been all evening. It came out before I could stop myself, or maybe I no longer wanted to stop myself. When? He stiffened in his seat. I couldn't decide whether he looked shifty or taken aback. A couple of weeks ago. I finished late and came by your building. I was going to take you to dinner, but you weren't there. Then when you showed up back here at about 11, you said you'd been in the office the whole time, sorting out a server crash. I reminded him, my tone dripping skepticism. His mouth fell open. And you said nothing. Rather than ask me what happened, you let this simmer and you spent all the intervening time thinking I'm a liar. You are a liar. You weren't there. The whole building was deserted and the car park was empty. Jesus Christ, I went out to PC World because I needed a part. A fan had broken down on one of the main boards. What, at 8 o'clock at night? Yes, they're open until 9. I felt the ground drop. My assumptions suddenly revealed to be foolish and paranoid. There was brief euphoria in there too, in my relief that it wasn't true. But the essence of euphoria is that it is fleeting and false. I might have been wrong about one incident, but that failed to change the most crucial thing. I didn't trust the man I had married. He wasn't merely secretive about that laptop, he was defensive. And sod the bloody NDA. Nobody involved in that would ever know or care whether I had caught a glance of some email or whatever. Which was why I instinctively began to suspect that it was something else entirely that he didn't want me to see. A horrible, haunting thought began to take shape. A fear that went to the heart of everything I had been afraid of since first meeting him. It was the same fear that flashed through my mind outside the ironworks, that his interest in me had something to do with my blog. Given all that had happened, I knew it sounded even more insane now than it had then, but its very awfulness was what made it impossible to completely dismiss. What didn't Peter want me to see? Had he been lying when he said he knew nothing about the whole Blade Bitch thing? Surely his colleagues would have mentioned it when he was dispatched to help me that day. I thought back to the way he'd been thrusting into me that night, after the funeral, that had felt like anger, like vengeance. I had so many questions regarding what Peter might be concealing about himself, the biggest of which concerned his marital history. But perhaps a bigger question still was what was I capable of doing about it?
Target acquired. There is a moment in every James Bond novel in which Bond and the villain first meet, giving them the opportunity to size each other up. Much is mutually understood, but nothing is overtly declared or conceded. According to Auric Goldfinger, the first such meeting can be considered happenstance. The second is coincidence. The third is enemy action. Parlabane's first encounter with Diana Yeager did little to evoke the grand theatre of Caribbean hotels and Riviera casinos, taking place as it did in an Inverness hospital car park. But he would have occasion to look back and ponder the retrospective significance of it. He was there to talk to a couple more names on Lucy's list, and as a pretext to hand out a few cards so that anybody who wanted to talk about the story could easily get in touch. He'd had a batch of them printed a few months back, bearing his contact details and a QR code. At the time, he had suspected it was a pointless extravagance, as most of his income these days came from churning out copy that didn't require him to speak to anyone. Maybe he wanted a physical object he could touch that still said his name with the word journalist underneath. She was striding out through the main hospital entrance as he was approaching it from the forecourt. In retrospect, he might have kept his head down, more deliberately chosen his moment to confront her, such as when he had more of a hand to play. He had only a fraction of a second to decide. An instinct urged him not to let the opportunity pass. "Dr. Jaeger!" His inquiry caused her to stop and look up. Her eyes narrowed, taking him in, scrutinizing him intently. He caught a scent of perfume now that she was close, welcomed by his nose out here where the desperate smokers sought respite and shelter immediately beyond the doors. The bouquet was warm and complex, something more expensive and sophisticated than all the samey-smelling brands that pumped so much money into hilarious TV spots every December. He proffered one of his business cards. "My name is Jack. I know who you are. Austin warned me that you were sniffing around." Parlabane wondered whether warned would have been Austin's description of it, or whether she was trying to psych him out by implying that Austin's loyalty to her as a colleague trumped any Parlabane thought he enjoyed as a friend. "I'm just looking for the real story here. Human emotions tend to be more complex than the Hallmark card version the tabloids are punting." "I know what you're looking for, Mr. Parlabane. I know what you are." He expected her to walk away at that point, but she stood her ground. Interesting. "I've spoken to someone who believes your husband was under a great deal of stress before the accident. Intolerable pressure, in fact. Is that something that you were aware of, or that you'd care to comment upon? Were you concerned about his state of mind?" He hated himself for doing this, given that, in all probability, this woman had done nothing wrong and had recently received a crushing and extraordinarily painful blow. He never liked being that doorstepping ghoul, getting in the face of a hunted-looking subject and asking them questions he didn't expect them to answer. In this case, it was nonetheless a valid move. It was about letting her know she was on his radar and seeing how she reacted to that information. She looked at him like she could see all the way down to how small he felt right then. And when she spoke, her voice was quiet, searching, like she couldn't decide whether he was stupid or insane, but neither could excuse it. "Why would you think someone in my position would possibly answer that?" Then she walked away, though not without taking his card.
Ticket to ride. It's terrifying to consider what can hang upon the smallest quirks of happenstance. How much might be different but for the most minor confluences. I have no way of knowing for sure. We can't run the events a second time and compare. But there is a strong case for saying that I would not have ended up where I am now, but for a paper jam in a printer. I might have gone on deluding myself until it was too late, and might never have deduced what I so crucially did about my husband, the revelation that made previously unthinkable actions my only choice. It was a Thursday evening. Peter was still at work, and had taken to calling me to say so, partly as a considerate reassurance and partly as a gentle dig. We had made firm plans to have a sit-down meal on Friday, come hell or high water, as I was on call Saturday and he was going to London ahead of a meeting with his investors on Sunday morning. I was preparing a seminar for the surgical trainees and trying to print a bullet points handout to distribute, but got an error message telling me there was a paper jam. The printer was a wireless beast Peter insisted on buying to replace the coal-fired museum piece I had owned since about 2002. It sat under a table in Peter's den. I slid out the tray and sighted the crumpled end of an A4 sheet caught between the rollers. I pulled it free with a firm but smooth tug, mindful of the consequences should it rip. There was nothing important on it. It was one of those infuriatingly wasteful second sheets, bearing one line of meaningless blurb that got spat out if you wrongly assumed a document only ran to one page. Once I slammed home the feed tray again, the print heads hummed into life. I waited for my handouts to slide forth. But there was an outstanding job in the print queue. It was a ticket for rail travel, followed by a second wasteful blurb sheet. Peter had printed an extra copy by mistake. presumably because the printer had been set to produce 2 copies of the previous job. I lifted it from the tray so that it didn't get mixed up with my handouts, and I was placing it on Peter's desk when I noticed the date and destination. It was a ticket to Glasgow, departing Saturday, when he had told me he was flying to London. I felt those same horrible pangs of paranoia as had plagued me before, but this time I recognized them for what they were. I wasn't going to make the same mistake again. When he came home, I waited until he was settled in front of the TV and brought it up casually. There was a sheet jamming the printer earlier, by the way. I cleared it all by myself. Worrying times. You women will be opening jars next, and that will be the end of my gender. It was a train ticket for Glasgow on Saturday. I left it on your desk. I thought you were going to London. Has it changed? His eyes widened. No. Yes, but the other way around. Initially the meeting was going to be in Glasgow, but they changed their plans, and by that time I had already booked the train. They said they'd reimburse me, but you know what it's like. They need receipts for everything, so I was printing out the ticket to give them on Sunday. Okay. There you go. I got my explanation, and it was innocent and plausible. Same as before. So why was I not reassured? Why did I not believe him? My camera voice cautioned against extrapolating, and it had one strong argument in its favour. There was no reason to lie. If Peter had business in Glasgow, even if it was not the business he claimed, there was no need to make me believe he was going to London. However, they say when you're telling the truth, you keep your answer brief, and you don't give out more details unless pressed for them. The more detail you volunteer, the more it betrays that you are trying to convince, and Peter had been conspicuously elaborate in explaining that ticket. But mainly what had troubled me was something more instinctive, that tiny initial response, that brief moment of alarm in Peter's eyes. There was something here that he wasn't expecting, something he had overlooked, the accidental second copy. My camera voice's argument could be turned in on itself. Lying when you don't need to is a very bad sign. Sunday morning was an odd time for a business meeting, was it not? And suddenly I could think of a reason to make me believe he was in London. He hadn't known my rota when he made his arrangements. If I hadn't been due to work Saturday, perhaps I might have suggested we go to Glasgow together and have a night out and stay in a nice hotel. Would that have been inconvenient? Was there a reason he wanted to travel alone? I had a horribly restless night. I know I slept a few hours because there were unquiet snatches of dreams, but I never felt like I was deeply under. All night and throughout the next day, I changed my mind as to whether I believed him, speculating sometimes soberly and sometimes outlandishly as to what might be going on. Perhaps I was overreacting again. That look of alarm in his eyes didn't have to mean what I had inferred. It could simply have been Peter thinking, "Oh Christ, here we go again." The same went for his over-elaborate answer. Perhaps he was ladling on the reassurance because of my track record, and indeed was it really that over-elaborate? Perhaps it was as well I was on call Saturday, because if I had been free, I might have concocted some embarrassing scheme to follow him. We had dinner on the Friday night, as agreed. I tried to act normal, but all the time I was scrutinizing what he said, his body language, anything that might give me more clues, one way or the other. I had no idea how corrosive suspicion could be. The unspoken subtext of us having dinner was that we would have sex later, another tilt at the so far elusive prize of pregnancy. At my age, I feared it was unlikely to happen swiftly, so I had to skew the odds by making sure we did it during the right time in my cycle. That weekend fell smack in the middle of the most fertile time, hence the importance of that Friday night. But there was no way I could let him inside me while I was feeling this way. I worried that he would ask why I wasn't in the mood, but in the event, he didn't make anything in the way of overtures. Despite my efforts at covering up how I was feeling, maybe he sensed that something wasn't right. He was still asleep when I got up for work on the Saturday morning. He stirred just enough for me to give him a kiss and wish him a good trip. I faked it like a pro, running a hand through his hair as my lips lingered on his. I was hedging my bets. If it turned out he was telling the truth, I wanted to conceal my suspicions. But if he was lying to me, I wanted it to be the full Judas.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook. Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.